My dear friends, welcome to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and I'm especially thankful to have you with me tonight. I want to share something a little personal before we begin. I haven't been feeling well recently. My body has been asking me to slow down. And some days, even simple things have required more strength than usual. But whenever I sit down to write, I think about all of you, the people listening alone after a long day, those trying to fall asleep, and those who come here simply to escape from the noise of life for a few hours. That thought keeps me going, even while I'm unwell. I'm still doing my best to create new stories and bring you somewhere mysterious, unsettling, and far removed from ordinary life. Writing may take me a little longer at the moment, but I don't want the doors of Chilly Midnight to remain closed for too long. And now, I'd really like to know how life has been treating you. Have things been going well lately? How is your health? Is your work manageable? Or have your days become crowded with pressure, responsibilities, and worries? Perhaps something wonderful has happened that you would like to share. Or maybe you've been struggling quietly and haven't had anyone ask whether you're truly okay. Whatever your answer may be, you're welcome to leave a few words in the comments. Tell me about your days, your work, your family, or anything that has been weighing on your heart. I may not always be able to reply to every message, but I'm grateful to read them and to know a little more about the people on the other side of these stories. Please don't worry too much about me. I'm taking things one day at a time, resting when I need to, and continuing whenever I have enough energy. Knowing that you are still here, listening, means more to me than I can properly express. I hope you remain healthy, that your burdens become lighter, and that the coming days bring you more kindness than the ones before. Thank you for returning to spend another night with me. Now, let the room grow quiet. Put the troubles of the day aside, and come a little closer. I have another story to tell you. Story 1. The first sign that something was wrong with St. Orison County was nailed to a cedar tree. Svein saw it shortly after crossing into northern Maine, where the road narrowed and the spruce forest leaned close to his rental truck. The sign was small, hand-painted, and gray with weather. Someone had written county limit in white letters, crossed out limit, and replaced it with warning. Below that were 4 words: leave room for nothing. Elias photographed it and continued. He had been sent north after 3 mapping systems failed to agree on where St. Orison County ended. The discrepancy had begun as a technical nuisance, road mileage changing between surveys, tax parcels overlapping unclaimed forest, municipal boundaries vanishing when satellite layers refreshed. Then an entire township called Bellwether disappeared from the federal base map, despite still sending property assessments to Augusta. The assignment suited Elias. Errors bothered him physically. A misplaced boundary line could keep him awake with pressure behind his eyes. He believed measurement was a form of mercy. A thing properly named could not be misunderstood. A place precisely drawn could not be lost. At 42, he had built his life around that conviction. The road descended between black firs and pale granite. His dashboard compass rotated twice, steadied on north, then turned again. Magnetic interference, Elias said. He disliked speaking aloud when alone. but the silence in the truck felt occupied. His destination was Morrow, the county seat. The printed directions told him to pass a shuttered paper mill, turn left at a white church, and cross a bridge without guardrails. The mill appeared first. 6 miles later, he reached the church. It was not white. The building stood among leaning headstones, painted a deep, glossy red. Fresh paint shone on the clapboards, though the steps had collapsed and moss filled the gutters. Elias compared it with the photograph clipped to his route packet. Same steeple, same arched windows, same dead elm. In the photograph, the church was white. The image had been taken 11 days earlier. Something moved behind one dark window. Elias looked up. Nothing remained there, except his reflection and the shadows of trees. He marked the location and drove on. The bridge matched the directions. Beneath it, a river moved without ripples, black and smooth as exposed film. Red survey ribbons had been tied to branches along both banks. They were new, their cut edges sharp. Elias had not placed them beyond the bridge. The forest opened around Morrow, a general store, post office, dinner, fire station, and perhaps 30 houses arranged around a rectangular green. There was no welcome sign, population number, or historical marker. Even the diner's signboard had been painted blank. A silver-haired woman in a brown coat waited outside the post office. She held herself with the stillness of someone listening underground. "You're the map man," she said. "Elias Vani, State Survey Division." Her eyes moved to the equipment cases in the truck bed. "You brought the satellite receiver." "That's standard. It wasn't last time." "Who was here last time?" The woman looked toward the forest. "They said no one would come again." A cold breeze crossed the green. Every porch wind chime moved, but none made a sound. Elias asked for the county office. She pointed across the square before he left. She gripped his sleeve. "When you draw, Morrow," she said, "don't close the line. A boundary that doesn't close isn't a boundary." That is the kindness of it. Inside the county office, Elias found a desk prepared with maps, ledgers, sharpened pencils, and a key to a room above the diner. No clerk waited. No note explained who had arranged everything. The newest county map lay on top. Most of St. Orison was printed in pale green, threaded with roads and rivers. At its northern edge, a large white shape interrupted the forest. It had no contour lines, parcel numbers, or name. Someone had pressed a child's rubber stamp into its center. The stamp showed a small blue house. Elias stared at it before opening his wallet. Behind his license, in the only photograph he kept from childhood, stood the same blue house beneath the same crooked chimney. On the map, a thin red road had been drawn from Morrow directly to its front door. The red road ended beneath Elias's thumb. For several seconds, he remained bent over the map, listening to the building settle around him. Pipes clicked in the walls. Somewhere above, a chair scraped across an empty room. He removed the childhood photograph from his wallet and laid it beside the map. The house in the picture was faded almost gray, but the roofline chimney and narrow porch matched the stamp exactly. His mother stood near the steps with one hand on his shoulder. Elias had been 6, perhaps 7. He remembered the pressure of her fingers more clearly than the place itself. On the back, in her handwriting, were 3 words. First house, winter. No town, no date, no address. Elias returned the photograph to his wallet and began working. Routine had always protected him from speculation. At dawn, he calibrated the receiver in the town green. After breakfast, he walked the roads with a measuring wheel, logging culverts, property corners, utility poles, and changes in elevation. At midday, he compared his field notes against the county ledgers. In the afternoon, he uploaded provisional coordinates to an offline workstation. He checked every figure twice. Each morning, red ribbons appeared farther along the routes he intended to survey. They were tied at shoulder height, always on his right side, as though marking his direction of travel. Elias cut them down and stored them in an evidence bag. By the 3rd day, the bag contained 47 strips. The people of Morrow watched him without pretending otherwise. They stood behind store windows or paused beside their trucks as he passed. No one asked what he had found. No one offered directions unless he requested them. And even then, their answers were imprecise. Past the ridge, near the old field, before the road decides. The last phrase came from Ruth Calder, the silver-haired woman who had met him on the green. She had served as Morrow's postmaster for 38 years before retiring. Though the current post office appeared to have no replacement, Elias found her sorting envelopes behind the counter one morning, placing them into wooden slots, labeled only with surnames. "Where are the street numbers?" he asked. "We don't use all of them. That isn't how an address works. It is here." Ruth handed him a ledger. Entries listed names, roads, and landmarks. But house numbers were missing. Some roads had no official names. One family's address was simply written as "Beyond the Alder Stand." "You've deliberately kept these incomplete," Elias said. "Complete enough for us. Not for emergency services. Not for taxation. Not for federal records." Ruth closed the ledger beneath his hand. "A full address tells anyone where to find you. That is its purpose. Not everyone who finds a place was invited." The wind chimes outside moved in the morning air. Elias watched their metal tubes strike one another in silence. He asked whether she recognized the blue house. Ruth's expression did not change, but her fingers tightened around the ledger. "Your mother took you away," she said. Elias felt the room become smaller. "You knew her. I delivered what could still be delivered." "What does that mean?" "It means she understood before you did." His mother had moved them 7 times before Elias turned 16. Bangor, Concord, Albany, Erie, Columbus, a rented duplex outside Madison, then a motel in Duluth where they stayed until she died. Each move came suddenly. She packed at night and left no forwarding address. Whenever Elias asked about their first home, she gave the same answer. There was no first home, only the first place you remember. He had believed she was ashamed of poverty, debt, or some man she refused to name. Later, he decided the house was a composite memory assembled from photographs and childhood dreams. Now Ruth Calder stood before him with recognition in her face. "Where was it?" Elias asked. Ruth looked toward the blank northern window. "You should stop asking places to prove themselves." That evening, Elias returned to his room above the diner and found an envelope pushed beneath the door. There was no stamp. His name had been written in his mother's handwriting. The address beneath it read, Eliasvani, the Blue House, Lorne, Maine. Elias carried the envelope downstairs. The diner owner stared at the final line and went pale. "There has never been a town called Lorne," she whispered. From inside the sealed envelope, something began scratching. The scratching stopped when Elias tore the envelope open. Inside was a square of blue wallpaper folded around a brass house key. Tiny white stars covered the paper. Elias knew the pattern before he touched it. His childhood bedroom had been papered in those stars, though he had never mentioned that detail to anyone in Morrow. On the back, his mother had written, "Do not finish what they leave open." The diner owner refused to look at the key. Elias locked it in his equipment case. By morning, discipline had hardened around his fear. The wallpaper was evidence. The handwriting could be compared. The key could be traced. He would not allow an object to turn memory into superstition. He chose Bellwether for his first complete survey. The settlement lay 12 miles east of Morrow, along a road labeled County Route 9 on state records and simply East Road in local ledgers. Bellwether contained 19 houses, a closed school, a saw repair shop, and a white water tower with its name painted in black capitals. Elias arrived shortly after sunrise and set his satellite receiver beside the schoolyard. Frost silvered the grass. A woman carrying groceries paused as he drove a marker into the soil. "You're closing us today?" she asked. "I'm establishing the municipal boundary." "That isn't what I asked." Her mailbox identified her as June Pell. Elias had recorded her property corner the previous day. "The boundary is incomplete," he said. "There's a gap along the northern parcel line." June looked toward the trees beyond the water tower. "That gap was put there. By whom? People who wanted children to grow old." She placed the groceries by the road and stepped closer. "You can measure the houses, count the wells. Just don't join the last point to the first. A polygon has to close. Then don't call it one." Elias continued working. He walked the perimeter with the receiver pole against his shoulder, stopping at each control point until the coordinates stabilized. The northern line crossed an abandoned pasture where red survey ribbons fluttered from every fence post. He cut them down. At the final point, his tablet displayed the open shape of Bellwether. One red segment remained missing between the pasture and the schoolyard. June stood beside the road with several residents behind her. Elias touched the screen. The final line appeared. Every dog in Bellwether began barking from inside the houses. The sound moved from east to west as if something passed along the completed boundary. Touching each property in sequence, the water tower groaned. A long shadow crossed its white surface. Though nothing flew overhead, Elias uploaded the survey package. The progress bar reached 100%. The dogs stopped together. That night, rain struck the diner windows without leaving water on the glass. Elias reviewed his photographs. Bellwether appeared exactly as he remembered it. 19 houses. The school. June beside her mailbox. The black-lettered water tower. His mapping software displayed the settlement in perfect detail. For the first time since arriving, that section of the county contained no error. He dreamed of someone walking around his room, drawing a line along the walls with a red pencil. At dawn, Elias drove east to verify the markers. County Route 9 ended after 6 miles. The asphalt narrowed, fractured, and disappeared beneath a wall of spruce. No tire tracks entered the trees. No utility poles continued beyond the bend. Snow lay between the trunks in smooth, unbroken sheets. His receiver placed him in the center of Bellwether's schoolyard. Elias returned tomorrow and found Ruth. "Bellwether," he said. "Where is the road?" Ruth stared at him. "What is Bellwether?" No one at the diner recognized the name. The county ledger contained no June Pell. No school. No water tower. Even the page numbers ran continuously where Bellwether's record should have been. Elias opened his camera. The photographs remained, but the town had vanished from every image. His survey equipment stood alone among dense trees. June was gone. The road was gone. Behind the receiver, something tall and indistinct watched him from between the trunks. In the final photograph, it had moved close enough to rest one pale hand on the completed boundary marker. Elias enlarged the final photograph until the image separated into colored squares. The pale hand blurred first. The shape behind it became an arrangement of gray-green pixels that might have been bark, snow, or compression noise. Only the boundary marker remained sharp, an aluminum survey rod driven into earth where Bellwether's schoolyard had stood. The camera had recorded valid coordinates. The receiver log showed stable satellite contact. The measurements closed within less than a centimeter. Whatever had happened, Elias told himself, had happened inside the data. He spent the morning rebuilding his equipment profile from factory settings. He replaced the receiver battery, reformatted the tablet, and checked every cable for damage. Then he called the state geospatial office from the county building's landline. His supervisor, Miriam Huxley, sounded distracted. "Bellwether," she repeated. "The settlement east of Morrow." Keyboard keys clicked at her end. "There's no municipal record under that name. You assigned it as a control area." "I assigned St. Orison County. You chose the control points." Elias opened the printed route packet. Bellwether was listed on the second page. He read the line aloud. Miriam was silent. "That isn't in the copy I sent," she said. Elias looked at the words again. The typeface matched the rest of the document, but the ink appeared darker, almost wet. "I need a new satellite pass," he said. "Highest resolution available. Full county coverage. That requires authorization." "Then authorize it. You were sent to correct parcel conflicts." Elias. "Not commission emergency imaging. An inhabited settlement has disappeared from the ground and from your records. Listen to yourself." He pressed 2 fingers against the ache behind his right eye. "I am describing a synchronization failure. Come back to Augusta." "Not until I know what failed." Miriam exhaled. "I'll request the pass, but stop uploading provisional boundaries. Work from paper until we understand the corruption." After the call, Elias gathered every land record in the county office. The vagueness was systematic. Roads stopped before reaching houses. Property lines ended in marshes without connecting. Streams changed names between pages. Even the county border contained 7 deliberate gaps, each marked with a faint pencil notch. Errors like these were not neglect. They were design. Elias began correcting them. For 2 days, he replaced landmark descriptions with coordinates and converted handwritten parcels into closed digital shapes. He assigned provisional numbers to unnamed roads. He entered the locations of wells, cemeteries, bridges, and isolated cabins. Each correction brought a brief relief, as if a loose mechanism inside his skull had clicked into place. The people of Morrow noticed. Store curtains closed when he crossed the green. Red ribbons appeared on the handle of his truck, inside his equipment cases, and once around the brass key from the envelope. Ruth Calder stopped entering the county office altogether. On the 3rd afternoon, Elias found her standing outside beneath the silent wind chimes. "You're making us visible," she said. "That is what maps do." "No. Maps tell one place how to reach another. Those are the same thing." They were never the same thing here. He showed her the county map and tapped the open northern border. Who created these gaps? Ruth looked at his finger as if it rested on an open wound. People who understood distance. Distance is measurable, only from one side. Before Elias could question her, his workstation chimed. The satellite pass had arrived. The image loaded in horizontal strips, frozen lakes, black forests, pale roads, the square clearing of Morrow. Bellwether's recorded coordinates showed uninterrupted spruce. Elias overlaid his corrected parcel data. The 2 layers aligned perfectly. Then a dark line appeared beneath the trees. At first, he assumed it was an old logging route exposed by spectral imaging, but the line lengthened while he watched, pushing westward through the forest. Smaller branches emerged from it, forming roads beneath the canopy. Ruth stepped back from the screen. "You joined too much," she whispered. The roads continued assembling themselves. They connected erased parcels, crossed rivers without bridges, and passed through the place where Bellwether had vanished. At the northern blank, the image magnified without Elias touching the controls. A clearing formed beneath the trees. Inside it stood a blue house with a crooked chimney. Elias's brass key began rattling inside the locked equipment case. On the satellite image, a new road extended from Bellwether toward the house. As it reached the front porch, a second line appeared behind it, moving rapidly south. It was not leading from Morrow to the blue house. It was coming from the blue house toward Morrow. The road on the satellite image advanced one measured segment at a time. Each new length appeared beneath the forest in a darker shade than the surrounding earth, as though the soil had been pressed down by invisible wheels. When it reached the southern edge of Morrow, every light in the county office dimmed. Ruth caught Elias by the wrist. "Stop drawing." He pulled free. "The image is exposing buried infrastructure. You saw what happened to Bellwether. I saw a data failure. You saw a town taken because you gave it an edge." The workstation refreshed for an instant. The blue house appeared in impossible detail. Elias could see the porch boards, the narrow upstairs window, and a child's red bicycle lying in weeds beside the steps. He remembered that bicycle. He remembered falling from it on a gravel road and his mother carrying him indoors while blood ran into his sock. Then the image blurred again. The road beneath the trees moved closer to Morrow. Elias shut down the workstation. That night, the distance between the diner and the county office shortened by 37 feet. He measured it 3 times. The previous afternoon, the buildings had stood 112 feet apart. Now they were separated by 75. The green between them looked unchanged. Yet the flagpole had shifted nearer the post office, and one of the benches was gone. No one in Morrow admitted noticing. The following morning, Elias opened his room door and struck the foot of the bed. The room had narrowed during the night. The wallpaper pattern continued without interruption, but the dresser no longer fit against the wall. Its rear legs stood 2 inches higher, where the floor bent upward. He measured the room. 7 feet narrower than the dimensions listed by the diner owner. "You wrote them wrong," she said when he showed her. "I measured them myself." "Then you remember wrong." Behind her, the hallway ended at a blank wall where Elias was certain a window had been. He went back to work. Abandoning the survey felt more dangerous than continuing it. Errors were spreading because the base data remained incomplete. He told himself that Bellwether had not vanished. The county had become spatially unstable through accumulated record conflicts. A complete model would reveal the source. He mapped the western parcels first. A cemetery disappeared before sunset. Elias had finished recording its perimeter, counting 86 graves and a stone angel missing both hands. When he returned after uploading the boundary, the road curved directly into dense firs. His digital map preserved every headstone. He could zoom close enough to read names eroded beyond recognition in person. The stone angel's face was visible now. It had Elias's eyes. He closed the image and mapped the old mill district. By morning, the mill was gone. The river remained, but a wall of spruce rose from the bank where the buildings had stood. The trees were mature, their trunks thick with decades of moss. Yet on Elias's screen, the mill appeared restored in extraordinary precision. Broken windows reflected the sky. Rust flakes clung to individual bolts. Inside an upper room, a dark figure stood behind the glass. With each completed section, the physical county lost detail while the digital version gained it. It was not merely preserving what disappeared, it was improving it. Elias enlarged the mill image. The resolution exceeded anything the satellite equipment could produce. He saw dust on the floor, water stains on the walls, and faint fingerprints on the inside of the window. The figure behind the glass leaned closer. Its head was too narrow, its shoulders too high, where its face should have been. There was only a smooth, pale surface crossed by thin red lines, boundary lines. The image shifted sideways, as though viewed through eyes adjusting their position. Elias stepped back from the monitor. The county map was no longer being rendered from above. Its perspective had lowered gradually with every upload. Roads were seen at an angle. Windows showed interiors. Rooms appeared with walls cut away, like architectural models. Something was not looking down at St. Orison. Something was looking into it. A crash sounded outside. Elias ran from the office. Across the green, the post office had vanished. In its place stood a wall of black spruce so dense that branches pressed against the surrounding buildings. Ruth's sorting ledger lay open on the grass at the forest edge. The wooden address slots were visible between the trunks, embedded deep among the trees. One slot remained outside. A fresh envelope waited inside it. Elias approached slowly. The handwriting was his own. The address read, Elias Verney, room above the diner, Morrow. To Maine. Below it, another line was writing itself in wet red ink. Observed from the north. He carried the envelope into the county office and placed it beside the satellite image. On the screen, Morrow resembled a model with pieces removed. The post office appeared intact in digital form. Every sorting slot visible through its walls. Ruth stood inside it. Though Elias had seen her ledger abandoned on the grass minutes earlier. In the image, she was pointing east. Toward the paper mill, Elias looked through the office window. Beyond the green, red survey ribbons fluttered from the spruce branches. They formed a line through the forest where the mill road had once been. He took the brass key, a flashlight, the camera, and the county map. Then he followed them. The ribbons led between trees that grew too closely together for a building to have stood among them. Their trunks were thick, the ground padded with old needles. Yet beneath the smell of resin, Elias detected wet ash and machine oil. After half a mile, he heard water striking metal. The forest opened. The paper mill stood beside the river exactly as it appeared on his digital map. Its smokestack leaned over the roof. Rust streaked the walls. The windows were broken, except for the upper pane where the pale figure had watched him. That window was empty. Elias checked his receiver. It showed no location. Inside, the mill floor sagged beneath rotting conveyor belts. The air was colder than outdoors. Red ribbons had been tied around support columns. Descending toward a stairwell hidden behind a collapsed pulping machine. At the bottom waited a steel door without a handle. A brass keyhole shone in its center. Elias inserted the key from the envelope. The lock turned as though it had been used that morning. Beyond the door, electric bulbs glowed along a concrete corridor. Their wires disappeared into the walls. Though the mill had no power, the corridor ended in an underground archive lined with map cabinets. A brass plaque read, Original Survey Office, St. Orison Preservation Authority. The first drawer contained county maps dated nearly 2 centuries earlier. None were complete. Borders broke at rivers. Roads stopped before settlements. And town plans contained deliberate gaps between adjoining parcels. Later maps used different names. Crow's Mercy, Alder Wake, North Belden, Carrion Hill. Elias recognized none of them. In a cabinet marked withdrawn, he found photographs of boundary stones recovered from forests and lake beds. Each stone bore the name of a town absent from current records. Several photographs showed streets ending abruptly in mature woodland, exactly as Bellwether had. A handwritten instruction had been pinned inside the drawer. Do not repair open lines. Do not standardize local addresses. Do not image the county from above. A map is also an invitation. Elias read the last sentence twice. Behind him, paper shifted. A large map lay open on the central table. Its ink moved slowly, sketching the county as it now appeared. Completed areas were shaded black. Morrow remained a shrinking white square. From the northern blank, a red road advanced toward it. Beside the map sat a survey ledger. The earliest entries described donations made at intervals of roughly 25 years. Each listed a settlement, a population, and a final incomplete boundary. Later handwriting recorded when the settlement ceased to be locally accessible. The final entry was unfinished. Lorne, population 104, status withdrawn, surviving coordinate. The page had been torn below that line. A narrow doorway stood behind the last cabinet. Blue wallpaper showed through the gap. Elias pushed it open. The room beyond was not part of the archive. It was a child's bedroom. White stars covered blue walls. A red bicycle helmet rested on the bed. Wooden animals stood along a shelf in the order Elias had arranged them as a boy. In the corner sat a cardboard box containing school drawings, a winter coat, and mud-stained shoes with his name written inside. Nothing had gathered dust. On the bedside table lay the photograph from his wallet. Elias reached for his coat and found the wallet still there. The photograph on the table showed the blue house, his mother, and a small boy standing beside her. But the boy was not Elias. The child's face was smooth and pale, crossed with thin red boundary lines. On the back, beneath his mother's words, another sentence had appeared. "You were the part we could not erase." The archive lights flickered, and somewhere beyond the child's bedroom, a cabinet drawer slid open by itself. Elias carried the photograph back into the survey room. The moving county map had changed. Morrow was smaller now, compressed between two blackened regions. The red road from the north had crossed the river and reached the place where the post office had stood. He forced himself away from the map and opened the cabinet that had moved. Inside were municipal records bound in gray cloth. Each spine bore a year rather than a place name. The earliest volume dated from 1831. The language changed over time, but the pattern did not. Every 24 to 30 years, the county commissioners selected one settlement for withdrawal. Surveyors were instructed to preserve open boundaries, omit street numbers, alter road names, and remove the chosen town from state and federal maps. A document from 1884 called it the generational blank. Another, written in 1939, described the purpose more clearly. The attention beyond the northern measure does not perceive land as we do. It perceives completion. A closed and accurate representation becomes a location in its domain. To prevent wider acquisition, one bounded community shall be surrendered before the national map becomes sufficiently precise. Elias read the paragraph until the words lost meaning. The county had not hidden towns from the government. It had hidden the country from something else. A memorandum from 1964 explained that the surrendered settlement acted as a false endpoint. Once fully recorded, it drew the attention northward and was removed from ordinary access. The surrounding county was then made deliberately vague again. Addresses were shortened. Roads were renamed. Boundary lines were broken. Maps were left wrong so the rest of the world could remain unfound. Elias thought of Bellwether's dogs barking from east to west, the shadow crossing the water tower, the pale hand resting on his marker. He had not documented the town. He had presented it. A second drawer contained evacuation files. Most were incomplete. Some towns received weeks of warning. Others were told only that roads would close for forestry work or flooding. Residents who refused to leave were listed as retained within the withdrawal. The most recent folder was labeled L.O. Orn. Elias's hands went cold before he opened it. Inside were property lists, photographs, school rosters, and a map of the Blue House. The settlement had contained 104 people. Its final evacuation began during a winter storm, 35 years earlier. At the top of the departure register was his mother's name, Margaret Vane. Her signature appeared beside an oath. I accept responsibility for removing the surviving coordinate from all fixed records. I will permit no complete address. Permanent residence. Census history. School sequence. Or stable route to remain attached to him. Below it, in different ink, someone had added, "The child remembers too accurately." Elias gripped the table. The sudden moves. The unregistered rentals. The schools left without transcripts. His mother refusing forwarding addresses. Removing labels from their luggage. Tearing return information from letters. She had not been running from a person. She had been making him difficult to locate. At the bottom of the folder lay a birth certificate. His name was typed correctly. Elias Vane. His mother's name appeared beneath it. The date was intact. The physician's signature was legible. Every field connected to place had been left empty. Town of birth, blank. County, blank. Hospital, blank. Residence of mother, blank. Even the space for the state contained no entry. A paperclip held a handwritten note to the certificate. The withdrawal accepted Lorne but rejected the infant. Subject retained memory of the sacrificed location. He must never become geographically complete. Elias remembered his mother kneeling beside a motel bed, cutting their surname from the tags inside his coat. He had thought she was trying to erase him. She had been trying to keep him alive. A low vibration passed through the archive floor. On the central table, the moving map redrew itself. Every town Elias had completed was now black. Thin red lines extended outward from St. Orison County, branching south across Maine. Then beyond the state border, the map was no longer stopping at Morrow. His corrections had connected local parcel data to national systems, highways, census grids, postal routes, and satellite coordinates unfolded across the paper like veins. The blank had failed. From inside the child's bedroom came the soft ringing of silent wind chimes. Elias returned to the doorway. A new document lay on the bed. It was the unfinished Lorne withdrawal ledger. The torn section had been restored. Beneath surviving coordinate, his name had been entered. A second line was writing itself below it. Status, located. The words continued darkening after the pen had stopped moving. Elias watched until the ink sank through the paper and appeared on the blanket beneath it. A thin red line spread from the ledger's edge, crossed the bed, and climbed the blue wallpaper toward the window. Outside the glass, there was no mill. The Blue House stood beyond the room. Snow covered the porch. The crooked chimney released a narrow column of smoke into a colorless sky. Beyond the yard, roads extended through the forest in every direction. their surfaces too smooth and pale to be made of earth. Elias stepped back. The bedroom door slammed behind him. For the first time, he remembered Lorne clearly. Not fragments, not photographs. The whole place returned at once. A church bell that rang beneath the ground. The grocery store with jars of candy behind the counter. Children leaving chalk marks across a road that no vehicle used after sunset. His mother closing curtains whenever red ribbons appeared on the trees. And the winter night, when every house received the same envelope. No stamp, no return address. Inside each was a map of Lorne with one boundary left open. His mother had burned theirs in the kitchen sink. She had packed before dawn, wrapped Elias in 2 coats, and driven south while snow erased their tracks. In the rear window, he had seen figures standing along the road. They were too tall to be people and too narrow to be trees. Their faces were crossed with red lines. Elias staggered against the bed. His obsession had not begun with professional training. Long before he learned coordinate systems or parcel geometry, he had drawn houses, schools, roads, rooms seen from above. His mother destroyed the drawings whenever she found them. He remembered screaming at her once. "You can't make a place disappear if I know where it is." She had slapped him. Then she had held him so tightly he could not breathe. "That is exactly how it disappears," she had whispered. A soft clicking came from the shelf. The wooden animals were turning their heads toward him. Elias opened the box of childhood belongings. Beneath the winter coat lay dozens of drawings. Everyone had been made by him. The earliest showed the blue house. Later drawings added neighboring homes. The store, the church, and the road leading out of Lorne. Dates written in his mother's hand revealed that he had redrawn the town after every move. Bangor, Concord, Albany, Erie. Each version was more accurate. His mother had crossed out roads, removed landmarks, and torn away corners. But Elias had restored them from memory. He had believed he was resisting her attempts to falsify his childhood. He had been rebuilding the route. At the bottom of the box lay a university application essay titled "The Moral Necessity of Accurate Maps." Whole sentences were underlined in red. A place without coordinates is vulnerable to denial. To map something is to confirm that it exists. Nothing should be permitted to remain blank. The handwriting in the margins was not his mother's. It matched the writing on the envelope outside the post office. Elias looked again at the drawings. The thin red annotations had guided him for decades. Suggestions beside school assignments. Corrections in textbooks. Lines appearing overnight on drafts he assumed he had completed while tired. The intelligence beyond the northern measure had not discovered him when he entered St. Orison. It had raised him. It had shaped his fear of uncertainty. Rewarded his need for precision. And directed him toward a profession that transformed memory into coordinates. Every unexplained pressure behind his eyes. Every sleepless night spent correcting an insignificant line. Every physical revulsion at a blank field had been a hand pressing gently against his thoughts. His mother had tried to keep him moving so no address could attach to him. But he had carried the address inside himself. A map began forming across the bedroom wall. Red lines traced the streets of Lorne. Houses emerged from beneath the wallpaper. The church. The store. The school. And the road south appeared in the exact arrangement Elias remembered. Then the map expanded beyond the town. It included Bellwether, Morrow, the highways leading toward Bangor. His digital corrections had not simply completed St. Orison County. They had connected Lorne to every national layer he had ever trusted: postal systems, road networks, property databases, emergency grids, satellite archives. He had given the thing a continuous route from the sacrificed town into the mapped world. The bedroom window darkened. Something stood outside the blue house. Its pale head rose above the second floor. Red lines covered its smooth face, branching and intersecting like roads across a continent. It lifted one long finger and pressed it against the glass. The wall map responded. A red point appeared where Elias stood. Then another point appeared far to the south. His latest registered address in Augusta. Then another. His office. Another. The state geospatial server. The points spread rapidly outward, linking every place where his name had been stored. Elias finally understood what the surviving coordinate meant. Lorne had been erased, but he remained connected to it. He was not merely the town's last resident. He was its unfinished boundary, and the thing outside did not want him dead. It wanted him to close himself. The red points multiplied across the wall. Augusta, Portland, Boston, New York. Every server that had stored Elias's work appeared as a glowing junction connected to Lorne by thin arterial lines. Some extended beyond the room, continuing across the ceiling and under the closed door. The thing outside the window leaned closer. The glass bowed inward without breaking. Elias understood that destroying the paper map would accomplish nothing. His corrections already existed in state databases, cached satellite layers, archived survey files, and automated backups. The route had become redundant, but redundancy was still a kind of structure, and structures could be damaged. He returned to the archive and opened the central ledger. Earlier surveyors had recorded emergency procedures in different hands, each more frantic than the last. Break names from roads, separate residences from owners, allow rivers to cross boundaries without agreement. An error repeated widely becomes uncertainty. At the bottom of one page, someone had added, if the attention acquires a surviving coordinate, the coordinate must be made unresolved before synchronization completes. The archive lights pulsed. From the workstation above came a distant electronic tone. The satellite system was synchronizing automatically. Alias ran. The corridor stretched farther than before. The concrete walls narrowed around him, pressing his shoulders. When he reached the mill floor, the building flickered between ruin and forest. Rusted machinery occupied the same space as spruce trunks. Branches grew through steel rollers without bending. Outside, the red ribbons pointed toward Morrow. The distance collapsed beneath him. One moment he was crossing the mill yard. The next he stood at the edge of the town green. Only 11 buildings remained. The diner had lost its upper floor. Elias's room hung exposed above it for a moment. Bed and dresser suspended in open air, before spruce branches folded over them. Ruth waited beside the county office. "You know what you are now," she said. "The last fixed connection to Lorne. The last one that remembers where it was." Inside, the workstation displayed a synchronization bar, nearly complete. The digital county map had become impossibly detailed. Elias could see residents moving inside their houses, blood beneath skin. Breaths whitening, cold rooms. At the northern edge, the pale figure had crossed from the blue house into Lorne's main road. It was walking south. Elias disconnected the workstation from the network. The synchronization continued. He smashed the receiver, removed its storage drive, and crushed it beneath a survey weight. The bar advanced. "Copies," he said. "Everywhere." Ruth answered. Elias opened the state database and began deleting his survey layers. Bellwether disappeared first. Then the Mill District, Cemetery, Western Parcels, road numbers, wells, bridges, and corrected county lines. With every deletion, physical details returned outside. The post office emerged between trees. The diner's upper floor reappeared. But the digital map regenerated each removed feature from his personal account history. His name remained attached to every revision. The thing had built the route around authorship. Elias opened his professional profile. Home address, office, employee identification, travel logs, educational records, survey certifications. Each entry connected him to a fixed location. He erased them one by one. The system resisted. Fields repopulated. Databases restored older versions. Elias replaced addresses with contradictory towns, reversed coordinates, and entered roads that did not meet. His name began vanishing from the map's junctions. The pale figure slowed. Only one red point remained. Lorne. Elias opened the county's master survey and selected the surviving coordinate. His own name appeared as a parcel. He changed its designation from verified to unresolved. A warning filled the screen. Location required. Elias typed. No permanent address. No confirmed place of origin. No continuous route. Boundary left open. The system demanded a final reference point. He entered the only truth that could not be measured. Wherever I am, remembered incorrectly. Then he deleted the definitive map. Outside. Every silent wind chime rang at once. On the screen, the road from Lorne turned away from Morrow. It curved backward through Elias's childhood moves. Following Bangor, Concord, Albany, Erie, Columbus, Madison, and Duluth, not as connected locations, but as contradictory memories. The pale figure followed. One by one, the towns detached from the road. Ruth reached for Elias, but her hand passed through his sleeve. His outline had begun to blur. "What happens now?" she whispered. Elias looked at the county map. St. Orison was reopening. Roads lost names. Parcel lines broke. Morrow returned to uncertainty. Only Elias remained sharply drawn. He watched the red boundary close around him. "I become the place it cannot finish," he said. Then the map folded inward. And every record of where Elias Vane had ever stood went blank. By morning, St. Orison County had returned to the map. The State Geospatial Office received a clean transmission shortly before dawn. Roads, rivers, municipal parcels, and population centers appeared where they belonged. Bellwether was listed again, with 19 houses, a closed school, and a white water tower bearing its name in black letters. The paper mill stood beside the river. The cemetery occupied its old hillside. Morrow's post office had all its walls. Only the county's northern boundary remained unfinished. Every attempt to close it produced a different result. Sometimes the line curved east toward Canada. Sometimes it doubled backward through the forest. Once, it ended in the middle of a blank white field that no satellite image could identify. Eventually, officials marked the discrepancy as a persistent survey limitation and stopped trying to correct it. No one in Augusta remembered assigning Elias Vane to the project. His employee record still existed. It contained his qualifications: salary, history, performance reviews, and 21 years of completed surveys. His supervisor, Miriam Huxley, recognized his name immediately. She remembered arguing with him over field procedures and approving his equipment requests. But when asked where Elias's desk had been, she pointed to 3 different rooms. None had ever contained a desk. His personnel photograph showed him standing against a blank gray background. Earlier copies had once included office walls, filing cabinets, or conference rooms. Now every image stopped at the edge of his body. The same thing occurred in childhood photographs. Elias appeared at 7, 11, and 15 years old, always sharply visible, while everything behind him had faded into empty whiteness. His mother remained beside him in several pictures, her hand gripping his shoulder. But there was no house, street, motel, or landscape around them. No one could identify where the photographs had been taken. School records listed his grades, but not the school's. Employment forms preserved dates without offices. Tax documents showed income without jurisdiction. His driver's license contained a number, a signature, and an expiration date. But the address field was blank. When databases attempted to fill the missing information automatically, they generated contradictions. He had lived in Bangor and had never entered Maine. He had graduated in Albany from a university in Ohio. He had rented the same apartment in Augusta, Duluth, and a town that did not exist. The contradictions spread until no system could determine which records were false. People still remembered Elias. They remembered his voice, his habit of aligning papers with the edge of a desk, the way he rubbed 2 fingers against his right temple when something did not fit. Ruth Calder remembered him standing in the county office, deleting roads while the forest pressed against the windows. But when she tried to remember where she had first met him, the scene lost its edges. Sometimes it was Morrow's Green, sometimes the Red Church, sometimes a motel corridor from her childhood. Though she had never left St. Orison, she remembered him saying, "A boundary that doesn't close isn't a boundary." She also remembered him replying, "Then let it remain kind." Both memories felt true. Years passed. The people of St. Orison returned to incomplete habits. New homes were given numbers that skipped without pattern. Roads changed names at bridges. Children were taught never to draw the county's northern edge. Local maps preserved gaps wide enough for uncertainty to breathe through. Every generation was told that an incorrect map was not always a mistake. Satellite images occasionally showed a road beneath the northern forest. It never appeared in the same place twice. Survey crews sent to investigate returned with conflicting mileages and photographs of trees whose shadows pointed toward different suns. No town was sacrificed again. Yet Elias continued appearing where measurements failed. His initials surfaced in corrupted property files. His handwriting appeared in the margins of revised atlases. Surveyors sometimes found red ribbons tied around instruments they had calibrated themselves. The ribbons always led away from completed lines. In Washington, a new edition of the National Atlas was prepared. During indexing, an editor discovered an entry that did not correspond to any geographic feature. Vain. Alias. There was no town. Mountain. River. Road. Or historical site by that name. The editor searched every source database and found thousands of records confirming that Elias Vane had existed. None indicated where. She attempted to delete the entry. It returned each night. Finally, she left it in the index and moved on. In the published atlas, between Valley County and Vantage Point, the name remained. Beside every other entry was a page number. Beside Elias Vane was a small, unfinished red line. Maps promise that the world can be contained by names, numbers, and borders. Elias believed precision protected reality, only to discover that uncertainty was the only shelter some places possessed. Perhaps not every blank space asks to be filled. Some omissions are wounds, some are warnings, and some are doors kept open so that nothing can close around us. If proving exactly where you belonged meant allowing something else to find you, how much of yourself would you be willing to leave unmapped? Story 2. The first thing Martha Reed noticed about Hollowbell Farm was that no birds settled on its roof. They circled above the chimneys in the pale November light. Rooks, mostly. Black as soot shaken from a grate. But each time one dipped toward the slates, it veered away. The farmhouse stood beyond flooded fields. Its stone walls, the color of old teeth. Its windows narrow and watchful. Behind it, the land climbed into heather and mist. In front, rows of winter wheat lay impossibly green. Martha watched from the passenger seat of Caleb Bell's Land Rover and told herself the birds disliked the smoke. "You'll be comfortable enough," Caleb said. "We've made up the east room." He was broad, red-haired, and carefully polite. Since collecting her from Thirsk Station, he had spoken only of practical matters: the weather, the lanes, the unreliability of the village doctor. He had not once mentioned the woman in labor. "How far along is she?" Martha asked. "Far enough." "That is not a measurement." His jaw tightened. Contractions started before dawn. "My sister knows the signs." Martha looked again at the wheat. Every neighboring field had been plowed dark for winter. Hollowbell's crop stood knee-high, shining with rain. She had been retired for 6 years. Her knees disliked stairs. Her hands cramped in cold weather. And she no longer trusted the quick arithmetic of emergencies. Yet when Caleb's letter arrived, written in a neat hand, offering more money than a sensible family would pay, she had answered before allowing herself to think. The envelope had contained no telephone number. At the farmyard gate, A bell hung from an ashwood frame. It was large enough for a chapel, but there was no rope attached to its tongue. Green corrosion stained the metal. As the Land Rover passed beneath it, Martha felt a faint vibration through the glass, as though the bell had sounded somewhere too low for the ear. What was it used for, she asked. Calling people home. 3 women waited beneath the porch. One was elderly and straight-backed, with iron gray hair pinned tightly behind her head. Another, younger and heavy with pregnancy, leaned against the doorframe without making a sound. The third held a basin of steaming water. The pregnant woman's face was waxen. Sweat darkened her nightdress. Her belly hardened as Martha approached, but she neither groaned nor drew a sharp breath. Only her hands moved, tightening around the doorframe. "This is Ruth," Caleb said. "My wife." Martha introduced herself. Ruth nodded. "You can make noise," Martha told her gently. "There's no prize for suffering quietly." The old woman's eyes shifted toward Caleb. Ruth attempted to smile. "I know." Inside, peat burned in a wide black range. Dried herbs hung from beams, and bundles of wheat had been tied above every doorway with red thread. The entrance hall ended at a narrow oak door secured by 3 iron bolts. Ruth stopped looking at Martha. She looked at that door, even as another contraction took hold. Even as Martha guided her toward the stairs, Ruth's eyes remained fixed on the bolted oak as if someone behind it were speaking. "Which room is that?" Martha asked. Caleb moved between her and the door. "Nothing you'll need. Upstairs." The birthing room had been prepared with unsettling precision. Clean sheets, boiled instruments, towels folded by size. A wooden cradle stood beside the bed, lined with white wool. On its pillow lay a strip of red ribbon tied into a perfect circle. Martha picked it up. It was warm. Ruth climbed onto the bed. Her breathing remained shallow and controlled. No cry escaped her, though the muscles in her neck stood out like cords. Martha reached for her wrist to count the pulse. Around it was a dark purple bruise. A complete ring. Not finger marks. Not rope burn. A band no wider than a newborn's bracelet. Ruth saw Martha staring and pulled her hand away. "It comes before," she whispered. "Before what?" From somewhere below the floorboards came a soft metallic movement. A chain being drawn slowly over the mouth of a well. Ruth turned her face toward the wall. "Before they take the crying." Martha waited until the sound beneath the floor had stopped before she asked Ruth to lie back. The woman obeyed without protest. That troubled Martha more than pain usually did. In labor, even the mildest patient became particular about pillows. Hands. Light. Who stood too close? Ruth accepted every instruction as though the room belonged to someone else. Martha checked the baby's position, listened through her fetoscope, and counted the heartbeat twice. Strong, regular, a little fast, but not dangerously so. "Has there been bleeding?" Ruth shook her head. "Fluid? Not yet." "When were you last examined?" "Never." Martha looked toward Caleb, who stood near the window with his shoulders turned away. "Not by a doctor, not by a midwife. My mother delivered me here," Ruth said. "Agnes delivered Caleb. It is how things are done." The older woman from the porch entered carrying folded linen. Agnes Bell. Martha assumed. She placed the linen beside the basin and watched Martha's hands. Things were done many ways once, Martha said. That doesn't make them wise. Agnes's mouth tightened. And modern ways never killed a child? The room seemed to contract around the question. Martha kept her eyes on Ruth's abdomen. All childbirth carries risk. It was the answer she had given at reviews, staff meetings, and once beneath fluorescent lights to a mother who would not stop asking why nobody had come when she rang. The memory arrived without invitation. A summer night at St. Jude's maternity unit. 29 years earlier. A ward short of staff. 2 emergencies at once. A young woman named Helen Henshaw calling from behind a curtain, saying the pressure felt wrong. Martha had told her to breathe and wait. By the time Martha returned, the cord had prolapsed. She remembered the infant's skin, pale beneath the warming lamp. She remembered one weak movement of the mouth. She remembered writing transferred in a box where deceased should have been entered because the consultant had not yet signed. Because the mother had been sedated. Because paperwork could be corrected in the morning. It was not corrected. But no real harm came from a word on a page. The child had already been beyond saving. The record had merely spared the unit an inquiry during a winter when 3 wards were threatened with closure. That was what Martha had told herself for nearly 3 decades. Ruth's hand closed suddenly around her wrist. "Who is Clara?" she asked. Martha pulled free so quickly that the fetoscope struck the bed frame. "What did you say?" Ruth blinked. "Nothing. You said a name." "I didn't." Agnes smoothed the linen. Caleb continued staring through the rain-dark window. Martha felt heat gather beneath her collar. Clara had not been the mother's name. Clara had been the name written on the newborn wristband. She packed the instrument away. "You need rest. I'll examine you again in an hour." Agnes showed her to the east room without speaking. It was narrow and cold. With a brass bedstead and wallpaper patterned with faded bluebells, Martha set her case on a chair. From it, she removed the oldest thing she had brought, a brown delivery ledger. Its corners softened by years of handling. She had told herself it was professional habit, a private record of difficult births, unusual presentations, decisions made under pressure. In truth, she carried it because leaving it at home felt like abandoning evidence. She placed it inside her travel bag and fastened the clasp. The house settled around her after midnight. Pipes clicked. Wind pressed rain against the glass. Somewhere below, a door opened and closed. Then a baby began to cry. It was faint at first, muffled by earth or stone, but unmistakable. The thin, rising complaint of a newborn searching for breath. Martha sat upright. The cry continued beneath the floorboards. She crossed the room and knelt, pressing her palm to the rug. Cold seeped through the weave. The sound sharpened, joined by a second cry. Then a third. Her hand went to the bag, the instant her fingers touched the ledger. Every infant fell silent. Martha withdrew her hand. The crying returned, slowly, scarcely breathing. She touched the cover again. Silence. Then, from inside the closed ledger, something scratched once against the page where Clara Henshaw's name had been written. The scratching came again. Deliberate. From between the closed pages. Martha did not open the ledger. She remained kneeling beside the travel bag, one hand resting on the cover while the house held its breath around her. The crying beneath the floor had stopped entirely. In its place came 3 soft taps from somewhere inside the book, evenly spaced, like the testing of a tiny fingernail. Then Ruth screamed. The sound tore through the farmhouse so suddenly that Martha nearly overturned the chair as she rose. She snatched up her case and hurried into the passage. Caleb was on the stairs, barefoot, his face drained of color. "It started properly," he said. "No," Martha replied, hearing another cry from the room below. "It started hours ago. You waited." Ruth was doubled over beside the bed when Martha entered. Her waters had broken across the floorboards. Agnes stood behind her with both hands pressed to Ruth's shoulders, murmuring words too low to understand. Martha took control because taking control was what her body remembered. She ordered clean cloths, more hot water, better light. She checked Ruth and found the labor advancing with alarming speed. The baby's head was descending. "Listen to me," Martha said. "When the pressure comes, you bear down. Between pains, you breathe." Ruth nodded. Teeth clenched. The bruise around her wrist had darkened until it looked almost black. Another contraction seized her. She pushed without making a sound. "You can cry out," Martha told her. Agnes answered from the foot of the bed. "She mustn't." Martha looked up. "Why? It does no good here." The baby came before Martha could demand more. One moment there was only strain, blood, and Ruth's rigid silence. The next, a child slid into Martha's waiting hands with the startling weight she had never forgotten. A girl, full term, well-formed. Martha cleared the mouth and nose, rubbed the small back, and waited for the first cry. The infant opened her mouth. Nothing came out. Her chest moved. Her color improved from blue-gray to flushed pink. Her heart beat strongly beneath Martha's fingertips. She opened her mouth again. Veter, face tightening with the effort of a scream. The room remained silent. Martha rubbed harder. "Come on," she whispered. "Breathe for me." "She is breathing," Agnes said. "A child should cry. Not one born here." Martha barely heard her. She checked the airway again, searching for obstruction. Mucus, deformity, anything that belonged to the world she understood. There was nothing. The baby's lungs expanded. Her lips trembled around a cry that existed only in her body. Then a thin wail rose beneath the floor. It came from far below the farmhouse, blurred by stone and depth, but matched the infant's silent movements exactly. When the baby's mouth closed, the distant cry stopped. When it opened again, the sound below resumed. Martha's hands went cold. Caleb crossed himself. Ruth began to weep without noise. "Give her to me," she said. Martha wrapped the child and placed her against Ruth's chest. For a few moments, the baby settled. Her tiny fingers opened and closed against the nightdress. A dark line appeared around her left wrist. Martha leaned closer. The mark deepened as she watched, purple spreading beneath the skin in a perfect ring. no wider than a hospital identification band. No, Martha said. Agnes tied a length of red thread above the bruise. The baby's eyes opened. Newborns did not focus well. Martha knew that. Their movements were reflex. Their gaze vague and unsteady. Yet the child turned her head toward the bedroom door with such concentration that everyone in the room followed her stare. Beyond the threshold lay the landing and below it, the hall with the bolted oak door. Caleb moved the cradle to the opposite side of the bed. When Ruth placed the child inside, the baby twisted toward the door again. He turned the cradle so its hood blocked the view. The infant turned until her cheek pressed against the mattress. Agnes carried her to the window. Still. The head rotated toward the hallway. Muscle spasm, Martha said. Though the words felt brittle in her mouth, she lifted the child herself and faced her toward the wall. Slowly, impossibly, the baby turned back. From downstairs came the grinding of iron bolts being drawn one after another. The child smiled, and through her open, silent mouth, the crying below shaped itself into a single word. Clara. For several seconds, no one moved. The word seemed to remain in the room after the cry had ended, hanging in the air like breath on glass. Martha looked at Ruth. Did you hear that? Ruth had turned her face toward the wall. Caleb stood beside the cradle with one hand over his mouth. Only Agnes appeared composed. She retied the red thread around the baby's wrist, tightening it just above the bruise. Newborns make noises, Martha said. Air moves strangely after delivery. Fluid in the lungs can distort sound. Agnes glanced at her. The child made no sound. The sound carried through the pipes. There are no pipes beneath this room. Martha ignored her. She checked the infant again, pulse strong. Skin warm. Breathing regular. No obstruction. No weakness. Nothing that explained the silence. Temporary respiratory trauma, Martha said. She may vocalize once the airway has fully cleared. Caleb lowered his hand. And the name? Coincidence. The word convinced no one. Least of all Martha. By morning, news of the birth had traveled across the valley without telephone, messenger, or vehicle. Families began arriving from the nearby settlement in ones and twos, bringing bread, boiled eggs, jars of preserves, and bundles of green wheat tied with red thread. Martha watched from the kitchen as they entered. Every adult stopped first at the bolted oak door. Some touched the wood. Others bowed their heads. None spoke above a murmur until they had passed it. A woman named Elsie Ward came with 2 sons, both under 10. Neither child spoke. They communicated with glances and quick movements of their hands. Were they ill at birth? Martha asked. Elsie studied her as if the question were improper. They were born here. Did they cry? No. Not at all? Not where we could hear. A shepherd called Peter Voss brought his daughter. A thin girl of perhaps 12. She had the same purple ring around her wrist, faded now to a brown shadow. Martha asked him the same questions. The same answers followed. By noon, she had spoken to 7 parents. Every child delivered at Hollow Bell Farm had entered the world breathing, healthy, and entirely silent. Some learned to speak years later, though their voices remained faint. Others never produced a sound. Congenital damage. Martha told Caleb after the visitors left. Environmental exposure. Perhaps. Something in the water. Caleb stood at the scullery sink washing blood from the delivery cloths. You know that isn't true. I know nothing until there are examinations. You heard the well. Martha stared at the red water circling the drain. I heard something beneath an old house. A violent movement sounded overhead. Ruth shouted, not in pain, but alarm. Martha reached the birthing room first. The cradle was empty. The baby lay near the threshold, still wrapped in white wool. She had somehow worked herself across nearly 6 feet of floorboards. Her head faced the stairs. Ruth knelt beside her. I only looked away. The child's mouth opened. Her face contracted with such force that the skin around her eyes reddened. Her back arched. Tiny fists beat against the blanket. No sound came from her. But beneath the farmhouse, an infant shrieked. The noise was no longer distant. It rose through the walls, through the floor, through the iron bed frame. Martha felt it in her teeth. The baby screamed silently again. The cry below answered. Then another infant joined it, and another. Within moments, dozens of newborn voices wailed beneath the room, layered together in hunger, pain, and terror. The floorboards vibrated under Martha's knees. Ruth gathered the child to her chest. The baby did not calm. Her eyes remained fixed toward the stairs. Agnes entered carrying a small iron key. It has heard the others, she said. What others? Martha demanded. Agnes looked toward the floor. The ones who were never given back. The crying stopped all at once. From downstairs came the scrape of the final bolt being withdrawn. Martha ran into the hall. The oak door stood open. Beyond it, stone steps descended into darkness. At their foot, a black well occupied the center of a chamber, its mouth crossed by an iron chain. A child's cry rose from below. This time, it was not Clara's name. It was Martha's. Martha did not wait for anyone to answer her. She seized her coat from the peg beside the kitchen door, pushed her feet into damp shoes, and took the medical case from beneath the table. Ruth called after her from upstairs. But the baby's silent convulsions continued, each one answered by a cry from the well. I'm getting a doctor, Martha said. Caleb blocked the doorway. You won't find one. Then I'll find a telephone. There isn't one working. There was a public box at the crossroads. Caleb's expression changed, not surprise, but resignation. There is no crossroads from here. Martha shoved past him. Rain had thinned to a gray mist. The green wheat bent beneath the wind. Every stalk leaning toward the farmhouse as though listening. Martha climbed into the Land Rover, found the keys still in the ignition, and drove through the gate beneath the ropeless bell. The lane descended between dry stone walls. She remembered it clearly from the previous day, a narrow bend beside a hawthorn. Then a cattle grid. Then the fork toward the village. She reached the hawthorn, then the cattle grid. Then Hollow Bell Farm appeared ahead of her. Martha stopped so abruptly that the case slid from the passenger seat. For a moment, she believed she had taken a wrong turning. She reversed, drove back past the gate and chose the first track leading west. The track narrowed between black hedges. Mist closed around the windscreen. She passed a collapsed sheep shelter, then a dead fox lying beside the ditch with red thread knotted around one foreleg. 5 minutes later, the farmhouse rose from the fog again. Martha tried a third road, then a fourth. Each lane curved differently. One climbed toward moorland. Another descended between flooded fields. A third crossed a stone bridge over a stream she had never seen. All returned to the same rusted gate. On her final attempt, the large bell above it moved. There was still no rope. Its iron tongue swung once and struck the metal. Martha heard nothing. Yet pain burst behind her eyes. The Land Rover engine died. Across the yard, Caleb stood waiting without a coat, rain darkening his shirt. He opened the passenger door. "You knew," Martha said. "I hoped the roads might let you go. Roads do not decide things. Not usually." He carried her case inside. Martha followed because the cold had entered her hands and because the gate behind them had vanished into mist. In the kitchen, Agnes poured tea as though nothing had happened. Martha knocked the cup away. It shattered against the hearth. "Why did you send for me?" Caleb looked toward the ceiling. Above them, floorboards creaked as Ruth crossed the birthing room. "We did not send for a midwife at random," he said. He opened a drawer beneath the dresser and removed a leather-bound register. Its cover was cracked, its pages swollen with age. Inside were columns of names. Hospitals, parishes, birth dates, and outcomes. Some entries were centuries old, copied from church books. Others had been typed, clipped from newspapers, or written in recent blue ink. Caleb turned to a marked page. Martha saw her own name. Beside it was St. Jude's Maternity Unit, followed by the date of Clara Henshaw's birth. Under the column headed Outcome, someone had written, "Survived, record disputed." Martha's mouth dried. "Where did you get this?" "From the families who keep account." "Of what?" "Children who were lost, but not properly named as dead. Infants buried under another word. Stillborn called transferred. Neglect called complication. Death called uncertainty." Martha gripped the table. Claudadate. Caleb's gaze did not leave hers. "Then, why did you write that she lived?" A soft movement came from the doorway. Ruth stood there, holding her daughter. The infant's face was calm now. Her bruised wrist rested against the white blanket. She looked directly at Martha and began moving her lips. Not Clara. A different name. Martha knew it from the mother's unanswered letters, from the wristband she had hidden beneath old forms, from the memory she had stripped down until only a surname remained. The baby shaped it again. Eleanor. From the well below, a woman began to sob. The sobbing beneath the kitchen floor continued after the baby closed her mouth. It was not the thin cry of an infant. It belonged to a grown woman trying not to be heard. Martha stared at Ruth's daughter. "Eleanor," she whispered. Helen Henshaw had used her middle name on the ward. Everyone had called her Helen, but the complaint letters sent afterward had been signed Eleanor Helen Henshaw in a narrow, slanting hand. Martha had returned every one unopened. Agnes lifted the iron key from her apron pocket. The crying below ceased. "You know where you must go." she said. The oak door at the end of the hall stood closed again, though Martha had seen it open less than an hour earlier. 3 bolts crossed its surface. The wood bore hundreds of scratches at waist height. Shallow lines arranged in groups of 5. Caleb drew back the bolts. He did not touch the handle. Martha took the key from Agnes. It was warm enough to hurt. You brought me here to open this room. No, Agnes said. You brought yourself here when you altered the book. Martha inserted the key. The lock turned with a softness that felt rehearsed. Beyond the door, narrow stone steps descended. But they did not lead directly to the well chamber she had glimpsed. After several yards, the passage divided. The left-hand way sloped downward toward the smell of wet iron. The right ended at a painted nursery door. Bluebells covered it. The same faded flowers patterned the walls of Martha's bedroom. She pushed it open. Cold air breathed across her face. The room was larger than the farmhouse should have allowed. Its ceiling disappeared into shadow, and rows of wooden cradles extended beyond the reach of Caleb's lamp. Some were finely carved. Others were rough boxes mounted on rockers. Dust covered them unevenly, as though certain cradles had been disturbed more recently. Copper tubes descended from the ceiling above each one. They curved like the speaking tubes once used in large houses, except their bell-shaped mouths pointed downward into the empty bedding. The opposite ends vanished through the stone wall toward the well. Martha approached the nearest cradle. Inside lay a small bracelet made from waxed card. The writing had faded, but she could still read the name of a boy born in 1951. Beneath it was another bracelet, and another, layered like pale bones. Every cradle held them. Hundreds of hospital bands, parish tags, strips of linen embroidered with initials, modern plastic bracelets printed with names, dates, and ward numbers. Red thread had been tied around each one. The threads gathered beneath the cradles and passed through drilled holes in the floorboards. Martha knelt and lifted one strand. It tightened in her fingers. Far below, a baby whimpered. She released it. The sound stopped. They listened through these, Caleb said behind her. Martha looked at the copper tubes. Who does? He did not answer. She moved deeper into the nursery. The cradles became older as she went, their wood blackened by age. One contained a bundle of straw shaped roughly like an infant. Another held tiny shoes, stiff with mud. Then she saw the blanket. White wool with 2 narrow green stripes. St. Jude's maternity unit had used them for premature infants during the winter. Clara Henshaw was born. Martha remembered complaining that they were too coarse for newborn skin. The blanket lay folded inside a cradle marked with fresh red thread. She reached toward it, but her hand stopped before contact. A brown stain darkened one corner. Embroidered beside it were the letters C. H. That cannot be here. Martha unfolded the blanket. Something small rolled from its center and struck the wood. A hospital identification bracelet. The name printed on it was Clara Henshaw. The outcome box had been altered in blue ink. The original word remained visible beneath the correction. Deceased. Martha stepped back, striking one of the copper tubes. Every cradle began to rock. Not violently, gently, patiently. From beneath the floor came the creak of hundreds of unseen chains tightening at once. At the far end of the nursery, where the darkness should have ended, A final cradle moved without red thread attached to it. Martha raised Caleb's lamp. The cradle was not empty. Inside lay an old woman wearing Martha's clothes. Her wrists bruised in perfect purple rings. The woman opened her eyes. "You still haven't written my name," she said. The old woman in the cradle had Martha's face, but not the face she saw each morning. This one was looser, grayer. The mouth sunken as if it had spent years without speaking. The purple rings around her wrists were nearly black. When she lifted one hand, the cradle rocked beneath her weight. Though the wood gave no creak, "You still haven't written my name," she said again. Martha stepped backward. Caleb's lamp shook in her grip. "Who are you?" The woman smiled with exhausted pity. "The part of you that was entered nowhere." Then the lamp flame bent sideways. The cradle was empty. Only Martha's coat lay inside, neatly folded, although she was still wearing it. Caleb caught her elbow before she fell. "Don't touch anything else." She pulled free. "You knew this was here." "I knew there were records." "Records of what?" He led her past the final row of cradles to a narrow cabinet built into the stone wall. Its doors were covered in names scratched so densely that the wood felt furred beneath Martha's fingertips. Agnes's iron key opened this lock as well. Inside were ledgers wrapped in oilcloth. The oldest had vellum pages and entries made by parish priests. Later volumes contained hospital forms, coroner's summaries, newspaper cuttings, letters from bereaved parents, and carbon copies of complaints that had never received replies. Each child had been given a separate page. Some had been recorded as stillborn when witnesses swore they had breathed. Others had died during unreported home deliveries. Several had been buried without names. A few, like Clara, had officially survived despite leaving no trace beyond the room in which they were born. Beside every entry was a red mark shaped like a ring. "How long has your family collected these?" Martha asked. "Since before the farm had stone walls," Caleb said. "At first they came from churches, then registrars, hospitals, undertakers. People talk when a record does not match a grave." Martha turned pages faster. The bells had tracked errors. No institution wanted corrected. Infants misplaced between wards. Twins recorded as one birth. Newborn deaths hidden to protect reputations. Inheritances. Marriages. Careers. Every denial had been copied. Every euphemism preserved. Not dead. Transferred. Unviable. Discharged. Outcome uncertain. The words seemed to repeat until they lost all meaning. Then Martha found St. Jude's. A file had been sewn into the ledger with red thread. Inside lay photocopies of staffing rotas, neonatal notes, and 4 letters from Eleanor Henshaw. The envelopes bore Martha's name. Across each one, in her own handwriting, were the words "Return to sender." Her throat tightened. "I never opened these. That is why they are here," Caleb said. The final document was the transfer form Martha had completed. It named no receiving hospital. The ambulance number belonged to a vehicle decommissioned 2 years earlier. Her signature occupied the bottom of the page, upright and confident. Beneath it, someone had written, "A surviving child must have somewhere to survive." A small paper packet had been fixed to the next page. Martha opened it. Inside was a newborn wristband, older and softer than the one in the cradle. The card had yellowed where sweat had soaked into it. A rust-colored smear crossed the fastening hole. Clara Eleanor Henshaw. The second name struck Martha harder than the first. The band in the cradle had been the ward duplicate, the one tied to the bassinet. This was the band Martha had cut from Clara's wrist after the resuscitation failed. She remembered slipping it into her uniform pocket. She remembered telling herself she would attach it to the correct form later. She remembered burning that uniform in the garden behind her house. "No," she whispered. The bracelet tightened around her fingers. From the copper tubes overhead came a faint, wet inhalation. Caleb moved toward the door. "You have crossed far enough." But the ledgers had begun opening by themselves. Page after page turned in the cold air until every volume stopped at Clara's entry. Across the nursery, the empty cradle ceased rocking. One copper mouth lowered from the ceiling until it hovered beside Martha's ear. A woman spoke through it in Eleanor Henshaw's voice. "You did not lose my daughter," she said. "You kept her alive where no one could find her." The floor split along the red threads. Below the nursery, something wearing hundreds of hospital bracelets began to climb. The first hand appeared between the broken floorboards. It was no larger than a newborn's. But too many wrists followed it. Pale arms pushed through the gap, each encircled by a different hospital band paper. Linen, cracked plastic, faded ink. They did not belong to a single body. They twisted around one another like roots searching for air. Martha staggered away from the opening. The copper tubes began to hum, not with one voice, but with hundreds of trapped breaths gathering behind closed mouths. Caleb seized Martha's arm and pulled her toward the nursery door. Agnes stood in the passage beyond it, blocking their way. She held no lamp, yet her face was clearly visible in the dimness. "You have shown her enough," Caleb said. "Not yet," Agnes replied. "She still believes this began with us." The floorboards buckled again. Agnes stepped into the nursery and placed one hand upon the nearest cradle. It stopped rocking. "Our first field failed 300 years ago," she said. "Rain drowned the barley. Frost killed what survived. Children went hungry before their mothers could feed them." Martha stared at the reaching hands. "So your family murdered infants?" "No." Agnes's answer was immediate. "We gave away what announced them." She explained it without pride and without apology. The Bell's ancestors had gone to the well during a famine and bargained with something beneath the limestone. The land would never fail while every child born at Hollow Bell surrendered its first cry. The infants would live. The wheat would rise in winter. No household in the valley would starve. The agreement had appeared merciful, but a cry could not be destroyed. It traveled down the copper throats, through the chain, and into the well, where it remained alive without lungs, body, or name, year by year. The voices collected. At first they were only noise, Agnes said. Then they began repeating what the dying mothers said. Names, accusations, prayers. The well learned to distinguish one child from another. It learned that some deaths were acknowledged, given graves and dates and mourning. Those voices weakened with time. Others remained strong. the unnamed, the misrecorded, the infants hidden behind language that protected the living. They gathered to make themselves a body, Caleb said quietly. Agnes looked at him. A speaker. The hands below the floor tightened around the red threads. Martha thought of the impossible green wheat bending toward the farmhouse. Every stalk was nourished by a silence someone had chosen. The child Ruth delivered. Martha said, has a body. Agnes answered, the well has the voices. You intended this. We delayed it. Agnes walked toward the cradle containing the St. Jude's blanket. Every generation. The thing below tried to join itself to one of ours. We kept it divided by preserving the records. A voice can be held apart if the world agrees on whether its owner lived or died. She touched Clara's duplicate wristband. But your record created a contradiction. Martha felt the room tilt. Clara was dead in memory. Dead in her mother's letters. Dead in the stain on the blanket, alive in the official ledger. Her cry belonged to neither side. For 29 years. Agnes continued. The well could hear her, but could not take her. She remained between the living child you invented and the dead child you concealed. The name Clara whispered through every copper tube. Then Eleanor, then Martha. The other voices gathered around hers. Agnes said, a child denied death became the center of all children denied recognition. Martha looked at Ruth's daughter in the doorway. The infant was awake in her mother's arms. Her eyes were fixed upon Martha. Her mouth opened and closed as though practicing the shape of speech. What does it need from me? Agnes's expression softened. And that frightened Martha more than cruelty would have. Not blood, not punishment. The hands beneath the floor withdrew. For one hopeful second, the nursery became still. Then a sound traveled upward through the tubes, the rustle of paper, followed by the scratch of a pen. It needs the record corrected by the person who made it false. Agnes said, you must say Clara died. You must say why. You must speak the name you removed and claim the choice that removed it. And then the voices are released? Agnes looked toward the farmhouse above them. Where winter wheat pressed green against the windows, they will be given a mouth. Martha understood. The bells had not summoned her to stop the birth. They had summoned her to complete it. From the passage, Ruth's baby began to smile. When she opened her mouth, every empty cradle spoke through her at once. Tell us how we died. The nursery waited. Every copper tube remained lowered toward Martha. And Ruth's child lay smiling in her mother's arms with hundreds of voices held behind one small mouth. Tell us how we died. The words were not loud. They did not need to be. Martha looked at the ledgers, at Clara's wristband, at the green wheat trembling against the high window. For 29 years, she had believed silence was something passive, a gap, an absence, a place where damage could fade if no one entered it. Now silence had a body. Caleb set a sheet of paper on the cabinet. Beside it, he placed a fountain pen and the iron key. You can still refuse, he said. Agnes turned on him. Do not pretend refusal is mercy. If she refuses, the child remains as she is. For how long? Caleb did not answer. Martha understood the bargain. Ruth's daughter would continue breathing and growing. But the voices beneath the farm would keep reaching for her. Every silent scream would descend into the well until there was no child left apart from them. "And if I confess?" Martha asked. Agnes looked toward the stone passage. "The chain may be broken. Maybe. The well keeps old meanings. It does not explain them." Martha picked up the pen. Her hand would not close around it. She imagined the inquiry that should have followed Clara's death. The dismissal. Eleanor standing in a hearing room while Martha's colleagues avoided her eyes. She imagined losing the pension she had earned and the commendation still hanging above her mantle. A respectable career. That phrase had been spoken at her retirement dinner. 38 years of service. Hundreds of safe deliveries. Generations of families who remembered her hands as the first to hold their children. She had spent all those years placing good births around one dead infant as if enough life could conceal a death. Martha gripped the pen. "My name is Martha Reed," she began. The copper tubes shivered. "I was the attending midwife when Clara Eleanor Henshaw was born at St. Jude's maternity unit." The infant stopped smiling. Martha wrote as she spoke. She described Eleanor's repeated calls. The delayed examination. The prolapsed cord. And the resuscitation that failed. She did not blame staffing. Fatigue? Or the consultant who had left the ward. "I heard her mother," Martha said. "I chose not to return quickly enough." A sob rose through one of the tubes. "I recorded Clara as transferred because I feared investigation. I created documents to make the transfer appear possible. I returned her mother's letters unopened." Her handwriting grew larger and less steady. Clara did not survive. The farmhouse groaned. Outside. The winter wheat flattened in a widening circle. Martha signed the confession. Clara's wristband loosened from her fingers and fell onto the page. The red thread attached to it drew itself toward the nursery floor. Sliding through the crack where the many hands had vanished, Agnes gave Martha the iron key. The chain. They descended the left-hand passage. The well chamber smelled of wet stone, mill, and rust. An iron chain crossed the black opening and passed through a locking wheel fixed to the wall. Thousands of red threads had been knotted along its links. Ruth stood behind Martha with the infant against her chest. "Will this free her?" Ruth asked. Martha looked at the child. "It will end what I began." She inserted the key. The wheel unlocked. Martha pulled the chain until her palms split against the rust. The links rose from the well-dripping black water. With every length she dragged free. An infant cried below. Caleb brought down an axe. One blow cracked the oldest link. The second broke it. The chain fell. The cries stopped. Martha closed her eyes, waiting to hear them rise through the farmhouse and scatter into the fields. Instead, the well inhaled. Every red thread snapped taut. The trapped voices surged upward in a single, invisible force. Striking Ruth against the wall, Martha reached for the baby. But the child's mouth opened. The cries entered her. Hundreds at once. Her small body arched in Martha's hands as every unnamed child in the valley found the same lungs. Then the baby looked up with eyes suddenly far older than birth. In Clara's voice, she said, "Now write what happens to you." For the first time in living memory, Hollow Bell Farm heard a newborn cry above the ground. The sound that came from Ruth's daughter was too large for her body. It passed through Martha's hands and rattled the copper tubes in the nursery. It shook dust from the beams, opened every empty cradle. and sent cracks racing across the stone walls. One infant cried for hunger. Another cried from cold. Others cried because no one had lifted them. Because no one had believed their mothers. Because a signature had changed death into transfer. Error into uncertainty. Absence into survival. Beneath them all, Clara screamed. Martha held the child while the voices moved through her in waves. Ruth tried to take her. But each time she approached, the baby's head turned toward Martha. "Now write what happens to you," Clara's voice had said. Martha understood that confession had not been payment. It had been permission. Outside, something swept across the fields. The winter wheat lost its color in a single breath. Green drained from the stalks, leaving them gray and brittle. The unnatural crop bowed toward the earth, and the sound of its collapse traveled over the valley like steady rain. From distant houses came answering cries, one after another. Children born at Hollow Bell found their voices. Some were infants still in their cradles. Others were old enough to walk, read, or work the surrounding farms. A boy who had never spoken shouted for his mother. Elsie Ward's sons began sobbing so violently that their father carried them into the yard. Peter Voss's daughter opened her mouth and released the thin, furious wail. She had been denied at birth. The valley filled with the noise of beginnings delayed for years. Agnes sank onto the stone steps. "It is finished," Caleb whispered. "No," Martha said. Ruth's daughter had stopped crying. She rested quietly in Martha's arms while the voices continued elsewhere beneath the floor. Across the fields. Inside the walls. Her eyes followed movements no newborn should have been able to see. Then she reached for the broken chain. The red threads lifted from the well and wound gently around her bruised wrist, one by one. The hospital bracelets rose behind them, turning in the air like pale leaves. Ruth stepped forward. "Give her to me." The baby looked at her mother for a moment. Her face became entirely ordinary, soft, tired, newly born. Then hundreds of voices whispered from her mouth. "We have no mother left." The lamps went out. When Martha could see again, the child was no longer in her arms. The nursery door stood open. Small, wet footprints crossed the passage, descended the hall, and continued through the farmhouse. Ruth ran after them. Martha followed more slowly, gripping the wall as pain spread beneath the purple rings that had appeared around both her wrists. Outside, the ropeless bell was swinging. This time everyone heard it. The child stood beneath the gate, wrapped in the St. Jude's blanket. Though scarcely hours old, she remained upright, without support. The dead wheat bent away from her. Behind her gathered the silent children of the valley. Some had come barefoot. Some wore night clothes. Others were accompanied by terrified parents who stopped at the edge of the yard, unable to cross the fallen crop. Ruth called to her daughter. The child did not turn. She walked into the mist, carrying Clara's voice, and every voice gathered around it. The other children followed until the road swallowed them. Their parents heard them crying long after they had disappeared. By down. Hollow Bell Farm stood empty. The Bells were never seen again. Neither was Martha Reed. Months later, after the roof began to fail, officials entered the farmhouse. They found no well beneath the nursery and no copper tubes in the walls. The cradles had rotted into fragments, and the fields surrounding the house produced nothing but black grass. On the kitchen table lay Martha's confession. Investigators confirmed that the handwriting, hospital details, and signature were hers. St. Jude's records were reopened, and Clara Eleanor Henshaw was finally declared dead. One sentence appeared beneath Martha's signature. It had been written in uneven letters, as though by a child still learning to control a pen. Martha Reed did not survive. Beside the sentence lay a fresh hospital bracelet. Its name field was blank. Around it, someone had tied a circle of red thread. Hollow Bell Farm did not feed upon death alone. It prospered through the language people used to avoid death. Administrative errors, professional excuses, missing records, and respectable silence. Martha believed that changing one word could protect the life she had built. But a life erased on paper does not cease to matter. It simply waits elsewhere to be acknowledged. Perhaps confession cannot undo what happened. Sometimes it only gives buried consequences permission to arrive. How many ghosts are created, not by murder, but by the decision to record a human life as something less than the truth? Story 3. Rain had worked its way into the lock before Jonah Mercer arrived. It sat in the keyway as a dark shine, gathering the yellow light from the vestibule lamp and giving it back in one thin, trembling line. Jonah crouched beneath the cracked brass directory of the Halcyon Apartments, set his tool case between his shoes, and listened to water ticking through the walls. The building stood on a narrow block in North Philadelphia. 6 stories of soot-stained brick, if you counted the basement and the roof house, though the city records listed only 5 residential floors. Jonah knew that because he had checked the address before leaving his van. He always checked. Old buildings lied about their wiring, their pipes, their renovations. But the records usually agreed on how many floors they possessed. The call had come a little after midnight. A woman's voice, low and blurred by static, had said, "Apartment 6B. The door won't open. No name. No callback number." When Jonah asked whether she was locked out or locked in, the line went quiet long enough for him to hear what sounded like someone trying a knob very gently. Then she said, "You know the difference." The front entrance yielded in less than a minute. Cheap mortise cylinder, worn pins, landlord-grade replacement. Jonah wiped his pick on his coat and stepped inside. The vestibule smelled of boiled cabbage, radiator dust, and damp wool. Mailboxes lined one wall and 2 columns, each door dented or painted over. 1B, 2B, 3B, 4B, 5B, no 6. He stood there longer than he needed to. A sane man, he thought, would call the client again. A careful man would leave. But careful was not the same as sane. And Jonah had built his life on the belief that every closed door was merely a mechanism waiting to be understood. His phone showed no record of the incoming call. That troubled him less than it should have. Since the divorce, there had been gaps in his nights. Small ones. A receipt in his pocket from a diner he did not remember visiting. A scratch on the passenger door of the van. Once, a pair of women's gloves in the tool compartment. though neither his ex-wife nor any customer claimed them. He blamed exhaustion and the long hours he kept because the alternative was to admit that an empty apartment had begun to feel less like a home than a room someone had forgotten to lock. He pressed the buzzer marked super. Nothing answered. Beyond the vestibule, a narrow hall led to a stairwell with black iron rails polished by generations of hands. The lights climbed with him. One weak bulb at each landing. On the second floor, a television murmured behind a door. On the third, a baby began to cry and stopped the moment Jonah's keys touched his thigh. On the fourth, he passed a saucer of milk, gone gray at the edges. By the fifth floor, the air had changed. It was colder, but not with the clean draft of a broken window. This cold smelled sealed an old plaster. To wet wood. Coins held too long in a fist. Apartments 5A and 5B faced each other across the landing. Between them stood a fire door Jonah had not seen on the floor plan. Its paint matched the wall so closely that, from the stairs below, it had looked like a shadow. There was no panic bar. No sign. No hinge hardware. Only a small brass keyhole at chest height. Jonah set down his case. He told himself the door led to roof access. He told himself the woman had confused the unit number. He told himself many things while examining the lock and recognizing, with a slow pressure behind his ribs, that it was not any commercial cylinder made in the last 100 years. The keyway was too narrow for his picks. From the other side came 3 soft knocks. Not the impatient pounding of someone trapped. Not a plea. A professional knock. The kind Jonah used before entering an apartment whose tenant was not home. He backed away, and the keys at his belt shifted with a bright metallic whisper. One key had slipped free of the ring and lay on the floor between his shoes. It was long, blackened with age, and tied to a paper tag. On the tag, in Jonah's own handwriting, were 2 characters he had never written before. 6B. Jonah did not touch the black key again until he was inside his van. He left the halcyon without opening the hidden door. The 3 knocks did not repeat, but he felt them following him down the stairwell. Measured and patient. By the time he reached the street, rain had silvered the windshield, and the building's upper windows had vanished into mist. He locked the van, though he was already inside it. The key lay on the passenger seat atop unpaid invoices. Its paper tag had softened in the damp, but the writing remained sharp. 6B. His own blocky capitals. His own habit of pressing too hard with a pen. Jonah drove home with the radio off. His apartment occupied the 2nd floor of a converted row house in Fishtown, above a bakery that began work before dawn. The place had once belonged to both him and Claire. After she left, he removed her photographs but kept the hooks. Pale commas on the walls where the frames had hung. In the bedroom closet, behind winter coats he never wore, stood a gray steel cash box. Jonah carried it to the kitchen table. Inside were 87 keys. Some were labeled with addresses. Others carried only initials, apartment numbers, or details meaningful to no one but him. Blue kettle. 3 cats. Piano woman. Each had been cut from an original placed briefly in his care. Emergency openings gave him access to cylinders. Key codes. Wear patterns. Making a copy took seconds. Returning later required only nerve. He preferred weekdays when office workers were gone and retirees attended appointments. He never stole money, never opened locked drawers. He watered plants once, tightened a leaking faucet, threw away spoiled milk. These small services were how he defended himself. He did not think of the photographs he examined, the medication bottles he read, the bed sheets he pressed flat with his palm. He did not call it trespassing when he stood in a stranger's bedroom and imagined the shape of their sleep. He called it learning how people lived. Claire had found the box 2 years earlier. She held up a brass key tagged with the address of a divorced schoolteacher in Queen Village and asked why Jonah possessed it. He remembered the care in her voice. Not anger yet. A final opportunity to tell the truth. "It's for work," he had said. She asked why it was in their closet. He answered too quickly. Then he accused her of searching through his things. That was the moment their marriage ended, though Claire remained for another 3 months. Later, she told him that living with Jonah felt like being watched by someone who believed love meant never encountering a closed door. At the kitchen table, Jonah placed the black key among the others. The metal clicked against them. Every key in the box shifted at once, barely the width of a fingernail. Yet they turned toward the black key as iron filings turned toward a magnet. Jonah froze with his hand above the box. From somewhere in the apartment came 3 soft knocks. He looked toward the front door. Nothing moved in the hall. The knocks came again, quieter this time. From inside the bedroom closet, Jonah closed the cash box and pushed it beneath the kitchen sink. He poured whiskey into a coffee mug and stood at the window watching rain bead along the fire escape. He told himself metal settled. Pipes knocked. Old buildings spoke in contractions and pressure changes. His phone rang. The name on the screen was Leanh Voss. Jonah remembered her immediately. 3rd floor apartment near Rittenhouse Square. Locked herself out the previous winter, wearing slippers and a wool coat. She had tipped him $20 and apologized for crying. He also remembered returning 6 weeks later while she was at work. "Mr. Mercer," her voice trembled. "You opened my door before." Jonah gripped the phone. "Are you locked out?" "No. I'm inside." Behind her came the rattle of a chain. Then the scrape of a deadbolt. "I keep opening the front door," she whispered. "But it doesn't go into the hallway." Jonah said nothing. On the line, hinges groaned. Leanh began to breathe faster. "It opens back into my apartment," she said. "I can see myself standing across the room, holding the phone." Jonah heard himself say Lena's name twice before she answered. "Don't move," he told her. "Don't close the door again." "I already did." A latch clicked over the phone. Jonah looked toward the sink. Beneath it, the cash box gave a single metallic thud, as though something inside had struck the lid. Is there another way out? Fire escape? Bedroom window? I tried the window. Her breathing hitched. "It opens into the bedroom." Jonah closed his eyes. He could picture the apartment because he had been inside it alone. Green sofa under the front windows. Narrow galley kitchen. A photograph of Leanh and an older woman on the radiator cover. In the bedroom, a cracked mirror angled away from the bed. "Mr. Mercer," Leanh whispered. "How do you know where my bedroom window is?" The call ended. Before Jonah could dial back, another call came through. The screen displayed no number. 3 soft knocks sounded through the receiver. Then the woman from the halcyon said, "The key is waiting." The line went dead. Jonah opened the cupboard beneath the sink. The cash box sat where he had left it. But the lid was bowed upward. When he unlocked it, the black key lay on top. Every copied key beneath it pointed in the same direction, toward the halcyon. Jonah drove back before he could persuade himself not to. The front entrance stood open. No lights burned in the vestibule. Yet the brass directory reflected a pale glow from somewhere above. 5B had been scratched from the listing. Below it, someone had written 6B in black marker. The ink was wet. He climbed quickly. At each landing, he heard a door close somewhere above him. On the 5th floor, the concealed fire door waited between 5A and 5B. This time, there was a handle. It was small and tarnished, shaped like the handles on children's furniture. Jonah inserted the antique key. The lock resisted, then warmed around his fingers. The key turned with the smooth certainty of a mechanism recently oiled. The door opened inward. There was no roof stair beyond it. Apartment 6B was longer than the building. A narrow room extended into darkness, lit by bare bulbs hanging from cords. The ceiling sloped where no ceiling should have been, and the floorboards ran farther than the exterior wall allowed. Both walls were covered from baseboard to molding with miniature doors. Hundreds of them. Some were painted white, some stained dark, some scarred by deadbolts no larger than fingernails. Tiny chains hung from tiny brackets. Brass numbers, peepholes, mail slots, and scratched nameplates marked each one. The air smelled of damp metal and the warm dust inside old locks. Jonah stepped inside. The entrance closed behind him. He tried the handle. It had disappeared. From the walls came the faint sounds of occupied homes, running water, televisions, a spoon against a bowl, someone coughing in sleep. Beneath them all was the restless music of keys turning without opening anything. A door near his knee began to shake. Its brass label read L. Voss. Jonah crouched and opened it. There was no hollow wall behind the little door. Beyond it stood Lena's apartment at full size, impossibly distant and perfectly clear. As if he were looking through the wrong end of a telescope, Lena stood beside her green sofa, holding her phone. Her front door was open across the room. Inside that doorway was the same apartment again. In the repeated room beyond, another Lena stood beside another green sofa. "Lena," Jonah called. She did not react. He leaned closer until one eye nearly touched the miniature threshold. The apartment smelled faintly of lavender detergent. He could hear her crying. Then Lena turned toward the wall where Jonah had once stood during his unauthorized visit. She looked directly at the tiny door, not at him. At the empty space around him, slowly, she raised one hand and pressed her palm against the wall. Beside Jonah, another miniature door clicked open by itself. Its label bore his home address. Jonah did not open the door bearing his address. He backed away from it instead, straightening too quickly and striking his shoulder against the opposite wall. Several miniature doors trembled in their frames. Behind them, voices paused, as if the occupants had heard the impact. "This is wiring," he said aloud. The sentence disappeared into the long room. He forced himself to study the construction. Hidden cameras could explain the views. Fiber optic lenses. Routed feeds. Some elaborate projection system concealed behind the walls. The Halcyon was old enough to contain abandoned service shafts, and old buildings were full of spaces landlords forgot existed. But Lena's apartment was nearly 2 miles away. Jonah crouched beside her door again. Its tiny deadbolt sat in the unlocked position. The metal was warm. He touched it with the tip of one finger and felt a faint vibration running through the mechanism. Like a pulse under skin. His phone rang. Lena's name appeared on the screen. "Can you hear me?" Jonah asked. "I'm still here." Her voice was thin. "The rooms keep repeating." Jonah looked through the miniature doorway. Lena stood where he had last seen her. One hand pressed to the wall. She held the phone to her ear. But her lips moved a fraction before the words reached him. A delayed video feed. He thought, that was all. Someone had built this room to frighten him. Someone knew about the copied keys. Claire. Perhaps. Or a client who had discovered him and wanted a confession before calling the police. "Move away from the front door," he told Lena. "Why?" "I need to test something." The miniature deadbolt turned easily beneath his thumb. The moment it slid into place, Lena screamed through the phone. In the distant apartment, she doubled over, as if an invisible cable had tightened around her ribs. The repeated doorway across her room slammed shut. So did the doorway inside that room. And the next. A sequence of impacts diminishing into impossible depth. Jonah released the lock. It remained closed. "Open it." Lena gasped. "Please." He twisted the deadbolt back. Every door in the chain opened at once. Lena fell to her knees. Air rushed through the phone in a ragged sob. On the miniature threshold, moisture gathered in the shape of 5 fingerprints. Jonah stared at his hand. He had not touched that part of the frame. "What did you do?" Lena asked. "Nothing." "You locked it?" "No. I moved a mechanism. It isn't connected to your door." "You locked it," she repeated. And there was something in her voice worse than panic now. Recognition. "You've been inside my apartment before." Jonah stood. The room seemed narrower than it had moments earlier. The hanging bulbs swayed, though the air was still. Along both walls, tiny locks clicked one after another. Not opening or closing, only adjusting themselves. He ended the call. For several seconds, he listened to the blood beating in his ears. Then another sound emerged beneath it, a man humming behind one of the doors. Jonah knew the tune. He had heard it years ago in a row house on Tasker Street, where an elderly widower named Arthur Bell had locked himself out during a snowstorm. Jonah had opened the front door, accepted cash, and returned 3 days later while Bell attended physical therapy. The house had been warm and overfilled. Framed photographs covered every shelf. A pot of soup cooled on the stove. In the back bedroom, Jonah found a closet packed with his dead wife's dresses, each one sealed in clear plastic. He had stood among them longer than he cared to remember. Arthur Bell died the following spring. Jonah followed the humming along the wall until he found a miniature red door with a tarnished mail slot. The label beneath it read, Tasker Street. The address was written in the same ink as the tag on the black key. Jonah reached for the handle. but stopped when something passed across the narrow gap beneath the door. A shadow, then another. Footsteps approached from inside the miniature house. 3 slow knocks sounded against the other side. Jonah's phone lit in his hand. The incoming call was from Arthur Bell. Jonah let Arthur Bell's call ring until the screen went dark. The humming behind the miniature red door continued. It was not loud. Yet it filled the corridor with the intimate irritation of someone humming in the next room of a house where you believed yourself alone. Jonah remembered the tune now. Arthur had played it on a record player in his parlor while Jonah worked on the front lock, a slow orchestral piece full of soft horns and the dry crackle of old vinyl. The memory brought another with it. Arthur's bedroom closet, the clear plastic garment bags brushing Jonah's face. The smell of lavender trapped inside them. One dress had moved after he stepped away. He had blamed the heating vent. The miniature red door opened. Darkness lay beyond it, no longer reduced by impossible distance. The threshold widened as Jonah watched, stretching upward until it became an ordinary doorway set into an ordinary wall. The long chamber of small doors folded around him. Floorboards buckled. The bare bulbs swung violently, their cords tangling together overhead. Walls slid past one another with the groan of heavy furniture dragged across an upstairs room. Jonah stumbled back, shielding his face as plaster dust sifted down. When the movement stopped, apartment 6B had become a hallway. Full-size doors stood on both sides. The first was Arthur Bell's. Jonah knew it by the red paint and the brass knocker shaped like a lion's head. Warm yellow light showed beneath it. The humming had stopped. He opened the door. Arthur's row house waited inside, preserved exactly as Jonah remembered it. The soup pot sat on the stove. Photographs crowded the mantel. A wool coat hung from the banister. Melting snow darkening its shoulders. Jonah stepped into the parlor. On the coffee table lay a yellow legal pad. The first pages contained grocery lists and medical appointments. Later entries became shorter. Front door open when I returned. Bedroom smells like cigarettes. I do not smoke. Someone moved Ellen's blue dress. The final line had been written with enough pressure to tear the paper. He comes when I leave. Jonah dropped the pad. A floorboard creaked upstairs. He backed into the hall and pulled the door shut. Across from Arthur's house stood Lena Voss's apartment. Beside it were others Jonah recognized. A loft near Washington Square. A basement studio in Germantown. A narrow house beside a church in Menayunk. Every place he had entered without permission had been rebuilt behind a door. Some stood open. Inside the basement studio, strips of clear tape crossed drawers and cabinet doors. Several had been broken. In the loft, white powder had been scattered across the floor. Jonah's shoe prints disturbed it in a path from the entrance to the bedroom. The woman who lived there had known. They had all known something, perhaps not his name or face. But his weight in their rooms, the changed angle of a photograph, the warmth left in a chair, a cup returned to the wrong side of the sink. Jonah moved faster. He found a gray fire door at the end of the corridor and pushed through it. He returned to the wall of miniature doors. Lena's tiny apartment waited near his knee. His own address remained beside it. Jonah turned back. The corridor behind him was gone. He walked in the opposite direction, passing hundreds of miniature thresholds until he found another exit marked stairs. Beyond it lay a concrete landing descending into darkness. He took the steps 2 at a time. They ended at Arthur Bell's front door. Jonah opened it and found himself again before the miniature doors. The apartment was not preventing him from finding an exit. It was showing him that every exit he had ever used belonged to someone else. The locks began to turn, all along the walls. Deadbolts slid into place. Chains tightened. Keys rotated inside unseen hands. The sounds multiplied until Jonah covered his ears. Then the door bearing his home address opened by itself. Beyond it was his kitchen. The light above the sink was on. The gray cash box sat open on the table, its copied keys arranged in careful rows. A man stood with his back to Jonah, calmly polishing one of them with a cloth. He wore Jonah's shirt, Jonah's shoes. When the man lifted his head, his reflection appeared in the dark kitchen window. He had Jonah's face. On the wall behind him hung every photograph Claire had taken when she left. Jonah reached through the miniature doorway. His fingers passed the threshold. But the kitchen beyond remained impossibly far away. The man with Jonah's face continued polishing the key. Slow circles of cloth over brass, as if he had not noticed the hand entering his home from another world. "Who are you?" Jonah called. The man paused. Instead of turning, he raised one finger to his lips. In the dark window, his reflection smiled. A panel opened behind Jonah with a soft mechanical click. Cold air moved across the back of his neck, carrying the smell of machine oil, graphite, and damp paper. The kitchen door shrank closed before he could stop it, returning to its place among the hundreds of miniature entrances. Behind the panel was a workshop. Jonah stepped inside. Long benches ran beneath green-shaded lamps. Their surfaces were crowded with lock cylinders, key blanks, impressioning files, pinning trays, and shallow dishes filled with metal shavings. On one wall hung plaster casts of keys pressed into gray putty. Hundreds of them, perhaps thousands. Every impression bore an address. Jonah recognized his own handwriting on some labels. Others were written in cramped script, neat capitals, or faded pencil. The oldest were tied with string to keys blackened by age. Their addresses belonged to streets demolished before he was born. At the first bench sat a row of small wooden boxes. He opened one. Inside lay a lock cylinder from an apartment on Spruce Street, removed after a tenant complained that her key had begun turning by itself. Jonah had replaced it 6 years earlier. He remembered telling her that old pins sometimes settled overnight. A folded note lay beneath the cylinder. He opened it. I heard him in the hall again. He never steals anything. That is how I know he wants something worse. The note was signed Margaret Keene. Jonah had entered Margaret's apartment 3 times. He closed the box. From deeper in the workshop came 3 knocks. A speaker on the next bench crackled. The knocks played again, followed by Jonah's own voice. Locksmith, emergency service. Another speaker answered with the same phrase, younger and rougher. Then another. Soon the room filled with recordings of men and women announcing themselves at doors. Some sounded professional, some breathless, some amused. Beneath them were other sounds, picks scraping pins, locks turning, occupants whispering from bedrooms they had pretended were empty. Jonah found a ledger open beneath the lamps. Each page documented an intrusion. Address, date, method of entry, time inside, objects touched, Doors opened. Resident response. Beside Jonah's visits were details he had never recorded anywhere. Paused beside child's bed for 11 minutes. Opened medicine cabinet. Replaced bottle facing wrong direction. Removed photograph from frame. Lay down on owner's side of bed. He turned pages faster. The entries went back beyond his career. Beyond his birth. Listing chimney sweeps. Building inspectors. Landlords. Police officers. Servants. Lovers. And relatives who had entered homes under borrowed authority. Different reasons. The same permission assumed rather than given. At the bottom of every completed entry was one line. The lock remembered. Jonah reached the final written page. His own address appeared there. Method of entry, original key. Time inside, continuous. Resident response, none. He stared at the words until they blurred. A steel drawer beneath the ledger slid open by itself. Inside were copied keys arranged on black velvet. The key to Lena's apartment. Arthur Bell's red-painted front door. Dozens he had made and hidden. At the center lay a silver key with a blue plastic head. Jonah knew it immediately. It belonged to his apartment, not merely the same model. His key carried a small crescent-shaped nick near the shoulder where he had once dropped it into a storm drain and retrieved it with a magnet. He had never given it to anyone. He had never placed it in a duplicating machine. Yet beneath the silver key was a fresh brass copy. A paper tag had been tied through its bow. The label read Jonah Mercer. On the reverse, in handwriting that was not his, were 4 words, opened from the inside. Behind him, the concealed panel slammed shut. Then, from the other side of the workshop door, Claire's voice said, "Jonah, you already let him in." Jonah turned toward the workshop door. "Claire?" Her voice came again. Quieter now. "You already let him in." The door opened onto a room that had not been there before. It resembled an old security office, stained ceiling tiles. A metal desk. Filing cabinets with warped drawers. Square monitors covered the far wall. Most showed static. A few displayed hallways Jonah recognized from past jobs. On the desk waited a cassette recorder. Its red light was on. Jonah stepped inside, and the workshop door closed behind him. One monitor cleared. The image showed a row house on Pine Street. The date beneath it was 7 years old, written out in pale letters. Jonah remembered the tenant who had lost her keys during a morning run. He had opened the door, accepted payment, then watched her leave from across the street days later. The footage changed. Jonah appeared at the house again. Alone. He unlocked the door and went inside. A second monitor brightened beside the first. It showed Jonah entering his own apartment at the exact same moment. He wore the same coat and carried the same case. Rain darkened the same shoulder. The man in the second recording removed his shoes, set water to boil, and answered a message from Claire. "That's edited," Jonah said. More images appeared. Jonah slipping into Lena Voss's apartment, while another Jonah sat with Claire in a restaurant. Jonah opening Arthur Bell's closet while another repaired a cabinet hinge at home. Jonah lying on a stranger's bed while his double slept beside Claire. The recording showed 2 lives running together. Whenever Jonah entered without permission, Something wearing his face continued where he had left off. A page emerged from a narrow printer. Entry separation began with first unauthorized return. Resident version retained domestic continuity. Jonah tore the paper free. I am the resident. A speaker clicked. No, Claire said. Her voice came from the cassette recorder. Jonah pressed play. At first, there were drawers opening and closing. Then, Claire's younger voice. Strained from crying, I found them all. Jonah remembered the night. The cash box on the bed. Keys spread across the blanket. Claire demanding names and reasons. His own recorded voice answered. You went through my things. The argument unfolded as he remembered until the front door slammed. Jonah had always believed he left then. He remembered driving through rain and sleeping in the van until morning. But the recording continued. Claire cried alone. Then a key entered the apartment lock. The door opened. Footsteps crossed the hall. Jonah, Claire said. His voice answered. Gentle in a way Jonah had never heard himself speak. I'm sorry. The mattress springs sighed as he sat beside her. I kept thinking that if I knew everything. The man said. You could never leave me out of your life. I don't know who you are anymore. I know, but I want to. He confessed to following clients, entering their homes, reading their letters. He made no excuses. He gave Claire the cash box and asked her to decide whether to call the police. Jonah gripped the desk. That conversation had never happened. Claire had left 3 months later without taking the box. Or that was what he remembered. On the nearest monitor, Claire sat beside a man wearing Jonah's face. She touched his cheek as though testing whether he was real. Behind them, reflected in the dark window, another Jonah stood outside on the fire escape, watching. The figure raised one hand toward the glass. Jonah raised his own without meaning to. On the recording, the figure matched him exactly. The man beside Claire turned and looked directly into the camera. You weren't shut out, he said through the speaker. You chose the side of the door where no one could see you. Every monitor went black except one. It showed the security room from above. Jonah stood at the desk. Behind him, the workshop door was open. A man with his face waited there, holding the copied key to Jonah's apartment. The footage was dated the following morning. Jonah did not turn around. The monitor showed the man behind him, the familiar slope of his shoulders, the scar beside his left thumb, the habit of pressing his tongue against a tooth while thinking. The copied apartment key rested in his palm, yet the room behind Jonah remained silent. You're not here, Jonah said. The unseen owner answered through every speaker at once. Neither are you. The voice was neither male nor female. It sounded layered, assembled from tenants speaking through walls, a child whispering, an old man clearing his throat, a woman answering from another room. Beneath them all was the dry scrape of a key entering a lock. The monitors changed. They showed homes Jonah had invaded, but no longer from security angles. Now he saw them as collections of details. Lena's green sofa, Arthur Bell's wife's dresses, a chipped blue mug in a Germantown kitchen, a child's nightlight shaped like the moon, a grocery list held to a refrigerator by a red magnet. Jonah had noticed each object, remembered it, carried it away without touching it. What is this place? he asked. A record of entry. Who built it? Everyone who believed a door was only wood and metal. The voice told him that locks did not remember faces. They remembered pressure, hesitation, patience, violence. They remembered the difference between a key offered and a key copied. A lock could feel when the hand turning it belonged to the life on the other side. Every unauthorized opening left something behind. Not a soul, not a ghost, an intention. Jonah watched the details gather on the screens. The blue mug appeared in his own kitchen. Arthur's records lined his shelves. Lena's careful way of folding a blanket settled over the arm of his sofa. Habits, comforts, gestures, and private arrangements accumulated until his apartment looked warmer than he remembered it. Then the other Jonah entered. At first he was unfinished, his face blurred at the edges. His movements lagged behind the room. But with each intrusion, he became more precise. Jonah's stolen observations taught him how people inhabited a home, how they waited for someone, how they apologized, how they allowed silence without filling it, how they lived without needing to know what every closed drawer contained. You made him, the owner said. I didn't. You brought him the parts. Jonah struck the desk. He's a copy. The answer came from the lock cylinders in the workshop. Clicking one after another. A copy stays where it is made. You were the part that kept leaving. The image of Claire returned. She sat at Jonah's kitchen table after the divorce, drinking coffee with the other man. There was no romance in the scene, no reconciliation. Only the careful ease of two people who had stopped trying to own each other's pain. Claire pushed the gray cash box across the table. The other Jonah did not open it. He gave her the only key. Jonah stared. The memory inside him resisted. Claire had abandoned him. Claire had taken nothing. Claire had refused to understand. But behind those claims lay something thinner. Rain on the van roof. His hands shaking over a stolen key. The decision not to return until she had stopped asking questions. He had not been replaced in a single night. He had separated himself each time he chose the hidden side of a door. What happened to the original? Jonah asked. The lights dimmed. The voices softened. There was no original after the first division. There were only two intentions wearing one history. One wanted to remain inside a life. The other wanted access to every life but his own. The workshop door opened. Beyond it stood the wall of miniature doors. All were closed except Jonah's. Through that small entrance, he saw his kitchen in early morning light. The other Jonah stood beside the table, older than the version in the recordings, holding the silver key with the blue plastic head. He looked directly at Jonah, not through him, at him. You can come home, the man said. Jonah moved toward the door. The unseen owner spoke once more. But only the legitimate tenant may remain. A key turned somewhere behind Jonah. Every miniature door unlocked at once. From hundreds of rooms came the sound of trapped people reaching for their handles. And Jonah understood what Apartment 6B wanted him to decide. Which side of his own door deserved to be locked. The miniature doors began opening around Jonah. Not all at once. One by one. A chain slid free. A deadbolt withdrew. A warped frame gave with a sigh. From each threshold came the first breath of someone who had forgotten what unrestricted air felt like. Jonah stepped toward Lena's door. Do not look inside, the owner said. The instruction came through the walls. spoken in hundreds of overlapping voices. Jonah rested his hand on the tiny latch. Why? Because looking was always the lock. He opened Lena's door and turned his face away. Behind him, a woman gasped. Floorboards creaked, followed by the distant rush of traffic and the slam of a door opening onto an actual hallway. The miniature frame went cold beneath Jonah's fingertips. Its nameplate became blank. He moved to the next, Arthur Bell's red door. Jonah opened it without looking. For an instant, the smell of lavender surrounded him. A record needle lifted from its groove. Then came the sound of an old man laughing in relief, followed by a woman's voice Jonah had never heard. Arthur, the red paint peeled away. The door became bare wood. Jonah continued. Each opening required something more difficult than skill. He could feel the rooms beyond them. Bedrooms, kitchens, closets, private altars, unpaid bills, hidden bottles, letters never sent. Every threshold offered a life he had once believed he deserved to examine. He kept his eyes on the floor. Doors opened into rain. Daylight. Apartment corridors. Hospital rooms. Fire escapes. Some released living people. Others released only sounds. A final breath. A chair scraping back. Someone saying a name after years of silence. The corridor lengthened as he worked. His hands cramped. The skin beside his thumbnails split. Graphite darkened his fingers like soot. Still, the doors waited in rows. Each lock familiar to him in a way that made shame feel physical. Once, a child began crying behind a blue door. Jonah's head turned before he stopped himself. He saw only the edge of a moon-shaped night light. The door slammed shut. The crying ceased. "No," Jonah whispered. He opened it again with his eyes closed. This time, the child's footsteps ran away across a real floor. The owner spoke from inside the walls. "You do not lose the habit merely because you understand its name." At last, only one miniature door remained, Jonah's own. The silver key with the blue plastic head lay on the floor before it. Beside it rested the fresh brass copy tagged Jonah Mercer. Through the doorway, his kitchen glowed in the gray light before dawn. The other Jonah stood on the far side, waiting beside the front door. Jonah picked up the silver key. "It belongs to me," he said. "It belongs to the apartment." The other man replied, "You remember owning it. I remember using it to come home." The miniature threshold expanded. Walls rose around Jonah. The long chamber contracted until he stood in the hallway outside his own apartment. The number on the door was correct. The paint chip near the lower hinge was correct. Even the faint smell of bread from the bakery below had returned. For one trembling moment, Jonah believed apartment 6B had released him. Then he noticed there was no hallway behind him, only darkness lined with tiny doors. He inserted the silver key into his lock. It turned halfway. A brass peephole waited above the handle. The owner had told him not to look. The other Jonah stood silently inside. Jonah could hear his breathing through the wood. Calm, patient. The breathing of a man who expected the door to open because he belonged behind it. Jonah gripped the key. "What happens when I unlock it?" "One of us leaves," said the man inside. "And the other?" "Remains where his intention placed him." Jonah could have opened the door without knowing. He could have accepted that no memory, scar, or key could prove which life deserved him. He could have released the lock and let the choice be made without one final trespass. Instead, he leaned toward the peephole. He told himself he needed evidence. He told himself he needed to see whether Claire's photographs were real, whether the cash box was gone, whether the man inside had stolen the home or earned it. Jonah looked through. The other Jonah was not waiting by the door. He was looking through the peephole from the opposite side. Their eyes met inside the narrow glass. The lock turned beneath Jonah's hand by itself. The apartment had finally seen which of them still needed to look. The door opened inward by less than an inch. Warm air touched Jonah's face. It smelled of coffee, clean laundry, and bread rising in the bakery below. Ordinary smells, domestic smells, the life he had spent years entering through other people's doors and never learned how to keep inside his own. Through the narrow opening, he saw half of the other Jonah's face. The man did not look triumphant. He looked tired. "I remember everything you remember," he said. "The difference is what we did with it." Jonah pushed against the door. It did not move. "You took my life." "No, you kept leaving it behind." Jonah. The darkness of apartment 6B stirred. Hundreds of blank miniature doors covered the walls. Their occupants released, their nameplates erased. Only the door to Jonah's apartment remained full-sized. The other Jonah lowered his eyes to the split skin around Jonah's fingernails. "You opened them," he said. "That mattered. Then let me in." For a moment, pity moved across the man's face. That expression frightened Jonah more than hatred would have. "You still think being forgiven means being admitted." The door began to close. Jonah thrust his hand into the gap. The edge caught his fingers. But there was no pain at first, only pressure and the intimate certainty of a lock accepting its bolt. "Claire knows me," Jonah said. "She knows what you did. My work is here. My home is here. Your tools are where you carried them. Your home is where you stopped needing permission to remain." Jonah tried to pull his hand free. The doorway narrowed around his wrist. Inside the apartment, the other Jonah glanced toward the kitchen. Someone had placed a mug on the table. A woman's hand withdrew from view. Claire's voice said, "Is it finished?" The man looked at Jonah one last time. "No," he answered. "But it's closed." He pushed the door shut. The lock turned. Jonah's trapped hand vanished from the threshold without injury. He found himself standing before the wall of miniature doors again. His fingers intact and blackened with graphite. His own door had shrunk. Its brass label no longer displayed an address. It read "Occupied." Jonah struck it with both fists. He called Claire's name. He demanded that the other man open the door and prove which of them was real. No one answered. After a while, the door disappeared among the others. The corridor behind Jonah lengthened. Bare bulbs flickered awake one by one, revealing the locksmith's archive. The benches had been cleared. A leather tool case waited beneath the nearest lamp. It was not Jonah's old case, though every pick, tension wrench, and file rested exactly where his hands expected to find it. Beside the case sat a telephone. Its cord entered the wall. The unseen owner spoke from the lock cylinders. "Every recorded entry requires a keeper." Jonah stared at the receiver. I released them. You opened the doors. That was what you wanted. It was what they needed. The distinction settled over him like dust. He tried the hidden panel. The stairwell. Arthur Bell's door. And every blank threshold within reach. Each exit returned him to the workshop. Hunger never came. Sleep arrived only as brief darkness between the sounds of locks turning in distant buildings. Outside apartment 6B. Seasons passed without touching him. The other Jonah renewed the locksmith license. He surrendered the copied keys to the police through an attorney and sent written apologies to the people whose names he could recover. He sold the van. He moved from the apartment above the bakery into a smaller place with fewer rooms and gave Claire the address without offering her a key. Sometimes she visited. Sometimes she did not. The legitimate tenant learned that a closed door was not always rejection. Sometimes it was merely a boundary. Sometimes it was the only reason anyone felt safe enough to open it later. Jonah saw fragments of that life through doors that appeared briefly on the archive wall. He stopped watching only after he understood that the apartment opened them because it knew he would look. Years, or perhaps only minutes later, the telephone rang. Jonah did not answer at first. On the workbench lay a fresh brass key tied to a paper tag. Beside it was a written account of a landlord who entered tenants' apartments while they slept, claiming he needed to inspect the pipes. The archive supplied an address. It supplied a name. It supplied a coat pocket left unattended in a neighborhood bar. Jonah understood. He placed the key where the landlord would find it and returned to the telephone. When he lifted the receiver, he heard the man breathing on the other end. Jonah spoke in the layered voice of apartment 6B. There is an emergency opening. The landlord asked who was calling. Jonah looked down the corridor as a new miniature door assembled itself from damp wood and tarnished brass. No name, he said. You already have the key. Far away. Metal shifted inside a stranger's pocket, and Jonah knocked 3 times from the other side. A lock cannot judge us, but it can represent the boundary we choose to respect or violate. Jonah believed knowing people's secrets brought him closer to them, when it only transformed intimacy into possession. Apartment 6B did not punish him for opening doors professionally. It preserved the intention behind the times he entered without consent. In the end, Jonah was not replaced by a better copy. He gradually abandoned the part of himself capable of belonging anywhere. Perhaps the most frightening prison is not a locked room, but a life spent believing every closed door is an invitation. Story 4. The first thing I noticed was that the scale did not return to 0. At Blackwood Memorial Services, everything returned to 0. Temperatures, timers, inventory counts, even grief. Once it passed through enough paperwork. The crematory occupied the rear half of a low concrete building outside Dayton. Beyond the chapel rooms and the offices with their artificial plants, my part of the building had no windows, only fluorescent panels, stainless steel tables, and the 2 retorts set into the wall like black mouths with square iron teeth. I had worked there for 17 years. Precision was the reason they kept me. That evening, a transport team brought in the remains of a man named Walter Keene. He was 78. According to the metal tag wired around his ankle, the paperwork listed heart failure, direct cremation, no viewing. His daughter had selected a walnut urn with a brass nameplate. though the body itself arrived in a cardboard cremation container, stained dark along one corner where melted snow had soaked through. I checked the identification twice. I always checked it twice. Then I rolled the container onto the floor scale. 214 pounds. I wrote it down on the intake sheet. The transport driver, Cullen, leaned against the doorway and rubbed his hands together for warmth. He was 25, with a nervous habit of tapping his wedding ring against his thumbnail. Big one? He asked. Average. He looked at the scale. That says 269. I looked again. The green digits read 269 pounds. For a moment, I thought Colin had put his foot on the edge of the platform. He had not. The container sat alone beneath the white light. The cardboard lid slightly bowed. The identification tag visible through the plastic document sleeve. I pressed reset. The display went blank, hummed, and returned at 269. Calibration, I said. Colin shrugged. Not my department. That was how people survived at Blackwood. Nothing was ever their department until it entered their house in an urn. I wheeled Mr. Keene toward retort 2. The extra 55 pounds bothered me less than it should have. Equipment failed. Floors settled. Moisture affected sensors. There were always explanations if you preferred them to questions. I had built a career on preferring explanations. Retort 2 had been cleaned that morning, but the inner door carried a gray-black smear across its lower half. It looked like soot at first. When I scraped it with a steel brush, the bristles caught on something fibrous. A thin strip peeled away, curled like burnt paper, and left a greasy stain on my glove. The smell was wrong, not the sweet, heavy odor of rendered fat that sometimes escaped the seals, not the mineral smell of bone fragments. This was closer to wet wool and old coins, with something faintly domestic beneath it. Laundry soap, perhaps, or the inside of a closet that had been shut for years. Colin had already gone. I stood alone with Walter Keene and the mark on the furnace door. Blackwood processed more remains than our license permitted. That fact was not written anywhere a regulator might find it. The company called it efficiency, regional consolidation, operational necessity. When 2 indigent cases arrived without families, management sometimes approved a shared cycle. When paperwork fell behind, containers waited without proper separation. When costs rose, ash from one person might be divided to complete the weight expected in another person's urn. I had not created those practices. I had only made them work. For years, I told myself that families received symbols, not people. Bone was bone after the fire. Ash was ash. Names belonged to the living. I opened the retort and felt heat breathe across my face. The scale behind me chimed. One clean electronic note. I turned. Walter Keene was no longer on it. The platform stood empty. The display had changed from numbers to letters. At first, I thought the unit was showing an error code. Then the letters settled into 2 words. Margaret Lyle. I knew that name. 3 years earlier, I had poured Margaret Lyle into Walter Keene's urn. For several seconds, I did not move. The name remained on the scale in pale green letters. Margaret Lyle. No error code. No flicker. Just the name of a woman whose ashes I had poured into Walter Keene's urn 3 years earlier. Because Walter's cremation had been combined with another man's, and the resulting weight was too low. I crossed the room and unplugged the scale. The letters stayed lit. That was the moment I should have called someone. Instead, I covered the display with an intake sheet and loaded Walter Keene into retort 2. Routine had always protected me. Verify the tag. Match the authorization. Record the weight. Remove jewelry. Confirm the container materials. Begin the cycle. Every action had a box beside it. And every box gave me somewhere to put my eyes. While the burners rose, I cleaned the preparation table. Then I cleaned it again. The first hospital bracelet I ever trusted belonged to my sister, Claire. She was 16 when a delivery truck crossed the median outside Springfield and struck the passenger side of our mother's car. By the time I reached the hospital, they would not let me see her face. A nurse brought me into a narrow room and showed me a body beneath a sheet. One hand was visible. The skin was swollen and darkened. The nails broken. Around the wrist was a plastic bracelet. Claire Holt. The nurse asked whether I could confirm her identity. I said yes. For years afterward, people told me how brave I had been. What they meant was that I had accepted the label because accepting the body was impossible. That was when I learned the truth. I later carried into Blackwood. Identity was not flesh. Flesh changed. Burned. Collapsed. Became unrecognizable. Identity was the record attached to it. A name on a bracelet. A number on a tag. A signature on a release form. Keep the record straight. And the person remained straight. That belief made the first substitution easy. The others became easier still. By the time Walter Keene's cycle ended, the scale had gone dark. When I removed the intake sheet, there was nothing on the display. I told myself I had imagined the letters. Exhaustion. Perhaps residual pixels. A manufacturer's test sequence that happened to resemble a name I knew. I did not inspect the inner door. I finished Walter's remains, processed them in the cremulator, and sealed the fragments into the walnut urn his daughter had chosen. His tag went inside. As policy required, the tag clicked once against the ceramic liner, for reasons I could not explain. I opened the urn again. The tag inside read Margaret Lyle. I dropped it onto the counter. When I looked a second time, it read, Walter Keene. I left work without signing the final chain of custody form. The next morning, I arrived before the office staff. The crematory was colder than usual. Condensation silvered the steel tables. Though the heating system was running, retort 2's door was closed, and the gray-black smear had spread upward in branching shapes, like fingers dragged through soot. At 7, the first transport arrived. The deceased was Evelyn Price, age 62, from a nursing facility in Kettering, 98 pounds. According to the transport sheet, she came in a reinforced cardboard container. No personal effects. Direct cremation paid through Medicaid. I checked the tag twice. Evelyn Price. I rolled her onto the scale. The display settled at 141 pounds. 43 pounds over. My mouth went dry. I knew a 43-pound discrepancy 4 years earlier. An infant cremation had been scheduled immediately after a county case named Robert Ames. Management had ordered me to combine the cycles to save fuel, then separate the remains by estimated weight. I filled the infant urn first because the family was waiting. What remained was short by exactly 43 pounds, so I added processed fragments from Evelyn Price, who had been cremated the previous afternoon. Except Evelyn Price was lying on the scale in front of me. The display chimed. The numbers vanished. A new name appeared, Robert Ames. Then a second line formed beneath it, Evelyn Price, and beneath both names, a final word appeared, pending. Then the scale reset itself to 0. I left Evelyn Price where she was and checked the paperwork again. Her authorization carried the nursing facility's stamp. Her date of birth matched the manifest. Her metal tag number matched the number on the cardboard container. Everything agreed. Only the weight did not. I moved her off the platform. 0. Back on. 141 pounds. I repeated it until the transport table squealed against the floor. Each time, the same result. 98 pounds of body and 43 pounds of something that had no physical location. I postponed the cremation for equipment review. That was the phrase I entered into the log. Not impossible weight. Not names on the display. Equipment review. At Blackwood. Language existed to make ugly things administrative. By noon, the front office had called twice to ask when Evelyn's remains would be ready. The nursing facility wanted the case closed before the end of the week. Her family had not claimed her clothing, denture cup, or 2 rings of no apparent value. No one was waiting for her. That made her easy to delay. I wheeled her into refrigeration and returned to retort 2. The gray-black layer on the inner door had thickened overnight. It no longer looked like soot. Soot dusted and smeared. This had depth. It clung to the steel in overlapping plates, rough at the edges and smooth where heat had polished it. In places, it resembled burned skin. In others, compressed paper. I put on a respirator and used the long scraper. The first stroke produced a sound like metal dragged across teeth. A strip came away. Underneath it was another layer. I scraped again. More material peeled loose and fell in curled flakes. Each flake was black on one side and pale gray on the other, with fine white grains embedded through it. Bone, I thought. Residue accumulated. Draft patterns carried particles. Pore seals trapped material. I needed that explanation. I filled half a disposal tray before the scraper struck something hard. A bright edge appeared beneath the char. I worked around it and freed a warped piece of metal the size of a thumbnail. Heat had darkened it. But several stamped letters remained. Aretla. Margaret Lyle's identification tag had gone through the cremulator 3 years earlier. I remembered because the wire had wrapped around one of the blades and stalled the machine. I had cut it loose, entered the number into the destruction log, and placed the metal in regulated waste. The waste had been collected that week. I set the fragment on the table and returned to the door. The next piece carried only numbers. The one after that had a surname, AMEs. Another fragment read Keen. I scraped harder. Metal began to emerge everywhere. Some pieces were curled like fingernail clippings. Others were fused so deeply that removing them tore away sections of the black layer. I recognized names from recent cases. Old cases. indigent cases, and private witness cremations. People who had entered different retorts in different years. They should never have occupied the same surface. By the time the office manager, Paula Venn, entered, I had arranged 14 fragments in a row. She stopped several feet from the table. What is that? Identification tags. I can see that. They came out of the door. Paula looked toward retort 2, then at the scraper in my hand. Her face showed irritation. Not surprise. You've been told not to remove buildup while the unit is warm. It was cold. Then why is the gauge reading 600 degrees? I turned. The retort was off. The burner controls were dark. Yet the needle was rising. 600, 650, 700. Behind us. The scale chimed. Evelyn Price was still in refrigeration. But the empty platform displayed 141 pounds. Paula stared at it. I expected her to ask what was happening. Instead, she whispered, "How many names did it show you?" Before I could answer, something struck the inside of retort 2's door. Once, then again, not like a fist, like a metal tag being dropped from a great height. The tapping inside retort 2 stopped when Paula touched the emergency shutoff. For several seconds, neither of us spoke. The temperature needle remained at 700 degrees. Though the burners were dead, on the empty scale, 141 pounds glowed steadily. Paula looked at the tag fragments. You need to put those away. What did you mean by how many names? I meant nothing. You weren't surprised. Her eyes moved toward the retort door when something inside gave a soft metallic slide. Paula called the service contractor before leaving. She did not ask me to finish Evelyn Price. She only told me to keep retort 2 closed and write equipment fault in the log. The technician arrived that afternoon. Martin Bell had a gray beard, a calibration case, and the patient expression of someone accustomed to being blamed for machines after people had misused them. He checked the floor, wiring, load cells, and control housing. Every value returned with intolerance. Could it display letters? I asked. Not names. A voltage problem? It could scramble segments. It couldn't invent a person. He placed 3 certified weights on the platform, 50 pounds. 100. Then 200. Each reading was exact. When he stepped onto it himself, the scale showed 236 pounds. He stepped off. 0. No names. By then, Paula had returned with Mr. Salter, Blackwood's operations director. He remained near the doorway, his polished shoes clear of the drainage channel. Martin explained that the scale was functioning correctly. Could it register weight when nobody is standing on it? Mr. Salter asked. Not unless something is pressing down. Mr. Salter looked at me. Then something was pressing down. He said it as though the matter were settled. After Martin left, Paula opened the previous night's security footage on a tablet. The recording showed me wheel Walter Keene onto the scale, check the reading, and load him into retort 2. Then the empty platform illuminated behind me. The display was unreadable from the camera angle, but the steel plate lowered. At first, the movement was slight. Then, The center bowed beneath a burden the camera could not see. Mr. Salter paused the video. Lens distortion. The drain line bends with it. Paula said. He closed the recording. That evening, they sent everyone home except me. Walter's remains had to be released. And Evelyn Price's family had finally called about her urn. Mr. Salter ordered me to use Retort 1 and leave the second chamber untouched. Before Paula left, she placed a key beside my hand. It opened the lower records cabinet in her office. Inside was a notebook I had kept without authorization, dates, tag numbers, replacement weights, destinations, my private record of every mixture and substitution I had performed. A list preserved not from guilt. I had always told myself. But caution. I waited until the building was empty before retrieving it. The notebook was where I had left it, wrapped in a plastic evidence sleeve beneath expired permits. I carried it back to the crematory and set it beside Evelyn Price's paperwork. Near midnight, the scale chimed. The platform was empty. The display showed no weight. Robert Ames. The name vanished. Margaret Lyle. Then another appeared. And another. I opened a notebook. The names on the scale followed its pages in order. People cremated years apart moved across the display every few seconds. County cases, private arrangements. Unclaimed remains. Children whose urns had needed only a handful of fragments. I counted 37 before my hands began to shake. Then the sequence stopped. The next name was not in the notebook. Claire Holt. Beneath it appeared a weight, 112 pounds. The exact weight recorded on my sister's hospital intake form. I stared at the dark door of Retort 2. From inside the sealed chamber, a girl's voice said, "You confirmed me by the bracelet." I did not answer the voice. For a long moment, the crematory held only the hum of ventilation and the faint ticking of cooling metal. Claire's name remained on the display. 112 pounds. The number I had repeated to myself for 33 years whenever memory threatened to alter her. Then the scale went dark. I told myself that grief had found a way to imitate machinery. That explanation lasted until I tried to leave. The corridor between the crematory and the arrangement rooms had always been plain. Beige walls. Gray tile. Framed photographs of Ohio fields. That night, it felt narrower. The fluorescent lights buzzed lower than usual. And the air carried a smell of boiled cabbage. It was the smell of our mother's kitchen. Halfway down the corridor, it changed to baby powder, then cigarette smoke, then lavender furniture polish, domestic odors. Each distinct, each complete. Passing through the building as though doors were opening into homes that were not there. I reached the urn storage room. Labels had shifted. The shelves were arranged alphabetically. But the brass plates no longer matched the containers beneath them. Walter Keene's walnut urn carried Margaret Lyle's name. A white infant urn bore Robert Ames. Evelyn Price's temporary container had Claire Holt taped across its lid in my handwriting. I tore the tape away. Underneath was another label. Diane Holt. I dropped the container. It struck the floor but did not break. Instead, the transport table behind me groaned. Its empty steel surface bowed downward. The wheels compressed against the tile as though a body had been placed on it. Then another. Bolts squealed. One caster split, and the table leaned under a load I could not see. I backed away until my shoulders touched the urn shelves. The scale chimed from the crematory. When I returned, the display read 3,806 pounds. The platform was empty. I reset it. The number returned. I unplugged it. The display stayed lit. On the counter, my notebook lay open to the first page. I began adding Margaret Lyle, 55 pounds unaccounted for. Robert Ames, 43. An infant named Caleb Drew, 6. 2 unclaimed county cases combined during a winter gas shortage, 118. A woman named Janice Bell, whose family received remains from 3 people because Mr. Salter had promised them a minimum fill weight, 72. I worked through the pages, writing totals in the margins. Every substitution, every shared cycle, every time I had divided processed fragments by site and chosen which family would receive the cleaner ash. The total did not reach the number on the scale. I started again. This time, I counted not the missing pounds, but the full recorded weights of every person whose identity had been disturbed. Not only those whose remains were reduced or replaced, but those who had received what belonged to someone else. The number came closer. I added cases I had not considered altered. Urns returned after engraving mistakes. Temporary containers relabeled after delayed authorizations. Bodies held under the wrong refrigeration cards. Tags swapped and corrected before cremation. 3,806. Exactly. The scale was not measuring matter. It was measuring unresolved identity. Every person misplaced into another person's record remained attached to the error. Every fragment given under the wrong name added the entire dead person back into the balance, as though the furnace refused division. Ash could be scattered across 10 urns, but the name still weighed as one whole human life. The building gave a long, settling groan. In the corridor, the bowed transport table collapsed. Then the scale changed. 3,904. Evelyn Price's 98 pounds had been added. I looked toward refrigeration. Her cremation had not happened. Yet somewhere inside Blackwood's records, she had already been assigned incorrectly. The metal door of Retort 2 trembled in its frame. Black residue pressed through the seal in thin threads and began spreading across the floor toward my notebook. Names appeared in the ash. Not random names. They formed a line, one beneath another, ending with a phrase I had used on dozens of transfer forms. No family present to verify. The refrigerator alarm sounded. I opened the cold room door. Evelyn Price's container was still there, but the identification tag around her ankle now bore my sister's name. The tag around Evelyn Price's ankle read Claire Holt. I touched it with one gloved finger. The letters were stamped into the metal, not written over the surface. The tag was old-fashioned, narrower than Blackwood's current stock, with a small crescent-shaped bend near the hole. I knew that bend. I had held the same tag in a hospital corridor while my mother signed the release papers for Claire's body. When I looked again, the tag read Evelyn Price. I closed the refrigerator door and leaned against it until the alarm stopped. There was one place in Blackwood where a tag that old could have come from. The basement records room had been sealed before I started working there. Management said a pipe burst in the late 90s and destroyed everything inside. The stairwell door remained locked. And new employees were told the lower level contained asbestos and abandoned utilities. But twice, during my first year, I had seen Mr. Salter come up those stairs, carrying banker's boxes. I took Paula's key from my pocket. It did not fit the basement door. The black residue on the floor had reached the corridor. Thin, branching lines moved across the tile, not flowing, but lengthening in dry increments. Where they passed beneath the stairwell door, the lock clicked. The door opened inward. Cold air rose from below, carrying the smell of wet cardboard, furnace, dust, and something sweetly chemical, like flowers preserved too long in formaldehyde. The stairwell light did not work. I used my phone and descended. At the bottom, a steel door bore a painted sign almost erased by rust. Reconciliation room. The word made me stop. Blackwood used reconciliation to mean checking paperwork against remains before release. It was supposed to happen at every stage. This door had no visible handle. When I placed my palm against it, something shifted on the other side. A heavy weight moved away from the metal, and the door opened. Shelves filled the room from floor to ceiling. Thousands of identification tags hung from wires in labeled bundles. Some were bright aluminum. Others were corroded brass, hospital steel, or blackened discs warped by heat. Duplicate names appeared again and again, sometimes with different numbers, sometimes with the same number assigned to different people. Bankers' boxes covered the floor. I opened the nearest one. Inside were cremation authorizations with signature lines cut away. Intake forms stamped VOID, but never destroyed. Retort logs showing 6, 8, sometimes 11 names assigned to a single cycle. Handwritten instructions ordered technicians to distribute processed remains by urn size, family expectation, and fee category. The records went back to 1984. Blackwood had not begun mixing bodies because of fuel shortages or temporary crowding. Those explanations had come later. The practice had been designed. One binder contained cost comparisons. Another calculated how much natural gas could be saved by filling each retort beyond the manufacturer's limit. A typed policy described unidentified remains as supplemental material to be used whenever a private urn appeared underweight. I found Paula's initials on records from before she became office manager. Mr. Salter's signature appeared on hundreds. Then I found mine. Not the notebook entries I remembered writing. Official reconciliation forms, signed in my hand, approving combined cycles from my first month at Blackwood. I had no memory of them. A metal cabinet stood at the rear of the room. Its drawers were labeled by year. Inside the drawer, marked with the year Claire died, was a single brown envelope. My name was written across it. The envelope contained her hospital bracelet, the bent identification tag, and a cremation authorization signed by my mother. At the bottom of the page, beneath the name Claire Holt, someone had typed, combined with 3 county cases. Family not present. I could not breathe. Claire had never been cremated at Blackwood. The company had not yet existed under that name. But the address on the authorization was the same building. Behind me, Hundreds of hanging tags began to tap against one another. The sound moved across the room in waves. On the wall above the door, a mechanical scale I had not noticed before dropped from 0 to 112 pounds. Then 3 more names appeared beneath Claire's, and one of them was still alive. The living name beneath Claire's was Paula Venn. The mechanical scale held at 112 pounds, while the other 3 names remained fixed beneath my sister's. Lucille Brandt, Edward Rusk, Paula Venn. I knew the first 2 from old county records. Both had died without relatives willing to claim them. Paula had been working in Blackwood's front office for almost 30 years. The tags suspended around me began striking one another faster. I pulled Paula's personnel file from a cabinet near the reconciliation desk. Her emergency contact form listed Lucille Brandt as her mother. Edward Rusk appeared on an older document as her maternal grandfather. All 3 had been cremated in the same building. The hospital authorization for Claire's remains showed that her body had been combined with Lucille and Edward. Paula had been 18 at the time. Her signature appeared on a witness line, confirming receipt of an urn labeled with her mother's name. The ashes her family received could have contained Claire, or perhaps none of them. I photographed every page. Then I found the chain of custody ledgers. The earliest books were signed by Blackwood's original director, Harold Sayer, whose funeral portrait still hung near the employee entrance. His handwriting was clean and narrow. Beside each combined cycle, he had written a reason: fuel conservation, backlog management, unclaimed remains, container failure. Later ledgers carried Mr. Salter's approval, then Paula's, then mine. At first, my entries included instructions from management, combined by order of P. Venn, redistribute per Salter, correct urn weight before release. I turned page after page, following my own handwriting through the years. Eventually, the instructions disappeared. The substitutions continued. No order from Paula. No signature from Mr. Salter. Only my initials beside decisions I had made alone. A private family had purchased an oversized urn, and I had filled it using material from 3 county cases because I did not want them questioning the low weight. A child's cremation had produced more fragments than expected, and I had moved the excess into an adult container because it made the shelves easier to reconcile. 2 urn labels had peeled away during a humid week. Rather than request new genetic testing, I had chosen which container belonged to which family based on decorative preference. I remembered each incident after reading it. What I did not remember was being told. For years, I had blamed Blackwood's system because the system had taught me how, but somewhere along the way, efficiency had become my instinct. I had continued even when nobody was watching. At the back of the cabinet, beneath the official books, lay a thin ledger bound in black cloth. The cover bore no title. Inside, every entry was written in my hand. Not substitutions, corrections. Each page listed a deceased person's true chain of custody, the body placed in the retort, the other bodies present, the location of every known fragment, the urn that had received the wrong remains, and the surviving relatives who would need to be contacted. Some corrections concerned cases I had never investigated. Others described records I had only just discovered. Dates appeared beside each entry. Several were written for the following morning. I held the book beneath my phone light and examined the ink. It looked fresh. At the bottom of one page, a drop had not fully dried. The tags behind me became silent. I turned to the final completed entry. Claire Holt. The ledger traced her remains through 3 families, a cemetery niche, and an urn later returned to Blackwood after a house fire. The last recorded portion had been added to an unclaimed woman cremated 17 years ago. The woman's name was Evelyn Price. A line beneath the entry read, "Returned to facility for final reconciliation." That was why Evelyn's body carried Claire's tag. It was not an accusation. It was a map. I turned the page. A new heading had already been written, Deanna Holt, below my name. The ledger listed every person whose remains I had altered. Hundreds of them. The final line ended in the present tense. Chain of custody transferred to subject upon discovery. Behind me, the steel door slammed shut. The mechanical scale rose from 112 pounds to 3,904, and every hanging tag turned until its stamped name faced me. The tags faced me. Not one of them moved. Yet the room filled with their thin metallic sound. A dry whispering like rain against a window. The mechanical scale on the wall shuddered. Its needle climbed beyond the printed numbers and pressed against the brass stop. Then the glass fogged from the inside. Names appeared across it in pale lines. At first, they formed a column beneath Claire's. Then arrows began to connect them. Claire Holt Lucie Lebrant, Lucille, Brant Edward Rusk, Edward Rusk, Evelyn Price. The chain continued through urns, cemetery niches, returned containers, and cases I recognized only by tag number. One person divided into 5 families. One family given fragments from 7 strangers. A county burial plot linked to a private mantle in Cincinnati. Then to an urn scattered in Lake Erie. The lines did not show where bodies had gone. They showed where names had failed to follow them. I opened the black ledger and found the same chains forming across pages that had been blank moments before. Ink moved in narrow strokes, joining one identity to another. Each connection ended with a location, a container, or a living relative. The dead were not trapped in the retort. They were trapped in assignment. I had imagined haunting as presence, a voice, a face, a hand against glass. But this was absence made heavy. Every person whose remains had been separated from their name remained unfinished. Not because the soul needed ash, but because the living had declared the wrong ending and sealed it with paperwork. The furnace had accepted bodies. It had refused conclusions. The scale dropped by 55 pounds. Margaret Lyle's chain flashed once. Her name moved beside Walter Keene's, then separated. A line appeared beneath it. Correct record. Notify family. Recover known remains. The weight returned immediately. Nothing had been corrected yet. The machine was not rewarding understanding. It required action. A buzzer sounded overhead, not from the reconciliation room, but from the crematory above. Through the ceiling came the low hydraulic groan of Retort 2 opening by itself. Hot air pressed down the stairwell. The hanging tags began to darken. One after another, their surfaces blistered as if held in flame. Names vanished beneath black scale, and and the mechanical display climbed with each erasure. 4,000 pounds. 5,000. 6. The furnace was taking in every unresolved identity at once. I ran to the door and pulled, but it would not open. The black ledger slid off the desk and fell open at my feet. A new page had appeared. At the top was a diagram of the retort. Inside it, hundreds of names were written so closely that they formed the outline of a human body. My body. The entry beneath it read, Temporary Custodian, Blackwood Memorial Services. Status, Capacity Exceeded. Final Custodian, Deanne Holt. I understood then why the scale had shown my name on Evelyn's container, why the private ledger called the transfer a chain of custody. The dead did not want me burned. They did not want pain. Revenge. Or a confession whispered in an empty room. They wanted their identities restored before the institution that had erased them collapsed under the weight. If I failed, the scale would resolve the imbalance in the simplest way available. Every uncertain fragment, every divided record, every person without a truthful destination would be assigned to me. I would become the final container. The room lights flickered. The mechanical scale began counting downward. Not in pounds now, but in names. 312, 311, 310. A deadline. I searched the ledger for instructions. The pages turned by themselves until they reached the corrections written in my hand. Beside each entry, new words appeared. Speak the true chain. Amend the record. Return the name. The steel door unlocked. When I opened it, Paula stood on the other side. Her face was colorless. In one hand, she held a can of accelerant. In the other, a box of matches. You found the room, she said. Above us. Retort, 2 roared. Paula looked past me at the wall scale, where her name had risen to the top of the next chain. Then she said, You don't understand what happens when we start giving them back. Paula struck the match. I knocked it from her hand before the flame reached the floor. It landed in the stairwell and went out against the concrete. Give me the can, I said. You think families want this? Paula asked. You think they want to know the urn on the mantel isn't their mother? That the grave they visit belongs to 3 strangers? We kept them from a second funeral. Clazy we put all. You kept us from one. Her expression tightened at the word us. The wall scale behind me dropped another name. 309. Paula looked at Claire's chain beneath the fogged glass. My mother was all I had, she said. They gave me an urn. I buried it. I survived. You buried a label. The words hurt her because I had lived by them too. Mr. Salter appeared at the top of the stairs with 2 security officers and Blackwood's attorney behind him. He ordered me away from the records. When I refused, he said the room contained confidential medical information, trade documentation, and improperly stored hazardous materials. Then he saw the black ledger, for the first time in 17 years. Mr. Salter looked afraid. Burn it, he told Paula. I took out my phone and called the county sheriff, then the state funeral board, then the local health department. I sent the photographs to all 3 while Mr. Salter shouted that I was distributing protected records. The security officers did not touch me. They were staring at the hanging tags, which had begun turning toward Mr. Salter, one by one. By dawn, Blackwood's parking lot was full of official vehicles. The building was sealed. The reconciliation room became an active evidence site. Investigators photographed the ledgers, boxed the authorizations, and removed bundles of tags under chain of custody seals. None of them could explain the scale. It showed 11,420 pounds by then. The first correction concerned Margaret Lyle. I sat in the arrangement office with a recorder on the table and called her son. I told him that the urn released under her name did not contain only her remains. I explained Walter Keene's involvement, the shared cycle, and the records I had falsified. When I finished, the scale in the crematory dropped by 187 pounds, not 55. Margaret and Walter had both been released from the error. The black layer on Retort 2's door cracked down the middle. The next call was to Robert Ames's niece. I omitted the infant. I told myself I was protecting the family from an unbearable detail. The moment I ended the call, the furnace door gave a violent bang. Charred material spread beyond the frame, climbed the wall, and covered the ventilation grill in branching black plates. The scale increased by 6 pounds. I called her back. This time, I told the whole truth. The 6 pounds disappeared. By afternoon, the pattern was undeniable. A complete correction lowered the weight. An incomplete confession added whatever I had tried to conceal. Euphemisms counted as lies. Saying commingled instead of burned together caused the residue to thicken. Saying administrative error instead of deliberate substitution made names return to the display. I began again, using plain words. We mixed bodies. We divided ashes by guesswork. We filled expensive urns with fragments from unclaimed people. I did it. Families cried, swore, hung up, called back, or sat in silence so long I could hear household clocks through the receiver. One woman asked whether she had scattered her father over the Atlantic. I told her I did not know. The scale lowered anyway. Uncertainty, honestly spoken, weighed less than a false answer. Near sunset, Evelyn Price's chain appeared. It linked her to Claire, Lucille Brandt, Edward Rusk, and 12 other names. I corrected every record we had. The scale fell below 1,000 pounds. Then Paula entered the crematory carrying her mother's urn. She placed it on the platform. I want Lucille back, she said. The display showed 112 pounds. Claire's weight. Paula stared at me. Which part is my mother? I opened the black ledger. The page for Lucille Brandt contained locations, transfers, and names, but no separable portion. Too many fragments had been processed together. Too many had been scattered, buried, or mixed again. I can restore the truth. I said, I can't restore the body. The scale did not change. Paula began to weep. Behind us, the charred layer split open and fell from the retort door in heavy sheets. Underneath, hundreds of names had been burned directly into the steel. Only one remained dark and unreadable. The black ledger turned to its final page. At the top, in my handwriting, was the heading, Correction requires personal delivery. Beneath it was a list of every family I had not yet faced. At the bottom, a single instruction waited. When the weight reaches 0, step onto the scale. The final families would not speak to me by telephone. Some came to Blackwood under escort. Others agreed to meet in the county administration building, where cameras had gathered outside. By then, the state had suspended the crematorium's license. Mr. Salter had been charged with evidence tampering, and Paula had given investigators the names of former directors who had taught her how to make the records agree. I had spent my life making records agree. Now I read every disagreement aloud. The hearing room smelled of dust, hot wiring, and coffee no one drank. Families sat in rows beneath fluorescent lights. Some carried urns against their chests. Some brought photographs. One man placed a child's shoe on the table and did not look away while I described how her remains had been divided between 2 adult cases. I did not say mistake. I did not say procedure. I said, I chose speed over identity. I said, I altered this form. I said, I knew the urn might be wrong and released it anyway. Each statement entered the public record. Behind the hearing room, technicians had arranged a live feed from Blackwood's crematory. The scale stood empty beneath the camera. With each completed mission, its number fell. 406 pounds, 312, 112. Claire's weight remained after every other chain had been corrected. When the chair asked whether I wished to add anything, I looked through the glass at Paula. Her mother's urn rested in her lap. She had refused to open it for testing because no test could separate what had been ground together. I told the room about Claire. I told them I had built my morality around a bracelet because I was too frightened to admit that a label might be wrong. I had taken the worst moment of my life and turned it into a professional method. If paperwork said a person was present, I accepted it. If paperwork said a person had gone home, I closed the file. Then I said the one thing the records had never allowed me to say. I do not know where my sister is. On the monitor, the scale returned to 0. At Blackwood, retort 2 shut down by itself. The temperature needle descended. The metal contracted with slow, hollow knocks. Then the black layer inside the door released all at once. It did not crumble. It fell in one enormous sheet, shaped roughly like a human figure, and collapsed across the floor in pieces thin as burned paper. Beneath it, the steel was clean. The names branded into the door were gone. The hearing room remained silent. For the first time since Walter Keene's intake, I believed the accounting was finished. That evening, investigators allowed me into the crematory to complete one final instruction from the black ledger. The corridor no longer smelled of borrowed homes. The transport tables stood level. Every urn had been moved into evidence storage. Leaving the shelves empty, the ledger waited on the counter. Its final page contained one line, "Verify final custodian." I stepped onto the scale. No weight appeared. The display filled with names. Hundreds moved upward in green letters: Margaret Lyle, Robert Ames, Lucille Brandt, Edward Rusk, Walter Keene, Evelyn Price. Children, strangers, unclaimed men and women whose records had been corrected, but whose remains could never be separated. A corrected record could return a name. It could not return a body. Their chains ended in oceans. Gardens. Graves. Closets. Landfill. Ash. And urns containing too many lives to divide. The name slowed. Claire Holt appeared. Beneath hers came 3 words. Identity restored. Remains unresolved. Then the display cleared. My name appeared alone. Deanne Holt. Below it, status unassigned. I stepped off. The words remained. The black ledger closed behind me. The investigators found me standing there and asked what the scale had shown. I told them. They photographed the display. But the image captured only 0. Months later, after Blackwood was demolished, the scale was placed in state evidence storage. According to the inventory clerk, it sometimes activates when an unclaimed urn enters the building. It does not show weight. It shows a name. Mine always appears last. Perhaps identity is not contained in flesh. Ash. Metal tags. Or official records. Yet each of those things carries a promise that a human life will not be treated as interchangeable material. Diane believed correcting paperwork could control the truth. In the end, truth could restore the names, but it could not undo every physical loss. That may be the cruelest form of accountability, not punishment. But the knowledge that confession arrives after repair is no longer possible. If telling the truth could destroy hundreds of comforting memories, would you still return every name to the dead? Story 5. The first breath came through the headphones during a routine stability check. Grace Holloway had been listening for fractures, the dry, brittle pops that meant a buried weak layer was beginning to collapse beneath the new snow. The resort's seismic microphones translated the mountain into clicks, groans, and low tremors. Most mornings, the sounds were so familiar that she could identify them before the monitoring software drew their waveforms. This sound was different. It drew in slowly, held, then released. Grace lifted one ear cup. The propane heater ticked beneath the window. Wind dragged ice across the metal roof. Somewhere in the equipment cabinet, a relay snapped. She put the ear cup back. Another breath moved under the snow. The observation station stood above timberline on the eastern shoulder of Mount Calder. A gray box anchored to rock and buried almost to its windows by the week's accumulation. Below it, the resort's upper bowls descended toward the dark firs and the distant lights of Calder Ridge Lodge. At dawn, before the lifts opened, the slopes looked untouched enough to suggest that nothing bad had ever happened there. Grace knew better than to trust appearances. She checked the channel. Microphone 4. Positioned beneath North Bowl at a depth of nearly 6 feet. The sensor had been installed to catch small settling events before they became slab releases. It was not designed to record air. There was no cavity around it large enough to inhale. She replayed the signal. In. Pause. Out. The waveform rose and fell with almost human patience. Grace marked it as wind resonance. She did not believe the label. But labels gave strange things somewhere harmless to live. A knock sounded against the outer door, followed by the scrape of a shovel. Aaron Pike entered in a burst of powder and cold. He was 29. broad-shouldered, and too cheerful for someone whose work regularly involved explosives. Road crew says the switchbacks are drifting shut, he said. Patrol wants your call on North Bowl before they load the first chairs. Grace minimized the audio window. Snow pit first. Already dug. And 30 centimeters of storm slab over crust. Clean shear. But it took force. Wind loading? Worse, near the ridge. Grace looked through the western window. A long plume streamed from the summit like smoke from a white fire. The forecast predicted another foot by evening. With temperatures falling after sunset, holiday bookings were at capacity. Closing North Bowl would shut nearly half the advanced terrain. And the general manager would ask for evidence stronger than caution. She pulled on her shell and followed Aaron outside. The cold tightened around her teeth. Each step toward the test slope produced a compressed squeak beneath her boots. The sky was the color of old steel. And ridge. Cloud. And snow blended until distance became guesswork. At the pit, Grace crouched beside the exposed layers. She studied the grains above the crust. The slab fractured when Aaron tapped from the elbow. But it did not travel across the column. Borderline, he said. Manageable. He glanced toward North Bowl. You sure? Grace disliked the question because it sounded too much like concern. She performed the test again. The result held. Open it with control work. She said, keep skiers off the far traverse until patrol checks the cornice. As they climbed back toward the station, Grace noticed a dark shape beneath the snowfield below microphone 4. At first she took it for exposed rock. Then the wind shifted, brushing loose powder from its surface. A face appeared under the ice. Not a whole body, only the suggestion of one. Forehead. Closed eyes. Flattened mouth. Preserved beneath a thin blue layer as if someone had frozen while looking uphill. Grace stopped. Aaron turned. What is it? She pointed. The snowfield was smooth again. Wind had covered the shape. For several seconds, neither of them spoke. Then Aaron said, very quietly, it was facing the station. Back inside. Grace told herself it had been a trick of light. A buried branch. A fracture shadow. By the time she removed her gloves, she had almost arranged the sight into something explainable. Then the headphones began breathing again. This time, beneath the slow inhale. A man's voice whispered her name. Grace tore the headphones off so quickly that the padded band struck the console. The station settled around her with its ordinary noises. Heater tick. Fan hum. The dry flutter of paper from the vent. Aaron stood by the door, still brushing snow from his sleeves. What happened? Feedback. He looked at the headphones on the desk. Feedback said your name? Grace turned toward him. Aaron's expression changed. Not disbelief. Regret. You heard it. She said. I heard something. That isn't what I asked. He glanced through the window toward North Bowl. It sounded like a man. Grace reopened the audio file and found only a wind-buried vibration beneath the breathing waveform. No recognizable word. No voice she could isolate. Slow down. Or measure. Without evidence. The sound became meaningless. She deleted the marker she had placed on the recording. By 7 o'clock, patrol had fired 3 charges along the North Pole ridgeline. The explosions rolled through the cloud cover, deep and padded, and loose snow poured harmlessly from the cornice. Grace watched the stability graph settle into expected ranges. She authorized the opening. For the rest of the morning, she followed the routines that had made her indispensable to Calder Ridge. She logged snowfall every hour. She checked telemetry from 14 weather stations. She compared wind transport against slope angle, temperature history, and the buried crust formed during November's rain event. She trusted numbers because numbers did not forgive. Accuse or ask why a decision had been made. Her office contained no photographs except a framed aerial map of the resort. Reed had once complained that the room looked less inhabited than the summit shelter. After his death, Grace removed the picture of them standing beside a summer snowfield, both sunburned and laughing. She also removed his spare gloves, the chipped mug he used during night shifts, and the handheld radio that still carried his initials in black marker. The radio remained in the locked bottom drawer. At noon, General Manager Kurt Vanner called from the lodge. "North Bowl's moving well," he said. "Guests are happy." "Guests aren't stability indicators." "Of course not. I'm thanking you." Kurt's gratitude always arrived shaped like pressure. "The West Glades need another assessment," he continued. "Patrol thinks they can secure them before the afternoon crowd. They weren't part of today's plan. The holiday traffic wasn't part of the original model either." Grace rubbed the bridge of her nose, beyond the glass. Skiers moved across North Bowl in bright, insect-like colors. "I'll look at the new data." "Good. You're the reason people trust this mountain." After the call, she opened the archived forecast from the day Reed died. She told herself she did this every winter because professional review prevented repeated mistakes. In truth, she never opened the complete file. She read the public report, the one describing an isolated wind slab that released without observable warning. She did not open the internal notes beneath it. At the bottom of the screen, the folder waited under Reed's incident number. Grace closed the archive. She ate lunch standing beside the console, black coffee and half a protein bar. She had learned to keep meals small during storms. Hunger sharpened her. Sleep softened judgment. Reed had believed the opposite and used to bring stew in a dented thermos, filling the station with garlic until every sensor seemed warmer. The memory came with the sound of his last voicemail. Grace never listened to it anymore, but she knew its structure better than any weather pattern. A breath drawn too quickly. 4 words. Another breath. Longer this time. Then the message that had remained on her phone while she approved the bowl for another hour. By mid-afternoon, the West Glades had been bombed, ski cut, and inspected. Patrol reported no propagation. Grace entered the clearance code and watched the status change from restricted to secured. A new channel activated in her headphones. Microphone 9. It sat beneath the West Glades. The breathing began at once. Grace froze with one hand over the keyboard. The first inhale was short and strained. Then came 4 soft pulses against the microphone, spaced like words, too muffled to understand. The second inhale lasted longer. Grace opened the locked drawer and removed Reed's radio. Beneath it lay her phone, powered off, but still storing the voicemail she had sworn never to play again. She turned it on. The message and the snow breathed together. Grace played the voicemail only once. Reed's voice emerged thinly through the phone speaker, almost erased by wind. Grace. Hold the bowl. A short inhale. Something's moving under us. Then the longer breath she remembered. The message ended with static. In the headphones, Microphone 9 released the same breath beneath the west glades. Grace stopped the recording before it could begin again. For several seconds, the weather station seemed to tilt around her. Not physically. The floor remained level. The instrument steady. The horizon where it belonged. But every object in the room appeared to have shifted toward the phone, as though the entire station had heard Reed and was waiting for her response. She disconnected Microphone 9. The breathing continued through the headphones. Grace removed them and heard it faintly through the console speakers instead. Then the radio on the desk crackled. Aaron's voice broke through. Grace. We've got a partial release in the West Glades. She snatched up the handset. How large? Small. Control pocket near the lower traverse. No guests involved. Any injuries? A pause. No injuries. But you need to come down. The snowmobile route crossed beneath North Bowl and curved into the trees. Grace drove too quickly, feeling the machine slip whenever its track met the soft accumulation. Patrol had closed the glades. Those skiers gathered behind the ropes, watching the yellow-jacketed team cluster around a shallow debris field. Aaron met her at the boundary. His face had lost its color. What did the blast expose? Grace asked. He did not answer immediately. You should see it before Kurt gets here. The control charge had released only the upper layer, perhaps 20 feet across. Beneath it, instead of rock or older snow, lay a surface of translucent blue ice. Something stood inside it. Grace descended carefully, testing each step with her pole. The figure was upright from the waist upward, its lower body disappearing into darker ice. A woman. Judging by the narrow face and long frozen hair pressed behind her shoulders, her skin had the wax pallor of meat kept too long in a freezer. Her eyes were open. They faced uphill, toward the observation station. Grace moved sideways and saw another shape several feet away. Then a third. 5 figures stood beneath the slab in a rough line, each preserved vertically. Each turned toward the same distant point above the trees. Their arms hung at their sides. Their mouths were slightly open. Aaron whispered. They looked like they were waiting. Grace forced herself to examine them professionally. No visible avalanche trauma. No torn clothing. No blood. Their jackets belonged to different decades, modern synthetic shells beside faded canvas and wool. One man wore leather ski boots with rusted buckles. Another had a lift ticket attached to his coat by a metal wicket. The printed date bleached beyond recognition. They can't be here, Grace said. Aaron looked at her. That's the problem? This slope has released repeatedly. Anything buried here would have been carried downhill. Unless it wasn't buried. Grace turned sharply. Before he could explain, engines approached through the trees. Kurt Vanner arrived with 2 members of resort security and Dr. Bell from the medical clinic. Kurt stared at the exposed figures for less than a second before his expression hardened into administrative calm. "This area is closed," he said. Phones away. No photographs. Aaron glanced toward the guests behind the ropes. "We need the sheriff. I've already made the call. Search and rescue too," Grace said. Kurt nodded without looking at her. "They're delayed by the storm. We'll secure the remains until they arrive." A maintenance snowcat appeared soon afterward, towing a covered equipment sled. Everything happened too efficiently. Security moved the spectators back. Patrol erected privacy screens. Dr. Bell gave the bodies only the most superficial examination before men in insulated coveralls began cutting rectangular sections from the blue ice with a heated cable saw. Grace watched the first frozen figure lifted onto the sled. No one documented its position. No one tagged its clothing. "Stop," she said. The cable operator hesitated. Kurt stepped between them. "We are preventing contamination. You're destroying a recovery site. We're stabilizing a public safety incident. This is evidence." His eyes settled on hers. "Of what?" The question was too quiet. Grace looked past him. 3 figures had already disappeared beneath the tarp. The 4th was being freed. As the ice loosened around its chest, the body tilted forward, revealing a black strap beneath one arm. Something orange hung against the jacket. Grace moved before anyone could block her. She brushed ice from the device. It was an Avalanche beacon. An old Calder model with a cracked display in one corner sealed by a strip of silver tape. Grace had applied that tape herself after Reed dropped the beacon on their kitchen floor. On the back, beneath the frost, his initials were scratched into the plastic. R.H. The frozen figure opened its eyes. The figure's eyes did not move. That was what Grace told herself, while the maintenance crew lowered it onto the sled. Ice had fractured across the eyelids. Meltwater had run into the lashes. Reflected light from the saw had created the illusion of awareness. Nothing had opened. Nothing had seen her. Kurt ordered the tarp secured before Grace could touch the beacon again. "Where are you taking them?" she asked. "To a controlled storage site. The sheriff needs to examine them here. The sheriff needs a safe road first." Kurt spoke without raising his voice. But the men around him resumed working as though he had issued a command through a radio. The remaining bodies disappeared beneath insulated covers. Within minutes, the sled was moving through the trees. Reed's beacon went with it. Grace followed Kurt away from the patrol team. "You knew what they were," she said. "I knew we had unidentified remains on active terrain. You brought a cutting crew before anyone completed an examination. We bring cutting equipment to ice recoveries. There has never been an ice recovery like that." Kurt's gaze moved toward Aaron, who stood beyond the screens speaking to patrol. "There has never been anything like today. That is precisely why I need you to remain careful." "Careful with what?" "With what you think you saw." Grace heard the warning beneath the concern. Back at the observation station, she wrote 3 explanations. Acoustic distortion caused by compression around buried microphones. Subsurface movement within old avalanche debris. Trauma-related pattern recognition triggered by Reed's voicemail. She arranged the phrases beneath one another in her incident log and read them until they looked clinical. The figures were more difficult. She entered them as probable historical fatalities exposed by control work. Vertical position could be explained by rotational deposition, Preserved clothing could result from stable, cold layers. Their orientation toward the station was coincidence, shaped by terrain. She did not record the beacon. By late afternoon, snowfall had thickened until the windows held only white. North Bowl remained open below the cloud line, but patrol closed the west glades. Grace expected Kurt to accept the restriction. Instead, he called. "We need summit chute assessed." "No." Silence held for half a second. "Have you reviewed the latest pit results?" he asked. "The loading rate has doubled. The summit station shows less transport." The summit station is partially rhymed. Its readings are unreliable. Then use your judgment. I am Grace. We have guests stranded here for at least 2 days if the highway closes. Concentrating everyone on lower terrain creates its own hazard. That is an operations problem. It becomes your problem when overcrowding causes an injury. She looked at the status board. Summit chute glowed amber. Evaluation required. Kurt continued. You cleared North Bowl under similar conditions. That was before the wind increased, and before you became emotionally involved in an unrelated recovery. Grace tightened her hand around the phone. Do not use Reed against me. I am trying to prevent you from using Reed against yourself. The line went quiet after Kurt disconnected. Grace began reviewing Summit Chute because refusing to look would appear irrational. The slope had been ski-cut before the storm. Its anchors were strong. Remote sensors showed no significant fracture events. The newest test profile from Patrol suggested moderate instability rather than severe. Manageable, she thought. The same word she had used that morning. She checked the microphone channels. None were active. No breathing. No whispers. Only the weak mechanical hiss of the system. Grace entered a provisional approval for controlled access. The instant she pressed confirm. Microphone 12 activated beneath Summit Chute. One breath filled the speakers. Grace stared at the screen. She canceled the approval. The breathing stopped. For several moments, she remained motionless, listening to the empty channel. Then she selected a closed beginner slope near the lodge. An area too shallow to produce a dangerous slide. She entered a temporary safety approval. Microphone 2 began breathing beneath it. Grace withdrew the approval. Silence. She approved a maintenance road already compacted by snowcats. Breathing. She canceled it. Silence again. The pattern was too precise for wind. Ice. Grief. Or coincidence. Grace opened the system history and reviewed the day's authorization times. Each recorded breath had begun within seconds of a slope being declared safe. North Bowl, the West Glades, Summit Chute, all of them. Her cursor hovered over the oldest archived authorization she could access. The final approval entered on the day Reed died. She opened it. The speakers inhaled before she pressed anything. Grace closed Reed's archived authorization. But the sound continued. It came from every active channel now, layered at slightly different depths until the station seemed surrounded by sleeping bodies. She disconnected the console from the monitoring network. The breathing remained. A thin crust of frost spread across the inside of the western window. Grace touched it with 2 fingers. The glass burned colder than the air outside, and the frost grew around her fingertips in branching white veins. The heater had stopped ticking. Its display showed normal operation, but the station temperature was falling. Grace watched the digital reading descend while the vents breathed out air that smelled of wet wool and old metal. She radioed Aaron. Only static answered. Then Kurt called, "Why is Summit Shoot still restricted?" Grace looked at the authorization screen. The provisional approval she had canceled was active again. "I withdrew it. The system shows you cleared it." "I did not. You entered the code." "I canceled it immediately." Kurt exhaled into the phone, behind his voice. Grace heard lodge music and the distant murmur of guests. "Patrol is already moving into position," he said. "Leave it open unless conditions materially change." "They have changed." "How?" Grace looked toward the frost-covered windows. She could not say the mountain was breathing after every declaration of safety. She could not say Reed's body had opened its eyes inside blue ice. "The sensor network may be compromised. Then use visual assessment. Visibility is almost zero." "Grace, you either trust your forecast or you don't." The line disconnected. She canceled Summit Shoot again. The breathing ceased. For an instant, the silence felt absolute. Then Grace became aware that she was standing beside the western window. She did not remember leaving the console. Her right glove was missing. Snow covered the sleeve of her base layer to the elbow, though the outer door remained locked. A red pressure mark circled her wrist as if someone had held it tightly. The station log showed that 11 minutes had passed. During those missing minutes, she had approved 3 additional areas: the lower traverse, the maintenance cut, North Bowl. Grace canceled them one by one. With each cancellation, one microphone fell silent. Outside, the storm shifted, opening a brief corridor through the blowing snow. A face rested beneath the surface below the station. It was closer than the one she had seen near microphone 4, only 30 yards from the window. Perhaps less. Blue ice covered its features, but the open mouth was clearly visible. Grace stepped back. The snowfall thickened and erased it. Kurt called again. She ignored him. A system notification appeared instead. "North Bowl's safety status requires confirmation." Grace selected restricted. The screen froze. When it recovered, the status read safe. Microphone 4 inhaled. Through the window, the face reappeared 10 yards closer. Grace struck the keyboard with both hands and entered the restriction again. The status changed, but only after the microphone released a long, relieved breath. Another notification appeared for the beginner slope, then the service road, then the West Glades. The system demanded approval faster than she could refuse it. Each time a status flashed green, a new shape surfaced beneath the storm. Faces emerged around the station in a tightening ring. Some lay beneath smooth powder. Others stood behind walls of wind-packed snow, visible only from the shoulders upward. Men and women in old jackets, patrol uniforms, faded sweaters, and torn winter clothing all watched the windows. Grace shut down the terminal. The screen went black. In its reflection, someone stood behind her. She turned. The station was empty. When she looked back, the figure remained in the dead screen. A man with ice in his hair and an orange beacon strapped across his chest. Reed. His reflection raised one hand and pointed toward the internal incident archive. Grace opened the file she had avoided for 7 years. The original field notes appeared beneath the public report. Wind loading. Rapid temperature drop. A fracture observed above the traverse. At the bottom was an audio transcription attached to Reed's final radio transmission. Grace remembered deleting that section before management reviewed the report. Behind her, ice cracked. Reed now stood outside the western window, his face inches beyond the glass. His frozen eyes opened, and his mouth moved with the voice the official report had never recorded. Grace, hold the bowl. The snow is breathing. The snow is breathing. The words fogged the glass from the outside. Grace stumbled backward hard enough to strike the console. When she looked again, Reid was gone. Only frost remained. Thickest where his mouth had been. The incident archive still glowed on the screen. Beneath Reed's final transmission was a linked document Grace had never seen. Control Material Reconciliation Internal Use Only. She opened it. The file listed explosive charges assigned to avalanche mitigation across Calder Ridge. Most entries matched patrol records. North Bowl, Summit Chute, West Glades. Then she found quantities allocated to a location outside the resort boundary. Dve-Tri. The designation appeared every winter for more than 20 years. Hundreds of charges. No terrain classification. No patrol signatures. Only authorization codes from senior management. The most recent entry had been approved that morning. Grace copied the coordinates into the topographic system. The map centered on an unmarked valley west of the resort. Beyond, a ridgeline closed to staff and guests. Official maps labeled the area Unstable Wilderness. An older survey used another name, Displacement Valley. A snowcat engine started below the station. Grace crossed to the eastern window. Through the storm, she saw headlights moving away from the maintenance building. The vehicle towed the covered sled that had carried the frozen figures. She grabbed her shell, the handheld radio, and the printed explosive inventory. The service trail beyond the western ridge was not groomed. Grace followed the snowcat's tracks on a patrol machine while wind erased them behind her. The route climbed through thinning timber, past 2 chained warning gates, and continued beyond signs marked No Resort Access. At the second gate, she found the lock hanging open. The cold changed after she crossed the boundary. The wind weakened, yet the air felt sharper. Snow lay in deep, undisturbed pillows between black trees. No birds moved. No branches shed their weight. Even the snowmobile engine sounded muffled, as though the valley absorbed noise before it could travel. Grace descended along an old blasting road. Orange marker poles protruded from the drifts at regular intervals. Each bore a year rather than a route number. The earliest she could read was from the late 1990s. Farther down, newer poles continued toward the valley floor. The snowcat stood beside a concrete bunker built into the slope. Its engine was still running. No one was inside. Grace called Kurt over the radio. Static answered, followed by a slow inhale. She shut it off. The bunker door had been left ajar. Inside, metal shelves held detonators, shaped charges, and waterproof blasting cord. A clipboard hung beside the entrance. That morning's operation was listed as a transfer. 5 active pockets relocated. Below it, someone had written, maintain downhill orientation. Do not allow visual alignment with occupied structures. Grace read the sentence twice. A scraping sound came from behind the bunker. She followed it to the edge of a steep gully where the snowcat's tracks ended beside a freshly cut cornice. Empty transport straps lay in the snow. The covered sled had been abandoned with its tarp folded back. The bodies were gone. Grace looked down. The gully opened into the valley floor. A wide basin filled with layered avalanche debris. At first it seemed natural. Broken blocks of snow. Tree fragments. Gray ice. Then she saw the rows. Figures stood beneath the debris from one end of the basin to the other. Hundreds of them. Some were visible only as faces behind blue ice. Others were preserved from the chest upward. Arms held close to their sides. They wore ski jackets, work coats, patrol uniforms, children's scarves, business clothes, and garments so old she could not identify them. All had been arranged by repeated slides. Each artificial avalanche had carried another group down from the resort, depositing them in parallel bands marked by the dated poles. Memory pockets relocated, not recovered, not identified. Moved, Grace descended into the basin. The breathing surrounded her there, no longer coming from microphones. It passed through the buried rows in uneven waves, one body inhaling, then another, then 50 more, answering farther down the valley. She found the 5 figures from the west glades near the newest debris line. Reed stood among them. His cracked beacon remained strapped to his chest. His eyes were closed again. But one frozen hand had been forced upward during the slide. It pointed toward a dark opening beneath the opposite slope, a tunnel mouth. Beside it stood an explosive marker bearing Grace's authorization code. Grace stared at the explosive marker until its meaning became unavoidable. Her authorization code had not been printed recently. The ink was faded, its edges worn beneath years of ice. Someone had marked this tunnel with her credentials long before that morning. She crossed the basin toward it. The breathing changed as she passed the buried rows. Some breaths shortened, others stopped altogether, then resumed behind her. The bodies seemed to follow her without moving, their awareness passing from one frozen face to the next. The tunnel entrance had been cut through old avalanche debris and reinforced with timber blackened by moisture. A steel door stood several yards inside, protected from the weather. Grace entered the code from the marker. The lock opened. Warm air moved against her face. The chamber beyond was dry and electrically heated. Filing cabinets lined one wall. Shelves held boxes of obsolete avalanche beacons, damaged helmets, ski passes, wallets, gloves, and personal effects sealed inside numbered bags. None of the bags carried names. A workstation glowed beneath a small red emergency lamp. The computer was already logged in. Grace searched for DV3. Hundreds of records appeared. The earliest entries described unexplained recoveries after natural slides, victims found upright beneath compacted snow, showing no decay and no injuries consistent with burial. Several had been officially declared missing decades before. Their bodies produced low-frequency pressure changes resembling respiration. Later reports abandoned the word bodies. They called them memory pockets. Grace opened a document written by Calder Ridge's former mountain director. Memory pockets formed when a person died after recognizing that rescue had been withheld. delayed, or deliberately redirected. The snow preserved not the individual's life, but the final moment of comprehension, the instant in which someone understood that another person had chosen not to help. That moment remained active. It repeated beneath the snow. When memory pockets accumulated near occupied terrain, witnesses reported voices, apparitions, equipment failures, and compulsive reenactments of the decisions that caused the deaths. The pockets gradually aligned themselves toward whoever had formalized the abandonment. Grace thought of the faces turned uphill, toward the observation station. Another folder contained operational procedures. Calder Ridge had discovered that controlled avalanches could move the pockets without destroying them. Charges were placed above known concentrations, releasing enough snow to propel the preserved dead into uninhabited terrain. Controlled release. The files called it not avalanche mitigation, relocation. For years, resort managers had cleared profitable bowls by driving the accumulated dead into Displacement Valley. Fatalities were reported as unrecovered, geographically uncertain, or presumed carried beyond the search boundary. Personal items were removed so the bodies could not be identified if resurfaced. Grace looked at the shelves. Reed's possessions were there. His gloves occupied bag C-14. His radio battery, the broken buckle from his pack, a wedding ring sealed inside a smaller envelope. Grace pressed her own left hand against her mouth. They had found him. They had always known where he was. A sound came from the computer speakers, a faint crackle followed by Kurt's recorded voice. Forecaster liability requires documentary separation. Management recommendations must not appear in final stability assessments. The recording was dated the morning Reed died. A second voice answered. Grace's voice. I'll amend the field report. She stopped the playback. The room seemed to contract around her. Grace searched Reed's incident number and found two versions of the forecast. The public report described moderate conditions, no observed propagation, and an unpredictable isolated release. The original contained one additional sensor reading, a rapid collapse beneath North Pole, recorded before opening. Grace remembered seeing it. She remembered Kurt standing beside her console, explaining that the signal might be machinery from a grooming route. She remembered the lift queue below, the holiday crowd, the forecast she had already defended during the morning meeting. And she remembered Reed radioing from beneath the cornice. Something's moving under us. A signed amendment appeared beneath the original report. Grace Holloway had reclassified the collapse as instrument interference. She had removed it from the operational summary and approved the bowl. Her signature was followed by a deletion log. The final radio warning had been removed 11 minutes later. Grace had spent 7 years believing management had edited the report after the accident. The record showed otherwise. She had made every change herself. Behind her, the steel door closed. The shelves began to rattle as hundreds of sealed belongings vibrated in rhythm with the breathing outside. Then the computer displayed a new operational notice. Primary memory pocket has entered recognition phase. Beneath it appeared Reed's name, then Grace's, and beside both names, the same status, awaiting controlled release. The steel door had no handle on the inside. Grace struck it once with her shoulder, then stopped. The shelves around her had begun to shake harder. Plastic evidence bags whispered against one another. And every damaged beacon in the room emitted the same low pulse, awaiting controlled release. She returned to the computer and opened Reed's file. The status notice expanded into a record of movement. North bowl to western drainage. Western drainage to displacement valley. Each transfer corresponded to a control blast carried out after his death. Reed had not remained beneath the slope where Grace abandoned him. Calder Ridge had moved him 7 times. Every relocation followed a report of unusual activity near the resort. Voices inside lift terminals. Buried sensors registering heartbeats. Frost-forming human outlines on lodge windows. When those signs appeared, management placed charges above the concentration and drove it farther from paying guests. The files described this as pressure management. Grace scrolled until she found the earliest research notes. A geologist hired by Calder Ridge had cut into one of the preserved bodies and discovered almost no biological tissue within. Beneath the skin was layered ice, fine as glass, arranged around a hollow chamber in the chest. The chamber expanded and contracted despite containing no lungs. The body was not being preserved. The moment was snow compressed around the final awareness of abandonment, building a shape from clothing, memory, and cold. It recreated the face because the face had understood. It recreated the mouth because the mouth had called for help. The breathing was the instant before hope ended. Grace closed her eyes. She saw Reed beneath the cornice, one hand against his radio, listening for her reply. He would have known she had heard him. Their equipment logged every transmission. He would have waited for the bowl closure, the patrol recall, the explosive team standing down. Instead, skiers had continued entering above him. His last awareness had not been fear of the avalanche. It had been recognition. Grace had chosen not to believe him. A new file opened without her touching the keyboard. Security footage filled the screen. The observation station appeared from outside on the morning Reed died. Grace stood behind the western window while Kurt spoke beside her. The silent recording showed her looking toward North Bull, then down at the warning on her console. She remembered the moment differently. She had always pictured herself overwhelmed by conflicting data, unable to know which signal mattered. The footage showed no confusion. Grace read Reed's message. She looked at the lift queue. Then she deleted the instability alert. The image changed. Another camera showed the slope after the avalanche. Patrols searched until darkness. Management publicly stated that conditions had become too dangerous to continue. Hours later, a private team entered the debris with heated saws and a covered sled. They found Reed upright beneath blue ice. His eyes were open, even through the recording. He faced the distant observation station. Kurt's voice came from the computer speakers. The primary pocket has attached to the approving authority. An unseen man asked, "Can it be redirected?" "Not permanently. Move it until alignment weakens." And Holloway? She believes he was never recovered. Grace stepped away from the desk. The breathing beyond the steel door deepened. Hundreds of separate rhythms began drawing toward one cadence. Reed's cadence. She finally understood why the displaced bodies had turned toward her station. Each control blast had pushed them into the same valley as Reed. Each preserved moment had entered the field of his abandonment. Where one official decision had declared a known danger acceptable, her signature had given every unacknowledged death a direction. They had not been watching the building. They had been watching Grace. The red emergency lamp dimmed. Frost crawled across the steel door, forming faces within its surface. A woman in an old patrol coat, a child wearing a striped scarf, men whose open mouths contained blue darkness. All had understood, in their final moments, that someone had decided retrieval was too costly, warning too inconvenient, or closure too damaging to revenue. Reed's face formed last. His eyes opened. "I heard you," Grace whispered. The frost around his mouth cracked. "No," he replied. "You measured me." The mountain inhaled. Grace felt the breath enter through her nose and fill her lungs with impossible cold. Along with it came hundreds of final moments, not deaths, but realizations. A radio unanswered, a searchlight turning away, a warning removed from a report, a rescue postponed until morning. She fell to her knees as the valley exhaled through her. The computer displayed one final message: recognition complete. Then every memory pocket outside spoke with Reed's voice. "Now you know what was preserved." The mountain's breath left Grace on the floor with ice along her teeth. For several seconds she could not rise. The borrowed final moments remained inside her, radio calls unanswered. Search routes shortened. Families told weather had made recovery impossible. None of the dead had been preserved because rescue failed. They had been preserved because someone had decided failure was acceptable. The steel door clicked open. Wind entered the chamber carrying fine snow and a distant mechanical rumble. On the workstation, the storm model had updated. The central pressure had fallen faster than predicted. Wind loading across the upper mountain was beyond every threshold Grace had used in 19 years of forecasting. A red banner filled the screen. Extreme avalanche cycle, imminent. Beneath it, resort operations had issued a separate instruction: maintain guest shelter in place. Avoid public announcement until transport options are confirmed. Grace understood the phrasing. The highway was closed. The lower lodge held hundreds of guests. Kurt feared panic, refunds, litigation, and the possibility that evacuation into the storm might itself cause injuries. It was the same arithmetic again. She connected the workstation to the resort's emergency network. Kurt answered before she could open the broadcast channel. "Grace, leave that system alone." His voice came through the room speakers, calm and close. "You knew they recovered Reed," she said. A pause. "This is not the time. You moved him. We contained an event no agency was equipped to understand. You hid every person down here. We kept the mountain operational. Outside." The valley inhaled. Grace opened the archive directory and selected every file: recovery footage, explosive inventories, internal research, altered fatality reports, and her signed amendment. Kurt's voice sharpened. "You transmit those records and you destroy this resort." "No," Grace said. "We did that when we decided people could disappear." She sent the files to patrol, county dispatch, local news stations, and every guest address stored in the resort's notification system. Then she activated the public speakers. Her voice traveled through the lodge. Lift terminals, maintenance bays, and storm shelters. "This is Grace Holloway, Senior Avalanche Forecaster, Calder Ridge is under immediate full mountain closure. All guests and staff must evacuate to the East Service Corridor and continue to the highway staging area. Do not use the western trails. Do not wait for luggage. She drew one breath. 7 years ago, my husband warned me that North Pole was unstable. I removed the warning and opened the terrain. After he died, Calder Ridge recovered his remains and concealed them. The company has done the same to others for decades. No one interrupted her. Even Kurt had gone silent. I called the risk acceptable because I believed uncertainty made me innocent. It did not. Leave the mountain now. She repeated the evacuation route twice, then transmitted the highest possible hazard classification to every control terminal. The status board turned red. For the first time in years, no slope at Calder Ridge was marked safe. The breathing stopped. Grace stepped out of the tunnel, across Displacement Valley. The preserved figures no longer faced the resort. Their heads had turned toward the ridge above them, where small lights moved through the storm. A blasting team. Grace lifted her radio. Aaron, are you receiving me? Static cracked. Then his voice answered. We've started moving people east. Grace. Kurt sent a crew over the western ridge. They're carrying the reserve charges. She looked at the inventory sheet still clenched in her hand. The morning transfer had listed only part of the available explosives. A second operation had been prepared. One final controlled release. Large enough to bury the tunnel. Drive the memory pockets deeper into wilderness. And erase the evidence before authorities could reach the valley. Grace began climbing toward the ridge. The storm pressed against her with such force that she sometimes moved on hands and knees. Above, dark figures fixed charges into the cornice. She called for them to stop. None looked down. Then Kurt's voice came through every radio channel. Proceed. Grace saw the first detonator light blink through the snow. Below her, hundreds of frozen mouths opened together. The mountain drew the largest breath she had ever heard. And the charges fired. The first explosion tore the cornice away from the ridge. The second opened the snow beneath Grace. She dropped to her knees as the slope fractured around her in branching black lines. For one impossible moment, the entire mountainside held its shape. Then the upper layer broke loose. The avalanche did not fall toward Displacement Valley. It climbed. Snow surged upward against gravity, carrying blue blocks of ice through the storm. Preserved figures turned within the white mass, not tumbling like bodies, but rising upright as though the mountain were lifting them to their feet. The blasting crew vanished behind the moving wall. Grace saw Kurt near the detonator case. One arm raised across his face. He tried to run toward the snowcat. But the avalanche divided around the vehicle and closed over him with deliberate precision. His radio remained on the surface. Through its speaker, Grace heard him shouting that the operation had been authorized. The snow buried his voice first. Then the released memory pockets swept across the western ridge. They entered Calder Ridge through every terrain corridor the resort had used to move them away. Control gullies, drainage cuts, maintenance roads, and closed forest routes. Each buried figure traveled along the path of its previous displacement, reversing decades of controlled releases. Grace could see their passage beneath the snow. Blue faces moved below the surface like reflections under dark water. She reached the crest as the storm opened briefly over the resort. Far below, guests and employees formed a line along the Eastern Service Road. Aaron's patrol team guided them toward the highway staging area, their headlamps appearing and disappearing in the blowing snow. The Avalanche turned away from them. It crossed the empty ski slopes instead. Lift towers bent. Terminal windows burst outward. Snow poured through the lodge terraces but stopped at the evacuation route, building high white walls on either side without touching the people between them. No one had been abandoned this time. The mountain had no reason to preserve them. Grace's observation station stood alone above timberline. The released pockets converged upon it. Hundreds of faces surfaced around the foundation, all looking through the western window where Grace had once watched Reed's warning appear on her screen. The station's instruments activated without power. Every microphone transmitted the same slow inhale. Grace began climbing toward them. Aaron called through her radio. "Grace, come east. We can still reach you." She looked toward the evacuation line, then toward the station. For 7 years, she had treated guilt as a measurement problem. She had believed confession might correct the record, as though truth were another amendment that could replace what she had deleted. But Reed had not needed a corrected report. He had needed her to stop the bowl. "I can't leave them here again," she said. The radio crackled. "You exposed everything. It's over." "No," Grace replied. "It's finally accurate." She entered the observation station as snow rose over its windows. Inside, the console displayed the names of the missing. They appeared one after another across every screen. No longer numbered, relocated, or classified as memory pockets. The final name was Reed Holloway. Grace placed her palm against it. The western window turned blue. Reed stood beyond the glass. His body formed from layered ice. Behind him waited the others. Their mouths were open, but they were no longer breathing. They were waiting for her. Grace unlocked the outer door. The mountain exhaled. Snow entered the station without breaking anything. It flowed around the desks and climbed Grace's legs, filling the room with a cold so complete that she could hear her heartbeat slowing. Reed lifted his hand. Grace pressed hers against it through the forming ice. "I heard you," she said. This time, he did not answer. The observation station disappeared beneath the slope. By morning, the storm had passed. Every evacuated guest survived. Kurt Vanner and the blasting crew were never recovered. Search teams found no trace of the station, the tunnel, or the bodies from Displacement Valley. Calder Ridge closed permanently. In the months that followed, seismic instruments across the Rocky Mountains began detecting an unexplained respiratory pattern beneath deep snow. The signal traveled from range to range during storms, always beginning with one woman's short inhale and ending with hundreds of voices exhaling through her lungs. Researchers named it the Holloway Resonance. New Avalanche software began producing forecasts under Grace's credentials, even on systems never connected to Calder Ridge. The reports were detailed, precise, and impossible to delete. Each one contained the names of everyone still buried beneath the forecast area. And regardless of conditions, every report ended with the same classification: safe. Grace believed uncertainty could absolve a decision. But uncertainty does not erase the moment when another person depends on us. and we choose convenience over warning. The mountain preserved more than death. It preserved recognition the instant the abandoned understood that someone had measured their life and found it expendable. Grace finally told the truth and saved those who could still leave. But confession could not undo Reed's final breath. Perhaps some mistakes cannot be forgiven or corrected. They can only be carried forward, repeating beneath everything we call safe. Story 6. The studio should have been louder. Even abandoned places made noise in Los Angeles. Air conditioners rattled behind locked storefronts. Traffic breathed along distant boulevards. But when Simon Vale stepped through the glass doors of Marrow Sound, the building seemed to absorb the city behind him. The door settled into its frame without a click. A red light glowed above reception. Recording. Simon stood beneath it with his bag in one hand and the printed contract in the other. The lobby smelled of dust, warm carpet, and the medicinal sweetness of old foam panels. Framed posters lined the walls, animated films, radio dramas, serial mascots. Most were sun-faded. Several had empty spaces where cast names should have been. "Hello?" His voice returned from the corridor flatter, as if someone had copied it badly. The job had come through an agency Simon had not worked with in years. 3 sessions. Cash on completion. No union paperwork. An unpublished children's book called The Lantern Boy and the Hollow Moon. The message said they needed a performer capable of multiple authentic character registers. That phrase had once described Simon everywhere. Now it described him only in old reviews and unpaid profiles. A ceiling speaker crackled. "Mr. Vale, Booth C." The woman's voice was calm and professionally warm. "Do I check in?" "You have." Simon followed brass letters mounted along the corridor. Booth A had no handle. Booth B was taped shut with yellowing acoustic sealant. Booth C stood open, washed in low amber light. Inside waited a music stand, a tablet, headphones, and a black microphone suspended in a shock mount. Simon paused. The microphone looked older than the studio. Its metal casing was smooth from years of handling. A narrow silver plate had been screwed beneath the grill. But whatever name had once been engraved there had been polished away. "Sit whenever you're ready," the voice said. "Who am I speaking to?" "Miriam Kells, session producer." The name stirred something from an old credits list. Though Simon could not place it, he sat. The headphones were already warm, beyond the glass. The control room was dark. He saw the mixing console, 2 monitors, and the outline of an empty chair. The tablet displayed the first page. The Lantern Boy lived in a house with 13 doors. Though his mother had given him only 12 keys, Simon smiled despite himself. Children's narration was easy if you respected the rhythm. Adults heard sentences. Children heard promises. He read the opening in his natural voice, or what he considered natural. It was a mild, flexible baritone, clean enough to belong nowhere. For the Lantern Boy, he raised the pitch. For the mother, he borrowed a faint Northern English cadence from an actress named Evelyn Rook, with whom he had once shared a booth. A red bulb above the glass came on. Static touched his left ear. "Continue," Miriam said. The next page described the boy testing each key. The brass key opened the pantry. The white key opened the winter room. The smallest key opened a door behind his mother's shadow. As Simon read, the text trembled. A sentence appeared between two existing lines. His mother kept her dead sister's messages because deleting them felt like killing her twice. Simon stopped. He knew those words. Evelyn had said them during a break years ago. After finding him beside the vending machines, her sister had died that week. Evelyn had spoken quietly. Embarrassed by her grief, Simon had never repeated it. "Problem?" Miriam asked. The script changed. "No." It didn't. Simon looked again. The sentence had vanished. In its place was the original line. His mother kept a candle burning in the room no key could open. "I saw something else. Read from the beginning of the paragraph." The red bulb seemed brighter now. Simon began again. When he reached the mother's dialogue, Evelyn's voice came out perfectly. Not his impression of her. Her voice, he felt it in the wrong place in his throat. Thin and bruised, carrying the tremor she had hidden beside the vending machines. From the dark control room came the mechanical click of a second microphone switching on. Then Evelyn whispered through his headphones. "Simon," she said, "you took this one too." The voice remained in Simon's headphones for less than a second after she finished speaking. Then the channel went dead. He tore the headphones off. The booth seemed suddenly too warm, though the air from the vent had turned cold enough to raise the hair along his wrists. In the control room, the empty chair had not moved. Miriam, no answer. The tablet returned to the opening page. The sentence about Evelyn's sister was gone. So was the final line Simon had just read. He stood, knocking one ear cup against the music stand, somewhere beyond the wall. A phone began to ring beneath layers of insulation. It stopped before he reached the door. Miriam's voice came through the ceiling speaker. "Session complete. We'll contact you regarding the next recording." That wasn't part of the script. Nothing outside the script was recorded. "I heard Evelyn Rook." There was a pause. "You performed Evelyn Rook." The distinction followed him home. Simon lived above a nail salon in North Hollywood, where the walls carried every conversation except the ones he wanted to hear. He set his bag on the kitchen table and opened the refrigerator, though he already knew it contained water, mustard, and eggs past their date. His phone displayed 3 missed calls from his landlord and 1 automated rejection from a commercial audition. He ignored them and searched for Evelyn. They had not spoken in nearly 4 years. Their final exchange had been polite in the way professional endings often were. Evelyn had congratulated him on replacing her in a fantasy game after the studio claimed her accent had become inconsistent. Simon had replied that he hoped they would work together again. He had never asked why the role had been offered to him before she was officially removed. Her number was still saved. He called. The line rang 6 times. When Evelyn answered, Simon thought the connection had failed. "Evelyn?" A breath touched the receiver. Then a whisper. So faint he had to press the phone against his ear. "Who is this?" "It's Simon." Silence. He heard fabric shifting and someone trying to clear a throat that would not cooperate. "Are you sick?" he asked. "Since this morning." Her words were nearly voiceless, shaped more by air than sound. Simon sat at the kitchen table. The contract from Marrow Sound was folded in his coat pocket. but he could feel its weight against the chair. "What happened?" "I woke up like this." "Have you seen someone?" "A doctor." "No swelling. No damage. Nothing." She coughed. The sound ended in a dry scrape. Simon told himself that losing one's voice was common. Stress. Infection. Exhaustion. Performers lived close to that fear. They dreamed of opening their mouths before an audience and producing nothing. But Evelyn's whisper in the studio had not sounded damaged. It had sounded whole. "I was recording today," he said. The breathing on the line stopped. "Where?" "An old place called Marrow Sound." She disconnected. A message arrived before Simon could call back. "Where did you record me?" Another followed. "Do not use my voice again." Simon typed that he had not recorded her. Then erased it. He typed that it was an accident. That vanished too. He opened his laptop and searched Evelyn's name. Her old credits appeared first. Animation. Games. Serialized dramas. A radio mystery in which she played a detective named Celia Vane. Simon clicked an episode they had recorded together. The cast list still credited Evelyn, but when Celia spoke, Simon heard his own performance, not his conversational voice, not even his usual impression of Evelyn. It was the exact voice that had come from his mouth in Booth C, bruised, intimate, perfect. He opened another episode. Again. Celia spoke through him. Then another. Every appearance Evelyn had made over 12 years had been replaced. The pauses were his. The breaths were his. Even the tiny click he made before certain consonants was preserved beneath her dialogue. The upload dates had not changed. His phone vibrated. Evelyn had sent an audio file. For several seconds there was only breathing. Then, somewhere behind her ruined whisper, a red recording light clicked on. A man's voice said, "Begin when ready." The voice was Simon's. Simon replayed the file until Evelyn's breathing lost all human rhythm and became merely a soft pressure inside the room. His own recorded voice never said anything beyond, "Begin when ready." Yet each time the line ended, he heard another sound beneath it. 3 dry taps, evenly spaced, like a fingernail against glass. He did not sleep. By morning, Evelyn's number no longer accepted calls. Her profile page still existed, but the photograph had been removed. Under her credits, several performances now listed Simon Vale in smaller type beneath hers, as though the correction had always been there. At noon, Marrow Sound emailed him. Second session confirmed. No time was given, only an address he already knew, and a line beneath it. Authentic character registers required. Simon nearly deleted the message. Instead, he opened the contract. The payment for the first session had already appeared in his account. It was enough to cover 2 months' rent. He told himself he was returning to demand answers. The red light above reception was on when he arrived. Booth C stood open. Nothing had changed except the microphone. The silver plate beneath the grill was no longer blank. Leonard Brent. Simon stopped in the doorway. Leonard had been a fixture of British animation for more than 4 decades. Known for kings, judges, sea captains, and villains who never needed to raise their voices, Simon had met him only twice. The second time, At an awards dinner, Leonard had looked at Simon across a crowded table and said, "An imitation is not a performance merely because the thief remembers to breathe." Simon had laughed. Leonard had not. "Sit down," Miriam said through the speaker. "Where is he?" "Mr. Brandt is not contracted for this session." "Then why is his name on the microphone?" "You're being paid for authentic character registers." The tablet illuminated. The story resumed with the lantern boy descending through the door behind his mother's shadow. At the bottom of the stairs waited an old ferryman who had forgotten the river but remembered every child he had carried across it. The character description was brief. Aged, male, educated, restrained, coastal British influence. Simon stared at the words. "That's Leonard. That is your interpretation." He should have refused. Instead, he adjusted the headphones. Leonard's voice had once earned Simon his first national campaign. The producers had wanted dignity without paying Leonard's fee. Simon supplied the approximation. And the advertisement ran for 3 years. He began. The voice settled into him with alarming ease, low, dry, weathered at the edges. Simon felt the placement in the back of his mouth, the careful economy of breath, the faint compression before each sentence. The ferryman asked the lantern boy what he had brought to pay the crossing. The tablet flickered. New words appeared. "My daughter wrote to me for 11 years. I answered none of her letters because she chose her mother's name." Simon stopped. The red light brightened. "Continue," Miriam said. He knew Leonard had an estranged daughter. Everyone in the industry knew. No one knew why. The next line formed while Simon watched. "When she came to the hospital, I pretended to be asleep." His hands tightened around the script stand. "That isn't in the book. It is now. I don't know this. Mr. Brandt does." From somewhere beyond the booth came a metallic scrape. Simon turned. A second microphone stood behind him. It had not been there when he entered. It was mounted at child height, its cable disappearing beneath the carpet. A fresh silver plate shone beneath the grill. Leonard Brandt. The microphone in front of Simon still bore the same name. His phone began vibrating inside his coat. "Unknown caller." He answered without speaking. No one spoke back. There was only breathing slow, disciplined, unmistakably Leonard's. Then, through the call, Simon heard his own voice in booth C begin reading the next line before he had opened his mouth. Simon's mouth remained closed. His voice continued through the phone. The ferryman lowered his lantern. It read, and saw that the boy's face belonged to someone who had never been born. The sound came from 2 places at once, the receiver against Simon's ear and the headphones resting around his neck. Both versions carried Leonard Brandt's measured cadence. Both included Simon's small preparatory click before the final consonants. He ended the call. The voice continued. "Stop the session," Simon said. The tablet cleared. A white loading circle turned against the black screen, and then a message appeared. Adaptive passage incomplete. The 2 microphones bearing Leonard's name tilted slightly in their mounts. Simon knew it was only the elastic suspension settling, but they seemed to have inclined toward him. "Miriam, open the booth. The booth is not locked." He pulled the handle. The door opened immediately. For a moment, Simon felt embarrassed by his own panic. Beyond the threshold lay the same beige corridor, The same dim wall lamps. The same line of brass letters leading toward reception. Miriam spoke through the ceiling. The manuscript uses experimental performance software. It responds to vocal patterns, emotional associations, and unconscious memory. You put Evelyn's confession in it. The software customizes dialogue. And Leonard's daughter, Mr. Brandt's public history provides extensive interpretive material. That wasn't public. Performers frequently believe their private experiences are unique. Simon stepped into the corridor. Behind him, the red recording light remained on. You stole their voices. We preserve performances. You erased Evelyn. We have made no changes to Ms. Rook's condition. Simon walked toward reception. Booth B passed on his left, still sealed with yellowing strips of acoustic material. Something played behind it. Faint, but distinct. A younger Simon was auditioning for a breakfast cereal mascot. He remembered the copy. He remembered the cramped room in Burbank and the actor who had read before him. A nervous comedian named Philip Trent. Simon had listened through the wall. Then entered and performed the same breathless laugh. The same nasal hesitation. Even the same accidental squeak on the word delicious. The role had been his first union commercial. Behind Booth B, the audition repeated. This time, another voice interrupted. That laugh was mine. Simon kept walking. Booth A had no handle, but a recording played behind its painted door. Simon recognized an audition for an animated undertaker called Mr. Wax. He had built that voice from Dennis Cole, an older performer whose hands shook too badly to hold the pages steady. Dennis had disappeared from the industry 6 months later. A third recording began farther down the corridor, then a fourth. Simon quickened his pace. Each sealed room contained another audition, another voice he had borrowed and later claimed to have developed independently. The sounds overlapped until the hallway filled with versions of him performing as people he had known. He reached reception. The red light glowed above an empty desk. The glass entrance doors were gone. In their place stood Booth C. Simon stopped. Its door was open. Inside, the tablet waited on the music stand. The 2 Leonard Brandt microphones faced the chair. He turned around. The corridor behind him now ended at the reception desk. No, he whispered. He chose the opposite direction, passing Booth A again. The recordings followed him through the walls. At the next corner, he found Booth C. He tried a side passage marked editing. It led past a kitchenette where a paper cup of coffee still steamed beneath a layer of dust. At the far end stood Booth C. He opened a fire door. Booth C waited beyond it. Miriam's voice came from every speaker at once. The software is designed to guide performers toward authentic delivery. This isn't software. What would you prefer to call it? Simon entered the booth because there was nowhere else to go. The tablet displayed a new page. The lantern boy stood before 13 doors. Behind each one, someone spoke with his mouth. A final line appeared beneath the paragraph. To leave the house, he had to return every voice to the room where he found it. Simon looked at the microphones. Leonard's name had vanished from one of them. Fresh letters were cutting themselves into the silver plate. One stroke at a time, Philip Trent. Behind the sealed wall, the cereal mascot began to scream. Philip Trent's scream lasted only as long as a held breath. Then it collapsed into a wet whisper behind the wall. The tablet advanced by itself. The lantern boy opened the first door and found a laughing man whose mouth had been stitched with golden thread. Simon backed away from the microphone, newly engraved with Philip's name. "I'm not reading that at Leanh." The red light above the glass pulsed once. A tone sounded in his headphones, followed by Miriam's voice. "Your refusal has been noted. Please continue in the assigned register. Philip is alive." "Yes." "Then call him." "You already have." Simon stared at his phone. A contact window had opened without his touch. Philip Trent appeared at the top of the screen. Though Simon had deleted the number years ago, the call connected. At first, there was only movement, a drawer opening, a chair scraping, frantic tapping against wood. Then Philip tried to speak. Nothing emerged except air. Simon heard the shape of words without sound. Lips and tongue working helplessly around an absent voice. In the booth, the Philip microphone produced a soft, electronic hum. The tablet highlighted the stitched man's dialogue. Simon remembered Philip's serial mascot voice better than he remembered Philip himself. Bright, nasal, breathlessly cheerful. He had mocked it privately after winning the commercial, calling it a cheap trick anyone could reproduce. He read one sentence: "Welcome home." "Little lantern." Philip made a strangled noise through the phone. The microphone answered with a crisp inhale. A waveform appeared on the control room monitor, first a thin, trembling line, then the clean peaks of Simon's performance. Beneath it, a second waveform formed in pale gray. It matched Philip's failed attempt to speak. As Simon watched, the gray line flattened. A metallic click came from the rear of the booth. Another microphone stood beside Leonard's. "Dennis Cole." Then another appeared near the door. "Marchafen." Simon knew both names. Dennis had voiced Mr. Wax before Simon replaced him. Marcia had played a queen in a game franchise until Simon told the director he could deliver her exact severity without the scheduling complications. The tablet replaced the page. Now the lantern boy moved through rooms populated by figures who covered their throats while speaking through him. Each character description corresponded to someone Simon had imitated. Cadence, age, regional influence, vocal injury, emotional range. He refused Marcia's passage. His phone rang again. Marcia answered with a whisper so faint that Simon recognized her only by the anger in her breathing. "You said it was temporary." She managed. The sentence vanished halfway through. Her final word became silent. On the monitor, the gray waveform beneath her name disappeared. Simon pulled the headphones away. "I won't do any more." Miriam's reply came softly. "Then use your own voice." The tablet cleared, leaving a single line. "My name is Simon Vale, and this is the voice I was born with." He almost laughed. It was the first instruction that felt simple. Simon leaned toward the blank microphone. "My name is Simon Vale, and this is the voice I was born with." The words sounded normal inside his skull. He felt the vibration in his chest and the familiar placement behind his teeth. But nothing came through the booth speakers. The control room monitor displayed his sentence as text. Above it, the waveform window remained empty. He tried again. Louder. Still no waveform. He shouted his name. The booth absorbed it. The named microphones surrounding him responded with small breaths, each one different. Leonard's disciplined restraint, Philip's shallow panic, Evelyn's bruised whisper, Dennis's dry tremor, Marcia's controlled contempt. Together, they produced the sound Simon had always thought of as himself. The tablet displayed a new message. No original register detected. Simon touched his throat. Beneath his fingertips, many voices seemed to be breathing. Then the blank microphone in front of him clicked on, and a voice he did not recognize said from inside his own mouth, "Transfer incomplete. Locate the source." The words remained in Simon's mouth after the voice stopped. Locate the source. He coughed, expecting one of the borrowed registers to emerge. Nothing did. The booth speakers produced only the faint electrical hiss of an open channel. Then the microphone, labeled Dennis Cole, rotated toward the floor. A seam had appeared beneath the carpet. Simon knelt and pulled at the edge. A square panel lifted easily, revealing a narrow concrete stairwell descending beneath Booth C. Cold air rose from below, carrying the smells of machine oil, dust, and something faintly sweet, like breath trapped too long inside a sealed mask. The tablet displayed a final instruction. Preservation floor, authorized personnel only. Behind him, the booth door remained open, but the corridor beyond it had gone black. The recordings behind the sealed walls had stopped. Even the red light above the glass was dark. Simon descended. The stairs turned twice before ending at a steel door marked with Marrow Sound's old insignia, a mouth enclosed inside a reel of tape. Beneath it, someone had scratched a second symbol into the metal, a human ear crossed out with a single line. The door opened when Simon touched it. Rows of microphones stretched into darkness. There were hundreds of them. Some stood upright on polished mounts. Others hung from ceiling rails or rested inside glass cabinets. Each bore a silver nameplate, a date, and a roll. Harold Finch King Osric Final Session. Nina Bell, Mrs. Harvest Final Session. Marcia Fenn, the Ivory Queen, transfer pending. A small green light glowed beneath each completed entry. The microphones marked transfer pending, pulsed amber. Simon walked between the rows. The room was colder than any archive needed to be. Acoustic panels covered the walls, but they were stained darker around the edges, as though they had absorbed years of smoke. Thick cables ran beneath the grated floor, converging toward a chamber at the far end. Every few steps, a microphone breathed, not static, not feedback. Breath. One inhaled with a smoker's rattle. Another released air in a childlike sigh. Somewhere to Simon's left, an elderly woman hummed 3 notes before a relay clicked and cut her off. He found Evelyn's microphone in the third aisle. Evelyn Ruck. Celia Vane, transfer active. The amber light beneath it flickered weakly. Simon touched the metal grill. Evelyn gasped inside the microphone. "Don't," she whispered. He pulled his hand away. The voice continued. "It notices when we remember." Evelyn? Her name echoed through the room. Repeated in dozens of stolen voices, Evelyn's microphone went silent. A green light replaced the amber one. "Transfer complete." "No." Simon gripped the stand and tried to pull it from the floor. The mount did not move. Beneath the grill, something warm pressed briefly against his palm from inside the metal casing. Miriam's voice emerged from the overhead speakers. The preservation floor was built to prevent permanent cultural loss. You killed her. Miss Rook's biological status is not within the scope of this facility. What does that mean? It means her voice is secure. Simon moved toward the far chamber. Microphones activated as he passed, speaking fragments of roles he had performed: kings, monsters, fathers, children, machines. Each voice called him by a different name. The chamber contained an old mixing console and a reel-to-reel recorder. Unlike the equipment upstairs, both were covered in dust. A single microphone stood before them beneath a cone of yellow light. Its casing was dented and oxidized. The cable had been repaired several times with cloth tape. The silver plate read, Simon Veil, Original Source. No role was listed. The date beneath his name was from 27 years earlier, when Simon had been 16. His hands began to shake. I never came here. The reel-to-reel machine switched on. The tape turned slowly. A boy's voice filled the chamber. It was thin, uncertain, and painfully ordinary. Simon did not recognize it. Yet his body responded before his mind did. His knees weakened. His throat tightened around a shape it had forgotten how to make. On the recording, someone asked the boy to state his name. There was a long pause. Then the 16-year-old Simon Vale answered in the voice Simon no longer possessed. My name is Adrian Kells. Behind him. Miriam unlocked the chamber door. The chamber door opened inward. Miriam Kells stood on the other side. She was older than Simon expected, perhaps in her late 60s. With silver hair cut close to her jaw and a headset resting around her neck, her face was composed, almost kind. But Simon recognized the voice immediately. It was the one that had guided every session. He looked back at the reel-to-reel machine. My name is Adrian Kells. The boy on the tape repeated. Miriam entered and closed the door. You were told not to use that name. Simon turned toward her. Who is Adrian? You were. The answer landed without meaning. Miriam crossed to a metal cabinet beside the console and unlocked it with a key from her pocket. Inside were rows of paper files, bound contracts, casting sheets, non-disclosure agreements, and audition logs. She placed the first folder on the desk. Simon Vale Acquisition History. That isn't my name. No. Miriam said. It became your name. Simon opened the folder. The first page was dated 27 years earlier. A minor performer named Adrian Kells had been enrolled in a Marrow Sound youth program intended to train vocal adaptability. Guardian authorization had been signed by Miriam Kells. Relationship to participant, mother. Simon looked at her. You're lying. You have said that before. Beneath the enrollment papers were pages in his own handwriting. Not similar handwriting. His voice study, Harold Finch. Voice study, Nina Bell. Voice study, Leonard Brandt. Each entry cataloged breathing habits. Vocal placement. Regional inflection. Emotional weaknesses. And personal details useful for authentic replication. Simon turned pages faster. Audition reports documented roles he remembered winning. Beside every offer was a corresponding Marrow contract rejected by the original performer. Evelyn Rook had refused lifetime vocal licensing. Leonard Brand had refused posthumous performance rights. Philip Trent had refused biometric retention. Marcia Fenn had demanded her archive samples be destroyed. Below each rejection, Simon's name appeared beneath a typed instruction. Authorized substitute impressions supplied. His signature followed. "No," Simon said. "I never worked for this place." "You worked for us every time someone said no." Miriam opened another folder. Inside were emails Simon remembered sending. He had told Marrow's casting directors which actors he could reproduce, which weaknesses he had noticed, which performances he could deliver faster and cheaper. His language was casual. "I can give you Dennis without the tremor. Marcia's easy once you remove the breath. Leonard is mostly restraint. Give me an hour." Simon remembered writing the sentences. He had simply forgotten the recipient. Miriam laid a stack of casting notices beside the file. Every major role of Simon's career had been released within days of another performer refusing Marrow's preservation agreement. His success had not followed their rejection by coincidence. It had been payment. "You curated me," he said. "We developed you. You ruined them. We reclaimed assets they had already distributed publicly. They were people. They were voices." Miriam said, "You understood that distinction better than anyone." Simon recoiled from her calmness. But the files denied him the comfort of innocence. There were recordings of private conversations he had secretly made, marked with technical notes. There were agency referrals in which he described former colleagues as unstable, expensive, ill, or unreliable. He had not merely imitated them. He had helped remove them. At the bottom of the last folder lay a photograph. A 16-year-old boy stood in booth C beside Miriam. He had narrow shoulders, dark hair, and Simon's eyes. Around them, microphones bore the names of actors whose voices Simon would later build his career upon. On the back, someone had written, "Adrian Kells." Before primary replacement, Simon's fingers went numb. What was replaced? Miriam looked toward the old microphone marked Simon Vale Original Source. Everything that made you difficult to sell. The reel-to-reel machine clicked. A new recording began. Simon heard his adult voice speaking to Marrow years earlier. Confident and amused. "I don't care what happens to the originals," he said, "as long as no one can tell the difference." Miriam placed one final contract before him. At the bottom was his signature. At the top, in black capital letters, were the words, "Consent to personality reconstruction." Simon read the contract twice. The second reading was worse because the words no longer looked impossible. They looked administrative. Personality reconstruction, emotional modulation, memory continuity, subject retention conditional upon commercial viability. At the bottom, beside his signature, a box had been checked. Primary identity dispensable. He pushed the document away. "You made me sign this when I was 16. You renewed it many times," Miriam said, "under another name. Names are interface labels." The product beneath them was consistent. The microphones beyond the chamber breathed through the walls. Hundreds of small inhalations traveled beneath the acoustic panels. Pausing together as though listening for his reply, Simon pointed toward the old reel-to-reel machine. That boy was your son. Adrian was my son. The past tense chilled him more than the archive. Miriam sat at the console and placed both hands on its dusty edge. Marrow began as a preservation laboratory. Actors donated recordings so their performances could survive them. We captured phonemes, breath patterns, emotional transitions. Even the tiny muscular hesitations that occur before grief or laughter. You cloned the dead. We attempted to. She pressed a switch. A monitor flickered awake, displaying an old waveform beside the face of Harold Finch. The first models were technically accurate. Every pitch matched. Every breath arrived at the correct interval. Yet audiences rejected them. They said the voices sounded empty. Because the originals were still alive. Simon looked at her. Miriam continued with the patience of someone explaining a familiar process. A living voice changes from moment to moment. Illness, regret, age, private conversations, unspoken decisions. A model cannot become definitive while its source continues producing variations. Perfection requires closure, permanent silence. Yes. The green lights outside the chamber seemed brighter now. Simon thought of Evelyn's flattened waveform. You kill them. Not directly. We remove their capacity to generate competing material. The body is incidental. And me? You solved the adaptation problem. She brought up another file. The screen showed a 16-year-old Adrian Kells seated in booth C. Headphones too large for his head. He spoke one line in his thin, natural voice. Then Miriam's younger voice instructed him to imitate Harold Finch. Adrian obeyed. His shoulders changed first, then his expression. When Harold's voice emerged, the boy's eyes carried an elderly man's suspicion. Another clip followed. Nina Bell's voice entered him, and Adrian began rubbing his thumb against his ring finger, a habit visible in archived interviews with Nina. A third voice altered his posture. A fourth changed the rhythm of his blinking. Simon stepped closer to the screen. What did you put in me? Not voices alone. A convincing voice requires expectation, memory, shame, desire. The body must believe it has lived the life producing the sound. The monitor displayed neurological diagrams layered with performer profiles. We reconstructed your personality from embedded behavioral material. Each new register supplied traits the previous version lacked. Confidence from Finch, precision from Bell, social instinct from Rook, restraint from Brandt, ambition from performers whose names you no longer remember. Simon searched his own memories. His first audition, his father leaving, a childhood kitchen with yellow cabinets, a woman singing while washing dishes. The woman's face would not hold still. It became Nina Bell. Then Miriam. Then Evelyn. The kitchen changed shape around them. No, he said. Miriam's expression softened. Your memories were never erased. They were edited for continuity. Simon remembered mourning a father whose voice he could no longer hear. Had there been a father at all? He remembered learning impressions alone in his bedroom. Yet the room now contained Booth C's red light above the door. What happened to Adrian? Miriam looked toward the microphone labeled Simon Vale Original Somiris. He resisted integration. He cried during sessions. He asked to go home. Those responses interfered with performance. So you removed him. We preserved him. The old microphone clicked on. The boy inside began to sob. Simon felt the sound in his own chest. But no waveform appeared on the monitor. Miriam opened the final file. It contained no photograph. Only a list of names. S2. Memories. And emotional reflexes. At the top was Simon Vale. Beneath it, in smaller type, Composite version 39. Every person you imitated became part of the mechanism that replaced you. Miriam said, "That is why you could take their roles so easily. You are never remembering their voices." The microphones outside spoke the final sentence with her. You were remembering being them. On the monitor, Simon's childhood memories separated into colored tracks. Every track bore someone else's name. The colored tracks continued to separate. Simon watched his childhood divide across the monitor into labeled fragments. Harold Finch Authority Response. Nina, Bell, Maternal, Association. Evelyn, Rook, Grief, Retention. Leonard Brandt, Defensive Restraint. Even the memory of learning to ride a bicycle belonged to someone else. The scraped knee came from Philip Trent. The father's hand on the seat belonged to Dennis Cole. The pride Simon remembered feeling when he balanced alone had been borrowed from an actor who died before Adrian Kells was born. The monitor went black. Then the title page of The Lantern Boy and the Hollow Moon appeared. The letters dissolved. Simon Vale. Unabridged. Miriam replaced the old reel with a blank one. The final recording stabilizes the archive, she said. Simon looked through the chamber window. Amber lights flickered among the rows. Marcia's microphone pulsed irregularly. Leonard's was almost dark. What happens if I refuse? The incomplete transfers collapse. The surviving sources will lose speech. Then, language. Then the memories attached to language. And if I read, the borrowed material returns where return remains possible. What happens to me? You become accurate. The first page filled with text. My name was Adrian Kells. I became Simon Vale because Adrian was not useful enough to preserve. Beneath it appeared, original register only. Simon leaned toward the microphone labeled Simon Vale Original Source. I can't make that voice. You can. Miriam said. You have spent 27 years avoiding it. The microphone played Adrian speaking. Thin, uneven. A boy's voice breaking around uncertainty. Simon tried to reproduce it. Leonard's restraint lowered the pitch. Evelyn softened the consonants. Harold gave the sentence authority. The monitor rejected him. Composite contamination. The manuscript advanced. It described his first months at Marrow, rewards after successful imitation. The locked waiting room after mistakes. Miriam, watching through the glass while Adrian begged to go home. Praise had arrived only when he sounded like someone else. The sentences were memories. Simon saw himself listening to Nina Bell through headphones while a technician repeated one line until Adrian's natural inflection disappeared. He remembered Miriam saying ordinary voices were abandoned every day. He remembered accepting a new name because Simon Vale had already been promised an audition. Across the archive, microphones activated. Marcia inhaled. Philip attempted a laugh. Leonard whispered his daughter's name. Beneath them came others Simon had never known were still alive. Their failing voices pressing through the room like people trapped under ice. The next page displayed a choice. Refuse Session Preserve Composite. Complete session release sources. Simon touched his throat. Everything he valued waited there. His confidence, his instincts, the voices that made strangers admire him. If those traits returned to their owners, he did not know what would remain. Perhaps only Adrian, a frightened boy with no exceptional sound. Miriam placed her hand on the record switch. You built a life from people who were told they could be replaced, she said. Now you may keep it. Simon looked at Evelyn's microphone. He remembered her beside the vending machines, trusting him with the story of her sister. He had preserved the shape of her grief more carefully than her kindness. Record, he said. The red light came on. Simon read the first sentence. The voice that emerged was narrow, young, and unfamiliar. It trembled on Adrian's name. Pain moved through his throat, not sharp, but separating. Leonard's restraint left first, then Evelyn's sensitivity, Marcia's severity, Philip's comic timing. With every paragraph, memories loosened. Faces lost their names. Awards became blank objects beneath stage lights. Apartments, lovers, directors, and applause slipped away without farewell. Across the preservation floor, amber lights turned green, then went dark. The actors were taking themselves back. By the final page, Simon no longer understood why Miriam was crying. The manuscript ended with one line. This is the true story of a man who survived by becoming everyone except himself. Simon read it in Adrian's voice. The blank reel stopped. The microphone labeled Simon Vale Original Source displayed a new status. Released. Every other nameplate went dark. Miriam opened the chamber door and whispered, Adrian. Simon looked at her without recognition. On the tablet, a final page began typing by itself. The lantern boy had returned every stolen voice. Now the house required the name he had used to steal them. The final sentence waited on the tablet. Now the house required the name he had used to steal them. The man in the chair read it slowly. He understood each word. But the name meant nothing to him. Miriam stood beside the console with one hand over her mouth. Her face suggested grief, though he could not remember what grief required from him. He looked down at his hands and found pale marks where years of rings, watches, and nervous habits had pressed themselves into the skin. He knew none of their histories. What name? He asked. His voice was Adrian's untrained, hesitant, young in a body that had grown old without it. Miriam lowered her hand. Simon Vale. The preservation floor responded. Every microphone repeated the name. Some spoke it clearly. Others produced only breath, static, or the last damaged fragments of voices not fully returned. The words traveled through the archive in different accents, ages, and emotional registers until they no longer sounded like a person's name. They sounded like a product being tested. The tablet displayed a final instruction. State licensing name and release all associated claims. Adrian looked through the chamber window. Most of the microphones were dark now. Evelyn Rook's silver plate remained. But the words transfer complete had disappeared. Leonard Brandt's microphone emitted a faint, tired exhale. Marcia Fenn cleared her throat somewhere inside the metal casing. They were alive, or some of them were. Their voices had returned, though the years taken from them would not. "What happens to Simon?" Adrian asked. Miriam looked at the red recording light. "He becomes what Marrow always claimed he was, which is a performance." The manuscript supplied the required declaration. Adrian read it without emphasis. "I release the name Simon Vale. Every recorded performance associated with that name, and every memory constructed to support its ownership." The microphone absorbed the words. On the monitor, files began disappearing. Contracts emptied first. Simon's signature faded from agreements, tax forms, and agency releases. Casting sheets rearranged themselves so that roles returned to their original performers or became listed as uncredited. Photographs changed next. Simon vanished from award ceremonies, recording booths, birthday dinners, and crowded studio parties. People shifted closer together to occupy the spaces where his body had been. A woman who had once rested her head on his shoulder now leaned against an empty wall. Online pages refreshed. Simon Vale returned no results. The trophies in Adrian's apartment became blank metal shapes. His landlord forgot the tenant above the nail salon and discovered a room filled with clothes that seemed to belong to no one. Former directors remembered delayed productions, unusual substitutions, and voices they could never quite identify. Evelyn Rook woke in a hospital with her sister's name already forming on her tongue. Leonard Brandt called his daughter and spoke before pride could silence him again. Philip Trent laughed once, then began to cry. No one remembered who had taken their roles. Miriam watched the erasure spread across the monitor. "You promised I would survive," Adrian said. "I promised the system would preserve what was valuable." The silver plate on the old microphone loosened. Simon Vale original source fell away and struck the floor. Beneath it was an older engraving. Adrian Kells unsuitable. Miriam closed her eyes. For one moment. Adrian remembered being 16. He remembered her hand on his shoulder. The cold headphones. And the first time she praised him for disappearing into another man's voice. Then that memory left too. The recording light went dark. Months later, Marrow Sound reopened under a new company name. Its website promised ethical, synthetic performances, perpetual character continuity, and licensed vocal preservation for studios working under reduced budgets. A young actor named Caleb Wren arrived after receiving an invitation from an agency that had ignored him for years. He had overdue rent, a talent for imitation, and a private certainty that his natural voice would never be enough. The receptionist's desk was empty. A calm woman guided him through the ceiling speakers. Booth C. Inside. A children's manuscript waited on the tablet. The microphone looked old, but the silver plate beneath its grill appeared freshly polished. Simon Vale available for licensing. Caleb put on the headphones. They were already warm. The red light came on. From somewhere, deep beneath the studio, a frightened boy whispered in a voice no living person remembered. "Please use your own." Caleb mistook it for direction. Then he began to read. "A voice can seem like the most personal thing we possess. Yet it is shaped by everyone we admire. Envy, imitate, or silence. Simon built a career by treating identity as material, only to discover that his own identity had been manufactured the same way. Marrow Sound did not merely steal performances. It turned human beings into replaceable assets and called the process preservation. Perhaps the final horror is not that Simon was erased, but that the system remembered him perfectly once he became profitable to forget. How much of ourselves can we surrender before success belongs to someone else? Story 7. The first ship appeared on Rowan Pike's radar as a clean white crescent just beyond the Bell Rock Shoals, where no vessel with a sane captain would wait without broadcasting a name. He noticed it during the quiet hour before dawn, when Dunrath Harbor seemed less like a port than a machine that had fallen asleep standing up. Container cranes leaned over the water with their red warning lamps blinking. Sodium light pooled on the wet concrete. From the refinery across the channel came the low, continuous burn of the flare stack, its orange reflection trembling in the black tide. Rowan sat alone in the pilot station above Pier 4. One hand around a mug of coffee he had forgotten to drink. The windows rattled whenever the wind came hard off the Firth. Salt had dried in pale seams along the lower panes, and the room smelled of damp wool, electrical dust, and the tarry sweetness of old rope from the equipment locker. On the radar, the crescent held steady. No automatic identification signal, no call sign, no speed, no destination. He adjusted the gain. The mark sharpened. Unregistered traffic. Bearing 087. He said into the radio. This is Dunrath, pilot. Identify yourself. Static answered him. Beneath it. So faintly he first mistook it for interference. Came 3 slow knocks. Rowan looked toward the window. There was nothing beyond the harbor mouth except fog and the fixed green lamp at North Breakwater. The moon had gone down hours ago. The sea beyond the reefs was a depthless black, its surface visible only where the wind pressed a dull sheen across it. He called again. The mark vanished. Rowan waited with the microphone near his mouth, feeling foolish. Radar ghosts were not rare in winter. Rain clutter. Sea return. Reflections from the fuel tanks along the eastern quay. He had spent 31 years explaining such things to younger men who wanted mystery where there was only equipment. He wrote, "False return in the night log." The pen paused after the word return. For several seconds, he found himself staring at the old brass barometer above the chart table. Its needle quivered just below storm, though the weather service had promised a stable morning. Someone had scratched a thin line into the glass years ago at the point marked Gay LE. Rowan had never asked who. At 5 minutes past 5, the harbor tug Bracken came in from the outer anchorage towing an empty barge. Its master, Niall Marr, sounded half asleep when Rowan cleared him through the western channel. "You've something sitting off Bell Rock?" Niall asked. Rowan straightened. Nothing confirmed. Saw a mast through the fog. Fishing gear. Maybe. Too tall. The radio clicked silent before Rowan could answer. He raised the binoculars. Fog moved between the breakwaters in long gray folds, thinning for a moment over the outer water. Rowan saw the black teeth of the reef. A line of foam, the green lamp. Then, farther out, a mast. It was impossibly narrow and far higher than the rigs of the cargo vessels waiting north of the headland. No navigation lights burned upon it. Something hung from the crosspiece in ragged strips. lifting and falling, though the wind blew in the opposite direction. The fog closed. Rowan lowered the binoculars. His thumb had found the pale ridge of scar tissue across his palm, an old habit he disliked in himself. The scar came from a broken wheelhouse window 14 years earlier. On the night the Ardent Crown went down with 23 crew and nearly 4,000 tons of undeclared cargo, he had not spoken the ship's name aloud in 11 years. Behind him, the radar gave a single warning tone. The crescent had returned. A second mark appeared beside it. Then a third. Rowan leaned toward the screen as more contacts formed across the outer approaches. All stationary. All without identification. They arranged themselves in 2 patient rows beyond Bell Rock. Bows pointed toward Dunrath Harbor. The radio crackled. Not static this time. A signal lamp began speaking through the fog. Its pale flashes too slow to be mistaken for anything else. Rowan knew Morse well enough to read the first word. Pilot. He read the second word twice before understanding why his scar had begun to ache. Pike. Then the lamp flashed a call sign that had been removed from every harbor record after the inquiry. The call sign of the Ardent Crown. By sunrise. The fleet had disappeared. The radar showed only ordinary traffic, 2 bulk carriers beyond the northern buoy. A coastal freighter approaching from Aberdeen, and the Norwegian chemical tanker Solveighaven requesting a pilot through the Eastern Channel. Rowan checked the outer approaches 3 times before signing the night log. The contacts were gone, but the words false return looked less like a conclusion than an instruction placed in his handwriting. At 6:30, he boarded the pilot launch beneath a sky, the color of unpolished steel. The crew of the Solveighaven greeted him with the relief captains often showed when bad weather had already made decisions for them. Rowan climbed the accommodation ladder, shook rain from his coat, and entered the bridge. The tanker's master, Anders Lunde, offered him the chair. Rowan remained standing. Wind will push your stern toward the reef after the second marker, he said. Do not correct until I tell you. The master glanced at the chart, then at the white water breaking over Bell Rock. You are certain? That is what you brought me aboard for. He guided the tanker between the shoals with small engine orders and 2 restrained changes of heading. The ship passed so close to the eastern reef that Rowan could see black weeds streaming beneath the surface like hair combed by the current. No one spoke until the breakwaters closed around them. Then Lunde exhaled. They told me Dunrath gives its worst water to its safest hands. The phrase followed Rowan ashore. A safe pair of hands. Newspapers had used it after the Ardent Crown inquiry. The port board had repeated it when promoting him. Men who had never stood beside him in a storm said his calm response had prevented an even greater loss. The official record stated that Rowan had warned the captain against entering and boarded only when the vessel was already committed to the channel. He had signed that record beneath 3 other signatures. For 14 years, the lie had paid his mortgage, secured his pension, and made younger pilots lower their voices when he entered a room. He told himself reputation was not the same as profit. He had never accepted another envelope. He had brought hundreds of ships safely through Dunrath. A man should be measured by the lives he saved after the worst thing he had done. Harbor Director Moira Strath listened to his report without interrupting. Her office overlooked the old customs house and the warehouses beyond it. Moira was 60, silver-haired, severe, and incapable of appearing surprised. She read Rowan's log while rain threaded down the windows behind her. "Do you still have the original radar recording?" she asked. "Yes." "Delete it." Rowan studied her face. Niall saw a mast. Niall sees whiskey where other men see breakfast. There were multiple contacts. Sea clutter. They formed 2 rows. Weather interference can form patterns. And the lamp, for the first time. Moira looked up. "What lamp?" Rowan told her. She closed the logbook. "You were finishing an overnight watch. You were tired. And the conditions were poor. It signaled my name." "No," Moira said. "You interpreted it as your name." Her voice remained calm. But one finger pressed hard against the book's spine. "You will amend the entry to weather interference. You will not discuss this with crews, press, or other pilots." "Why?" "Because Dunrath cannot afford stories about phantom traffic in a commercial approach." He expected her to mention the Ardent Crown. Instead, she slid the log toward him. "Some vessels are safer left outside the harbor." That evening, Rowan returned to the pilot station for the gloves he had left beside the radar console. The building was empty. Rain tapped the windows, and the channel beyond them was black. As he reached the equipment locker, the desk radio crackled. "Dunrath pilot," said a voice buried beneath static. "Request permission to enter." A second radio answered from the chart room, then another from the launch office. Within seconds, every unattended set in the station was speaking, their voices overlapping and patient. Waterlogged whispers. "Request permission to enter." Rowan opened the locker. The emergency handheld inside had no battery. Its speaker clicked once. Then the dead radio said, in Rowan's own voice, "Permission denied." Rowan did not sleep. By mid-morning, he had convinced himself that the voice from the dead radio had been a trick of crossed frequencies and exhaustion. The explanation was poor, but it was useful. And useful explanations had carried Dunrath through worse things than fear. Niall Marr was waiting beside the tug Bracken when Rowan reached Pier 6. "You look drowned," Niall said. "Take me beyond Bell Rock." Niall's expression changed. "Moira, no. No. That usually means I should say no. You asked what was sitting out there. I asked before every radio in the station started whispering." Rowan looked at him. Niall rubbed his jaw. A launchman heard it. Then the whole night crew did. The Bracken left the harbor under a pale afternoon sky. Daylight should have made the outer water ordinary. Instead, the Firth looked bruised. Its surface divided into long, dark bands where no wind touched it. Gannets circled over the reefs without diving. Rowan stood behind the wheelhouse, with binoculars braced against the vibration. The contact appeared on the tug's radar 4 miles east of the harbor mouth. No hull was visible. Niall reduced speed. The engines settled into a heavy pulse, and the tug rolled gently in the swell. "There," Rowan said. A clean white crescent held ahead of them. Niall tapped the screen. "Could be a buoy without a transponder. There is no buoy on that bearing." Then floating steel. Steel drifts. The contact did not. They approached until the radar showed less than 200 yards between them and the mark. The sea ahead remained empty except for a patch of unnatural smoothness, perhaps 30 yards across. No waves broke there. The surrounding swell rose and folded around it as though avoiding something just beneath the surface. Niall opened the wheelhouse door. The air that entered smelled of old rope, rust, and the sealed dampness inside a ship's hold. Rowan lifted the binoculars. At first, he saw only his own reflection in the lenses and the glare of the water. Then the tug rose on a swell. Below the surface stood a line of men. They were upright on what appeared to be a deck far beneath them, though the water was too deep for any wreck to rest so near the surface. Their coats moved slowly around their bodies. Seaweed streamed from shoulders and sleeves. Pale hands hung at their sides. None of them floated. None looked upward. Rowan lowered the binoculars so quickly they struck his chest. "What?" Niall asked. "Nothing. Do not give me that." Rowan raised them again. The men had turned their faces toward him. Water blurred their features, but he could see open eyes and mouths filled with small drifting bubbles. One sailor lifted an arm. The motion was slow, almost formal. He pointed toward Dunrath. The tug's depth sounder began clicking. Niall glanced at the display. That cannot be right. The reading fell rapidly, though the chart showed more than 40 fathoms beneath them. 30, 20, 12. "Back us off," Rowan said. Niall pulled the throttles astern. Something struck the hull below the waterline. The impact was not violent. It sounded deliberate. 3 measured knocks traveling through the steel beneath their boots. Then the sea around the bracken filled with bubbles. Shapes moved below them. Masts. Perhaps rigging. The pale geometry of decks passing beneath the tug from east to west, though the radar contact remained stationary. A second impact sounded against the stern. Niall swore and leaned over the rail. A length of black weed had caught on the fender. Something metallic swung from it, tapping softly against the hull. Rowan reached down with a boat hook and pulled it aboard. It was a brass cargo tag, green with corrosion, stamped with a crown. A cargo number, and the name Saint Bride of Leith. Niall went silent. Rowan knew the name. Every pilot in Dunrath did. The Saint Bride had vanished with all hands in 1891. Her wreck had never been found. On the reverse side, freshly scratched through a century of corrosion, were 4 words: "Property of Dunrath Harbor." Moira Strath took the brass tag without touching it directly. She placed it inside a clear evidence sleeve, sealed the flap, and set it beside Rowan's amended log as though both belonged to the same category of administrative inconvenience. "You found this floating near Bell Rock?" she said. "It was tied to weed that struck the tug." "You found it floating." Niall saw the men below us. Moira's eyes shifted to Niall. The tugmaster had been silent since entering her office. Salt had dried white across the shoulders of his coat. He looked older than he had at sea. "I saw shapes," he said. "Could have been wreckage." Rowan turned toward him. Niall did not meet his gaze. Moira nodded once. "There are submarine cables, discarded nets, old anchor chains. Light behaves strangely in disturbed water." The depth sounder showed 12 fathoms. Faulty equipment. The radar contact remained fixed. Refinery infrastructure. Rowan almost laughed. 4 miles offshore, the new storage tanks create secondary reflections under certain atmospheric conditions. Engineering sent a notice last winter. I never received it. You have now. She slid a printed memorandum across the desk. Its heading referred to anomalous returns caused by thermal inversion, metallic structures, and signal propagation over cold water. The document was dated 3 days earlier. Rowan read the date twice. You had this written after my report. I had it distributed after your report. That distinction was apparently meant to end the matter. For the next 2 weeks, the moon thinned and vanished. On each moonless night, the fleet returned. At first, there were 12 contacts beyond Bell Rock, then 19, then 31. Arranged in long, motionless rows stretching north toward the refinery and south beyond the old quarantine buoy. The port's radar technicians adjusted filters, replaced cables, recalibrated antennas, and blamed moisture in the housing. Each intervention made the contacts brighter. The official logs contained no vessels. Controllers were instructed to mark the outer sea as clear. Rowan watched ships pass through the waiting fleet without reporting collisions. Yet several captains complained of bells heard beneath their hulls. A Greek freighter arrived with strands of weed wrapped around its propeller shaft. Though divers identified the species as one that grew only in deep Atlantic water. The crew of a Danish grain carrier found wet footprints crossing the locked forecastle at dawn. Moira classified every report separately. Equipment failure, crew fatigue, marine debris, condensation. No pattern was permitted to exist. Rowan began keeping a private chart at home. Each night he marked the contacts in pencil, using the call signs transmitted by signal lamps or whispered through the radio. Most belonged to vessels lost near Dunrath across the last 150 years. Some had no surviving records at all. One name returned more frequently than the others. Saint Bride of Leith. On the 4th moonless night, the container ship Caledonia Star approached from Rotterdam, carrying nearly 5,000 boxes, and a crew of 28. Rowan boarded her beyond the northern buoy shortly before midnight. Fog lay low over the water. The harbor lights appeared and disappeared behind it. Yellow smears without distance. The fleet covered the radar screen. The Caledonia Star's captain stared at the contacts. Your control says there is no traffic. There is no declared traffic. Rowan replied. What does that mean? Before Rowan could answer, the contacts began moving. Not toward Dunrath. Toward the container ship. One crescent crossed their bow from starboard to port. Rowan ordered the engines stopped. The captain hesitated. There is nothing there. Stop engines. The ship shuddered as its propeller slowed. Fog pressed against the bridge windows. Somewhere ahead. Timber groaned under strain. A bell rang once beneath the water. Then the bow lookout screamed over the intercom. Rowan reached the forward windows as something vast passed across the ship's path. He saw no hull. Only a wall of water rising where no wave should be. Carrying ropes, broken spars, and curtains of dark seaweed. Hard to starboard, he said. The bow turned slowly, too slowly. The Caledonia Star struck nothing. The impact threw everyone against the consoles. Metal shrieked from the forward deck. Containers shifted in their locks. Every bridge window filled with black water for one impossible second, though the sea remained far below them. When the water fell away, the radar contacts were stationary again. The ship limped into Dunrath at dawn. Inspectors found no collision damage beneath the waterline. Instead, the upper bow, more than 30 feet above the sea, was draped in dripping weed. Across the steel, between the anchor housings, were dozens of wet human handprints. All of them faced inward, as though people outside the ship had been trying to climb aboard. The first tide alarm sounded at North Breakwater shortly after dawn. According to the offshore gauge, the water had fallen more than 6 feet in 11 minutes. Harbor Control blamed a sensor fault. Then the southern buoy transmitted the same reading. A third gauge near Bell Rock reported a further drop, while the tide inside Dunrath remained almost unchanged. Rowan stood in the control room watching the measurements descend across 3 screens. Outside, the harbor looked full. Tugs crossed between quays. Ferries lifted and settled against their moorings. Rain stippled the water beneath the cranes. Nothing appeared to be draining away. Then a maintenance worker called from Highgate, the oldest district above the port. Seawater was rising through the street drains. Highgate stood nearly 200 feet above the firth. By noon, brine had flooded 3 basements, a church crypt, and the lower archive of Dunrath Public Library. Residents reported small silver fish twisting in gutters. Limpets adhered to cellar walls. In one house, black weed pushed from a kitchen sink and continued growing after the main supply had been shut off. Moira ordered the reports separated. A burst water pipe in Highgate. Defective tide gauges offshore. Contaminated drainage near the port. Rowan listened while she reduced the city into unrelated failures. You cannot classify seawater uphill as plumbing, he said. I can classify panic as panic. What happens when people connect it? They will not. Unless someone connects it for them. Her gaze rested on him long enough to make the warning plain. That afternoon, Rowan returned home and spread his private chart across the dining table. He had written the fleet's names beside their positions and dates of appearance. Now he added the places where seawater had surfaced. Highgate Library, St. Oran's Church, Calder Street, the old railway offices, and a row of warehouses along Foundry Quay. The pattern meant nothing until he placed the brass cargo tag's number beside the St. Bride of Leith. He searched the Municipal Shipping Archive online. Most wreck records contained little beyond dates. Anage, crew lists, and the phrase cargo unrecovered. The St. Bride had carried cut stone, oak beams, brass fittings, and church bells from Leith to northern parishes. Rowan looked toward the window. St. Oran's bell tower rose above the roofs of Highgate. The church had been completed the year after the St. Bride disappeared. He searched its construction history. The official record praised local donations of timber, stone, and metal obtained at reduced cost from the harbor salvage office. Rowan opened the next vessel file, the Agnes Bell. Lost with 18 men. Had carried iron rails and machine parts. 6 months after its disappearance, Dunrath had begun construction of the old railway terminus. The Rothesay Queen had carried glass, marble, and decorative tile. The public library opened 2 years later. The Merciful Tide carried steel beams now listed as unrecovered. Foundry Quay's oldest warehouses had been built during the following winter. Rowan continued until darkness gathered around the room. Every ship corresponded to something. A street paved with ballast stone, a courthouse roof plated in copper, a school built from timber never officially salvaged, a monument cast from bells removed from a passenger vessel whose wreck site had supposedly been too dangerous to approach. The fleet was arranged offshore in the same order as the city had been built. Oldest losses nearest the harbor mouth. Newer wrecks waiting behind them. Rowan found the Ardent Crown last. Its declared cargo had included industrial steel, electrical cable, and prefabricated support columns. The public inquiry stated that all cargo had gone down with the ship. But the months after the wreck told another story. Dunrath's seawall had undergone emergency reinforcement. 2 secondary schools had received new structural frames. The Eastern Hospital wing had been completed ahead of schedule despite a national steel shortage. Rowan's hands went cold. He searched the serial number stamped into the seawall contract. He had seen it before. It was written on the envelope he accepted from the Ardent Crown's owners. The payment had come through Pike Marine Holdings, a company Rowan believed had been created only to conceal the bribe. He searched the corporate register and found its earlier history. His grandfather had founded it. His father had served as director for 53 years. Pike Marine Holdings had purchased materials from Dunrath's salvage office and supplied them to public construction projects. Rowan stared at the names until the letters lost their shape. The house around him creaked. From beneath the dining room floor came the faint sound of water moving through a ship's hold. He lifted one floorboard beside the wall. Below it lay a timber beam blackened by age and salt, stamped with the faded name of a vessel lost before Rowan was born. On the wet wood, beneath the Pike family mark, someone had scratched a single fresh word: pilot. By morning, the word on the beam had faded. The timber remained wet. Rowan carried a shaving of it to the harbor workshop, where an old shipwright identified the wood as Baltic oak. The grain had been cut with hand tools. A faint customs stamp beneath the Pike mark matched records from the Kestrel of Dundee, lost off Bell Rock in 1876 with its cargo officially unrecovered. When Rowan asked where Dunrath stored old salvage records, the shipwright stopped examining the sample. The public archive is in Highgate. I mean the real one. The man returned the shaving without answering. That silence told Rowan where to begin. The old customs house stood at the edge of Foundry Quay, a soot-darkened building surrounded by modern warehouses. Its upper floors had been converted into administrative offices, but the ground level still contained vaulted inspection rooms, rusted hooks, and iron scales once used to weigh cargo seized from incoming vessels. Moira's security card opened the side entrance. Rowan had taken it from her coat after a meeting, an act that should have felt like betrayal. Instead, it felt like entering a channel after every warning buoy had already been removed. The building was empty except for the ticking of cooling pipes. He crossed the former examination hall and found a freight lift behind a partition marked Electrical Access. It had no control panel, only a brass keyhole beneath the emergency bell. The key from his father's old desk fitted perfectly. For years, Rowan had believed it belonged to a locked cabinet that no longer existed. The lift descended below the level shown on the building plans. Cold air rose through the floor, grating. It smelled of salt, lamp oil, and something mineral, like stones exposed by a retreating tide. When the doors opened, Rowan faced a corridor lined with green tiles. Water ran between them in narrow black threads. Brass plaques marked the doors on either side. Timber, precious metals, mechanical components, ecclesiastical goods. No dates appeared anywhere. The first room contained figureheads. Dozens stood upright in iron frames. Their painted faces split and blistered. Queens. 8. Warriors. And bare-breasted women stared into the darkness beyond Rowan's torch. Some had seaweed wound around their necks. Others were crusted with barnacles that remained wet despite the dry room. Their ships' names had been carved into the floor beneath them. Every vessel was listed in the public archive as unrecovered. Farther along, Rowan found bells suspended from ceiling beams, each wrapped in black cloth to prevent accidental ringing. Cargo seals filled glass cabinets. Stacks of manifests rested inside lead-lined drawers. The paper looked recently handled. One ledger bore his grandfather's signature. Another contained his father's. Rowan turned pages filled with prices, buyers, and construction destinations. Beside each shipment was a second column headed Channel Conditions. Storm recommended. Visibility poor. Pilot cooperative. He closed the ledger. Somewhere deeper in the archive, machinery hummed. The sound led him past locked storage cages and down 3 stone steps into a circular chamber. Copper pipes ran along the walls and converged around a glass tank in the center of the room. The tank was taller than Rowan. It contained black seawater. Suspended within it was a rectangular orange machine scarred by impact. One corner crushed inward. A cable ran from its casing through the glass and into a bank of recording equipment still glowing with green indicator lamps. Rowan recognized it before he saw the corroded label. The wheelhouse recorder from the Ardent Crown. The inquiry had concluded it was lost with the bridge. He approached the tank. Small bubbles escaped from the recorder's damaged casing. They rose slowly through the dark water. Though the machine should have contained no air after 14 years. A headset rested beside the controls. Rowan put it on. At first, he heard only the dense rush of storm water and the groan of stressed steel. Then came voices from the Ardent Crown's bridge. The captain demanding more speed. The helmsman reporting poor response. Rowan giving headings in a calm voice he barely recognized. The recording reached the moment he had rewritten most carefully in his testimony. Officially, Rowan had warned them away from Bell Rock. On the tape, he said, "Bring her 3 degrees east. There is enough water." The captain answered, "Your office guaranteed the channel." Then another voice spoke behind Rowan, not through the headset. Inside the tank, his father's voice said, "Play the part where he was paid." The recorder clicked. A new track began, dated 3 days before the wreck. Rowan heard himself accepting the envelope. Then he heard what he had forgotten saying after he counted the money. How many ships before this one? The question on the recording was followed by a silence Rowan remembered only as pressure behind his eyes. Then his younger voice answered, "Enough to build a city." He tore off the headset. Black water pressed against the tank. Inside it, the recorder continued turning with the patient rhythm of something that had never stopped listening. The voice had been his, not an imitation. He remembered the room where the envelope had changed hands, his father's office above Pike Marine Holdings. Rain ticking against the windows. A decanter open on the desk. He remembered telling himself he had asked a cynical question. He had not remembered the answer. A red indicator lit on the recording bank. One of the sealed cabinets unlocked with a metallic click. Inside lay black ledgers wrapped in oilskin, each bearing the crest of Dunrath Harbor. The newest covered the years leading to the Ardent Crown. Rowan opened it on the central table. The entries were not records of salvage discovered after accidents. They were schedules. Vessel names appeared beside cargo estimates, insurance values, weather windows, reef conditions, and the officials responsible for each stage. Customs agents delayed inspections. Tugmasters reported mechanical problems. Signal keepers shifted lights. Pilots selected headings that placed overloaded hulls where tide and stone would finish the work. The column marked recovery began before the column marked loss. The Saint Bride of Leith had been entered months before she vanished. Cargo allocated, St. Oran's Church. Highgate retaining wall. Municipal foundry. Crew outcome, acceptable. Rowan turned pages faster. The Agnes Bell. The Rothazay Queen. The Merciful Tide. Dozens more. Beside several names were notes in his grandfather's hand. Deep cargo. Low public concern. Foreign registry. No local dependence. Suitable storm. Dunrath had not merely profited from wrecks. It had ordered them. A second ledger recorded how the cargo was dispersed. Stone went into foundations. Timber disappeared into roofs. Bells were melted into monuments. Steel was divided among schools, hospitals, docks, and flood barriers until no single structure could be identified as stolen. The city had been designed to make restitution impossible. Rowan found the Ardent Crown near the end. A folded agreement had been fixed to the page with a corroded brass clip. His signature appeared at the bottom. The document promised payment through Pike Marine Holdings in exchange for certifying the eastern approach as navigable during severe weather. It required him to support any later finding blaming undeclared cargo, captain error, and structural failure. Below his signature, his father had written, "Rowan understands continuity." He read the cargo allocation. Structural steel, Dunrath General Hospital. East Wing, support columns, Calder and St. Muir secondary schools. Electrical cable, emergency substations serving Highgate. Reinforcement plate, North Breakwater and Outer Harbor defenses. He imagined cutting the stolen steel from the hospital and watching floors settle onto occupied wards. He imagined school roofs folding inward. He imagined the harbor wall opening during a winter storm. The truth could not be separated from the innocent. That was how the port had protected itself. Every crime had been turned into public necessity. A drawer beneath the table slid open. Inside was a narrow book bound in dark green leather. Its cover read Pilot Continuity. The first entries dated back more than a century. Each generation named one harbor pilot recruited through family. Debt, ambition, or fear. Their task was not simply to steer selected ships onto the reefs. They also denied entry when the lost vessels returned. Most had reported fog lights, phantom bells, or impossible contacts before dying at sea or disappearing from public records. Beside each name was the same final notation. Channel held. Rowan found his grandfather, then his father. His own page had already been prepared. It contained the date of the Ardent Crown wreck, the amount of his payment, and every false statement he gave during the inquiry. Later entries recorded the nights he had denied the waiting fleet. The final line was unfinished. Rowan touched the paper. Ink spread beneath his fingertip. Fresh and black. Words appeared in the blank space. Pilot has entered the salvage chamber. Behind him, the freight lift began to rise. Someone else was coming down. The lift descended with the slow, weighted sound of cargo being lowered into a hold. Rowan stepped away from the green ledger and searched the chamber for another exit. There was none. The circular walls were seamless except for the corridor behind him and the glass tank containing the Ardent Crown's recorder. The lift doors opened. Moira Strath stood inside. She wore no coat despite the cold. In one hand, she carried Rowan's father's brass key. In the other was the corroded cargo tag from the Saint Bride of Leith. "You should have left this alone," she said. "You knew." "I knew enough." "You knew the wrecks were arranged." Moira entered the chamber. The lift closed behind her. "My grandfather called them acquisitions," she said. "My father called them necessities. By the time the responsibility reached me, there was no useful name left." Rowan placed his hand on the open ledger. "There are crew outcomes listed as acceptable." "Yes. Men died so Dunrath could buy stone cheaply. Men died because powerful people discovered the city could survive by making other people's losses disappear." Her restraint made the words worse. She spoke as if describing corrosion in an old pipe. The recording equipment clicked. A second voice emerged from the speakers, a harbor pilot from decades earlier, calmly refusing entry to a vessel named the Merciful Tide. Beneath his voice came bells, splintering timber, and men calling from underwater. Moira looked toward the tank. "The fleet has returned before," Rowan said. "Not like this. The continuity book says every generation denied them. That is what harbor pilots were chosen to do." "Why pilots?" "Because entry must be granted by someone with lawful authority over the channel." Rowan felt the meaning before he fully understood it. The dead had always asked the same question. Not where the reefs were, not who had betrayed them. Permission to enter. Moira walked to a cabinet and removed a rolled harbor charter sealed in wax. Its vellum was darkened at the edges by damp. She spread it beside the ledger. The document was older than the customs house. It granted Dunrath's harbor pilots sole authority to admit vessels through the reef approaches during hazardous conditions. A later amendment, written in another hand, declared that all property entering under pilot authorization would be recognized as lawfully present within the port. Rowan read the final clause. "Cargo unlawfully withheld from an admitted vessel remained the property of that vessel until restored. They do not want us," he said. Moira's expression hardened. "Do not make them sound merciful. They are not asking for executions. No. Or confessions. No." Rowan looked around the chamber at bells. Seals. Manifests. And figureheads taken from ships the city claimed it had never found. They want their cargo. All of it. The chamber seemed to contract around him. The stone in St. Oran's, the timber beneath Highgate, the iron inside the railway offices, the steel holding up the hospital, the schools, and the harbor walls. Even the beam beneath Rowan's own house. The city was not merely built beside the sea. It was built from property still belonging to the ships waiting offshore. If I authorize them, Rowan said, the fleet can enter the harbor. And under the charter, every stolen object becomes subject to reclamation. You cannot return materials that have been inside buildings for a century. Moira looked at the black water in the tank. They can. A bell rang somewhere in the archive. Then another. Throughout the corridor, cloth-wrapped bells began tolling without moving. Glass cabinets trembled. Cargo seals rattled against their shelves. From behind the doors marked timber and precious metals came the grinding sound of objects pulling toward the sea. The black water in the tank rose to its rim. Rowan saw Dunrath reflected on its surface, not as it stood above the harbor, but inverted beneath it. Streets descended between wavering roofs. Church towers pointed downward. Lights burned in windows deep below the water. Figures moved through those submerged streets, carrying beams, bells, stone blocks, and lengths of steel back toward waiting ships. Moira seized his wrist. If you open the channel, Dunrath will be dismantled around the people living inside it. And if I keep it closed, the fleet grows. The offshore tide continues to fall. Eventually, the sea will reach the city by another route. The radio panel beside the tank came alive. One voice spoke from every speaker, made of hundreds of drowned voices held in perfect unison. Dunrath pilot. Request permission to enter. Rowan looked at the charter, then at the unfinished line in the continuity ledger. Fresh ink appeared beneath his name. Authorization, pending, at last. He understood what had been passed through his family for generations. The pilots had never guarded Dunrath from the dead. They guarded the stolen city from its owners. Moira released Rowan's wrist and reached for the emergency panel beside the lift. Red shutters slammed across the archive doors. Steel bolts drove into the stone with a series of heavy impacts. Somewhere above them, alarms began ringing through the customs house. What are you doing? Rowan asked. Closing the port. She removed a key from a chain around her neck and turned it inside a recessed lock. The green lights on the recording bank died one by one. The black water in the tank did not darken. If the channel remains sealed, Moira said, we still have time to evacuate the lower districts and reinforce the old foundations. With what? Anything that holds. More stolen steel? Her face tightened. Do not pretend this is simple. The bells in the corridor continued tolling beneath their cloth coverings. Moira crossed to a wall cabinet marked Fire Control and pulled out a red metal canister. She opened its valve. A sharp chemical smell filled the chamber. Rowan understood before she struck the igniter. You cannot burn wet ledgers. I can burn names, signatures, agreements, and enough of the records to make the truth disputable. A blue flame ran across the table. Oilskin curled. Paper blackened. The edge of the harbor charter caught fire. Rowan seized it and smothered the flames beneath his coat. Moira stared at him. Those documents will not save anyone, she said. They will only tell frightened people that their homes are graves and their schools are stolen cargo. They deserve to know. Knowing will not remove the beams from above their children. Behind the glass. The Ardent Crown's recorder clicked to another track. Rowan's younger voice filled the chamber. Bring her 3 degrees east. There is enough water. Moira looked toward the tank. That is what your confession will do, she said. It will make every person in Dunrath carry your guilt. No, Rowan said. The city already made them carry it. We just called the weight prosperity. He moved toward the communications console. Moira stepped between him and the controls. If you open the channel, thousands may die. If I keep it closed, what happens? You know what happens. The offshore sea would continue to fall. Water would keep rising through hills, basements, churches, and pipes. The fleet would wait while the city slowly filled from within. Rowan thought of every pilot before him, each one telling himself denial was protection. Channel held. He pushed past Moira and restored power to the recording bank. The archive speakers came alive. So did the emergency transmission circuits linking the customs house to harbor control. Pilot stations, tug frequencies, Coast Guard channels, and the municipal warning system. Moira struck the shutdown switch. Nothing happened. The black water in the tank had risen over the cables. The dead were carrying the signal. Rowan opened the microphone. This is Captain Rowan Pike, senior pilot of Dunrath Harbor. His voice echoed through the chamber, then returned faintly from radios above, across the docks, and somewhere beneath the floor. He read the names of the ships: the Saint Bride of Leith, the Agnes Bell, the Rothesay Queen, the Merciful Tide. He read cargo allocations, construction sites, signatures, and dates. He named his grandfather, his father, the directors, customs officers, salvage agents, and pilots who had turned wreckage into public contracts. Then he reached the Ardent Crown. My report was false, he said. I accepted payment to certify an unsafe approach. I gave the heading that brought her onto Bell Rock. 23 people died because I chose money and called it duty. Moira stood behind him, motionless. Across the emergency band, voices began answering. Harbor control demanding silence. Police asking for verification. Citizens reporting seawater rising through floors. A teacher from Calder Secondary saying the steel inside the gymnasium walls had begun to ring. Rowan changed frequencies to the open approach channel. Beyond the harbor mouth, hundreds of lights appeared through the fog. Signal lamps answered one after another. Pilot, request entry. Rowan's hand shook as he lifted the authorization key. Moira spoke softly. The people outside this room did not choose any of it. Neither did the people aboard those ships. He turned the key. This is Dunrath Pilot. The channel is open. Proceed under my authority. For one breath. Nothing happened. Then every alarm in the city stopped. The bells fell silent. The sea did not surge over the harbor walls. It withdrew. Water rushed out from quays, docks, eye drains, and foundations with a roar that seemed to come from beneath the entire city. Ships settled onto mud. Mooring lines snapped. The Firth drained away beyond Bell Rock, exposing reefs, wrecks, roads of black stone, and hundreds of upright masts. Dunrath remained dry, but from somewhere deep below the customs house came the cracking of stone supports, losing the water that had held them up. The city had not been spared the flood. The sea was removing the ground beneath it. The first building to move was St. Oran's Church, its bell tower tilted toward the emptied harbor, not toppling, but descending as though the hill beneath it had become a staircase. Stone houses followed. Streets sagged in long, slow curves. Windows remained lit, while whole blocks slipped downward without breaking apart. From the customs house roof, Rowan watched Dunrath lower itself into the basin the sea had abandoned. People ran uphill until they discovered there was no longer an uphill direction. Every road leaned toward the harbor. Cars rolled backward. Lampposts bent with the pavement. The hospital's east wing groaned as its stolen columns pulled toward the exposed mud. Sirens sounded across the city, then changed pitch as distance collapsed. Moira stood beside Rowan, beneath the rain. "You opened it," she said. "Yes." Below them, the harbor floors stretched for miles, black and glistening beneath the dawn. Wrecks lay everywhere. Some were only ribs of timber. Others rested almost intact, their decks crowded with figures standing motionless in drowned uniforms. Then the ships began to move. They did not sail on water. They advanced across the exposed seabed, keels cutting furrows through mud and stone. Seaweed hung from their masts. Torn sails filled with a wind Rowan could not feel. Bells rang beneath their decks. The fleet entered Dunrath in two ordered lines, where a ship passed. The city released what had been taken from it. Oak beams tore themselves from roofs and slid through walls without shattering them. Copper peeled from monuments. Railway iron rose from buried tracks. Church bells cracked free from towers and rolled through streets toward vessels that had carried them generations before. The dead did not touch the living. They simply reclaimed around them. A school gymnasium folded when its steel supports walked out through the brickwork. The hospital remained upright until the last patients were carried into the street, then bowed inward like a ship settling onto a reef. Moira watched it happen. "How did they know to wait?" she whispered. Rowan looked at the figures aboard the nearest vessel. They remember being left behind. The pilot station radio crackled from the roof access doorway. "Dunrath pilot," said the combined voice of the fleet. "Proceed." A chart had appeared on the console. It showed no water. Only the descending streets of Dunrath marked as channels. Buildings had become shoals. Towers were navigation beacons. Each ghost vessel was assigned a route toward the structure containing its cargo. Rowan understood. Opening the harbor had admitted them. A pilot was still required to guide them in. He took the microphone. The first ship was the Saint Bride of Leith. "Hold west of the church," Rowan said. "Turn when the tower passes your port side." The drowned vessel obeyed. One by one, Rowan brought them through the sinking city. He guided the Agnes Bell toward the railway district. The Rothsay Queen entered Highgate. The Merciful Tide passed beneath the remains of Foundry Quay. Last came the Ardent Crown. Her bridge windows glowed with a dull green light. 23 sailors stood along the rails. At the wheel was a figure wearing Rowan's old pilot coat, the one torn by glass on the night of the wreck. The ship waited for his order. Dunrath had descended almost completely into the basin. Only the customs house roof remained above the lowest streets. Moira had vanished during the final collapse. Rowan did not know whether she had fallen or chosen to enter the archive. He lifted the microphone. "Bring her 3 degrees west," he said. The corrected heading. The Ardent Crown turned safely past Bell Rock. As she entered, Stolen steel tore free from the hospital. Schools, seawall, and harbor defenses. The city gave a deep metallic sigh. Then the sea returned. It crossed the exposed firth as a dark wall, filling channels, streets, rooms, and stairwells. Rowan remained at the console while water climbed around him. Dunrath settled beneath the surface without vanishing. For years afterward, ships passing the Scottish coast reported lights far below the water, arranged like streets. On moonless nights, radar showed a complete harbor resting on the seabed, its cranes still moving and its church bells sounding through the hull. The Coast Guard classified each report as weather interference, but sometimes an unattended radio would wake after midnight. A drowned voice would give the caller's name. Then Dunrath Harbor would request another pilot. Dunrath was not destroyed because the sea was cruel. It sank because generations had made theft indistinguishable from shelter. Public service and ordinary life. Rowan's confession could reveal the crime. But truth alone could not separate the innocent from what had been built for them through violence. The fleet asked only for ownership to be recognized, and that simple demand proved more devastating than revenge. Perhaps the most frightening debts are not the ones we choose, but the ones hidden inside the homes, institutions, and comforts we inherit. What would you return if the cost of justice was everything holding your world together? And now, my dear friend, we have reached the end of another story together. Thank you for choosing to spend these late hours here at Chilly Midnight. Your presence makes every tale feel a little more meaningful. And I'm deeply grateful that you allowed my voice to accompany you through another quiet night. Perhaps today was busy. Perhaps there were moments that tested your patience, drained your energy, or left thoughts circling in your mind long after the day was over. Whatever happened, you have done enough for now. The unanswered messages, unfinished work, and worries about tomorrow can remain outside this moment. Make yourself comfortable and allow the stillness around you to become a shelter. Feel the weight of the day slowly leaving your shoulders. Let your breathing settle into an easy rhythm. And give your mind permission to wander somewhere softer, far away from pressure, noise, and expectation. I hope the darkness feels gentle around you tonight. May your bed offer warmth. May the silence bring reassurance. And may every passing minute carry you closer to the peaceful rest you deserve. As you fall asleep, I hope your dreams take you to a place where nothing can trouble you, a place filled with familiar smiles, beautiful memories, and all the small joys that the waking world sometimes makes us forget. And when morning finally reaches your window, may you rise with new strength in your body, clarity in your thoughts, and a heart ready to begin again. I hope tomorrow treats you kindly and brings at least one unexpected reason to smile. Thank you for listening until the very end. Wherever you may be tonight, please remember that you are never just another listener here. You are part of the quiet family that gives Chilly Midnight its heart. Take care of yourself. Keep warm. And let the night carry away everything you no longer need to hold. Until another mysterious tale brings us together beneath the stars. Close your eyes and surrender to the comfort of sleep. Good night, my dear friend. May your rest be undisturbed. your dreams be beautiful, and your morning be bright.